I don't mean kill, I mean just stand. Hey, what you gonna do when I come for your brother? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his brother. Hey, what you gonna do when I come for your best friend? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his best friend. I don't mean kill, I mean just stand. 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 Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your wife? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his wife. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your child? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his child. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your brother? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his brother. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your best friend? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his best friend. I don't mean kill, I mean just stand. 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 Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your wife? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his wife. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your child? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his child. I don't mean kill, I mean just stand. I don't mean kill, I mean just stand. Yeah. I don't mean kill, I mean just stand. I don't mean it. I don't mean kill, I mean just stand. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your brother? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his brother. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your best friend? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his best friend.
We are live. Welcome to DPA Open Mic episode 158. Board of Pieces is born. I saw the background. This background. Yeah, I saw this when I was researching for pictures to put as the background for the thumbnail. And I was like, wow, this is so awesome. So I just put this. Yeah. So anyway, yeah. This is the American night session or the Asia Monday morning session, which is even more cursed, or the European sleeping session. So I wanted to do this like 7 hours ago, or 6 hours ago. I slept through my alarm clock. I was like, I was so tired. I was totally burned out. So unfortunately, that's the reason why I cannot do fixed schedule open mics, because I have no freaking idea what I need to do in the weekend. Yeah, because it's the weekend, right? I got life outside. I need to touch grass. Not that I literally touch the grass. Anyway, there is a lot of developments. Particularly, I think, despite a lot of crazy things, I think the most important thing that has a long-term implications for the entire world is the Board of Peace. As much as it's really cheesy, like a lot of Trump's stuff, especially the naming of stuff, is always very cheesy. But it's very simple and straightforward. It's the Board of Peace. And so far, I have already I watched the entire session of the Board of Peace ceremony, the launch ceremony. I have a better understanding what is it about, so I can share with you guys later. And first thing first, this DPA Open Mic is multicast on multiple platforms. On the YouTube channel, the main channel on YouTube, the main Defense Politics Asia channel, the YouTube Open Mic channel. So there's 2 live chats. So if you want to have the best open mic experience, you should go to the Open Mic channel's live chat. Usually that is the more awesome place for open mic. And of course, some open mics will not be live on the main channel, which is why you should subscribe on the Open Mic channel. And how to know if you are on the Open Mic channel? If you look at the title on YouTube, there is a tag. If there's a handle to Open Mic, DP Open Mic, that you are on the main channel, you need to click it to go to the Open Mic channels. And we are also on Rumble, on Twitch, on Twitter, on Kick, Telegram. Yeah, that's probably about it. So, Telegram, Kick, Rumble, Twitter, Twitch. I got everything now. So I'm going to drop the link to join, so I don't go into the monologue. Yeah, I just wake up not too long ago, and I was like, oh shit, I slept through the night. So it is what it is. I'm so sorry. At least I still can catch the Americans still in Sunday session, and it's going to be a more chill for them because it's a Sunday night. So the link to join, I have dropped it into the DPA Open Mic YouTube channel live chat. So it will not be on the main channel's live chat, so it will be on YouTube, on the Open Mic one. And I've dropped it into the Rumble. I'm going to drop it on Twitch and Telegram as well. So although Twitch and Telegram as usual is going to be very not much things happening there. Yeah, I'm not sure how to build an audience on live stream channels, like live stream platforms like Kick or Twitch. And yeah. Oh, hi Pamela. Yeah, is this timing good for you?
Oh, yeah.
Or no difference?
So don't stop talking, Wyatt.
Okay.
Yeah. Don't stop talking. We want to hear from you.
So I can, since I think I'm not sure how many people will come on because it's like such a weird timing session. Yeah, I need to put it onto the WhatsApp group as well. Give me a second, and just give me a second. Let me drop it into the Open Mic speaker lounge for the convenience of the regulars. So yeah, I think I want to talk about this Board of Peace first. I think it's super important, but I think a lot of people would dismiss it because it's just so cheesy, right? It's like unrelated to. It's so weird. Some people say that it's going to replace the United Nations. I think it's possible that it might replace in terms of practicality, in terms of effective use of international organization that has effect, have an impact, have real difference, make a real difference. I think it's going to be the board of peace from now on. The United Nations started off effective, but it's not as effective right now. Oh, we have Antifa there. No, it's not Antifa, it's just Vaughn. You look like you're in the Ukraine war right now. Like you are in Russia or Ukraine right now.
Yeah, it's a Kamchatka, like extra light. Yeah, I think we're gonna end up getting like maybe 7 or 8 inches where I'm at. So it didn't live up to the hype, but
yeah, there's so little snow. This I was expecting like building high snow like in Kamchatka.
But yeah, I'll be back in a few. I gotta finish this up. Yay me! But yeah, that peace thing sounds like bullshit.
Yeah, as I said though, most people will think that it's bullshit. So the difference is that when I watched the whole thing and I heard like Marco Rubio and the rest, like Trump's son-in-law, as they describe and explain, it sounds a lot more effective in terms of like if there's a real cooperation. Like in United Nations is a theater. Everybody is there just to do virtual signaling. So it's just to put out statements so that they can say, I told you so. That's what the United Nations is for. But nobody is there to actually do real actions. They are just there to virtual signal because it's free. Talking is free. So, but the Board of Peace is a bit different. It's a executive group. It's like the countries that join there, they actively share information and knowledge to do things. Like, we haven't heard much about Gaza, but what happened in Gaza, in the Board of Peace, the ceremony, they actually shared that actually there's a group of technocrats. They are all Palestinians. So there is this group of Palestinian people. They are highly qualified, highly educated. They form this board. There's this group, executive group, that helps to plan what's to come for Gaza and everything. And these are the groups that are actually doing the real work. And then they are all supported by the countries in the Board of Peace. So, and all these Board of Peace people, they send it, they are supported by expertise, maybe in construction, maybe in legal, maybe in financially. So, and then a lot of countries, they pledge a lot of money to help to rebuild Gaza. And I think I'm not sure it's Trump or who, they say that some of these big scale cities in Middle East, because of the expertise and the money, they are able to build major cities as big as Gaza Strip in the span of 3 years. And they believe that it is possible that in a very short period of time they are able to rebuild Gaza into this amazing dream that they are dreaming out for Gaza. And on top of that, they are also planning the future of Gaza, that like maybe I think it's democracy, education systems and everything. They want to make sure that it works. So the high chance is that what happens is that in Gaza is unlikely to be related to the Palestinian Authority. I think they will not be related. I think it will be a separate entity by the look of it, because the Palestinian Authority are not even doing their job, and they are basically an effective dictatorship right now. So I think they don't want to mix these two, because what happened in the West Bank is going to contaminate the Gaza again. So I think they're going to separate it by the look of it. So a lot of promising thing for Gaza. If you're really pro-peace and pro-Palestinian, I think whatever is now going to be built for Gaza is going to be fantastic. Not to mention a lot of Arab and Muslim countries are involved in this Board of Peace. And this Board of Peace is not going to be a one-off. At first, I thought it's going to be a one-off just for Gaza. End up, it's not. It's going to be a long-term thing, and Gaza is the first project. So it's the first project of this Board of Peace. And they want... So according to the Trump's son-in-law, I forgot his name, Jacob something. So he explained that there is never in history a proper way of doing peace. That means every time there's a war, there's no proper way of rehabilitating a country to stop conflict between two sides of people. Like they want to use this as the experiment to find a new way. So which is why the board of peace called board of peace, because the concept is to bring peace between people. So this is a very, very exciting thing that is way more interesting to me than any other all these wars and all these dramas and the trade war and all these things, because these actually have real impact. People is going to have a great life. We're going to see insane transformation. And I think maybe not 3 years. I say maybe 5 to 10 years, like what happened in Rwanda, where once upon a time Rwanda was on the headlines for genocide, right? And a lot of people dying. And every time you talk about you want to get your kids to eat their food, you will show them pictures of Rwanda kids. Yeah, they're like, you see, the Africans are not having enough things to eat, and you don't eat your food. Now today, Rwanda is one of the most advanced country in Africa. So I believe Gaza can become that. They're going to put quite a lot of pressure on the countries around the Arab world to step up, because it's going to be super fast. Especially we see transformation in Saudi Arabia already. We saw the transformation in Qatar and UAE. I think Gaza is going to be the same. It's going to be super fast. Particularly now, it's going to be supercharged by international community. So yeah, Lenny, I 100% believe in it. Like Lenny said, do you actually believe it? I 100% believe in it. If not, I'm not gonna say it. If I'm lying to you or I'm joking, I'm trolling, I would just say I'm trolling. It's 100% is gonna happen because of the political will. I think it will last even beyond the US administration, because the Board of Peace enforces real commitment. Like permanent membership requires $1 billion, $1 billion US. So any country that pay this money, go into it, they have a stake. They really want to not waste that money. And then there is a short term. So the Board of Peace, $1 billion to join permanent member. The rest is going to be a 3-year membership. That means you go in, you have to renew and renew and renew. So, and this is not going to replace the UN. This is going to be cooperating with the United Nations. But at the same time, this organization, I think, it will be there to put pressure on United Nations to do better, because a lot of these countries have already redrawn their membership in multiple of these agencies within UN, as particularly United States is leading the way. They have redrawn out of so many things like WHO and everything, and they are leading the way. So Argentina has followed. I'm not sure Israel has followed. There's a lot of countries has followed, and Russia is joining, and Russia is going to commit that $1 billion. But they are very smart. They say that from our frozen asset, you take from our frozen asset, that's the $1 billion. So Russia is going to be in, and geopolitically, this is going to be massively damaging for China, because China is now in this geopolitical war, right? They are trying to put this phase where they are facing down United States. They want to point finger to United States, saying that, United States is not even care about the international community. They are going against the international norms. And then China is now standing the fort in United Nations. But now it's going to be all in haywire, because the real action group is going to be the Board of Peace, and the UN, as everybody knows, is useless. It's going to be led generally by China. So and this also bypass the Security Council, the UN Security Council, because UN Security Council tends to block every single things. So even let's say the UN go to say rebuild Gaza, there might be some weird reason that China might block it, or maybe Russia might block it, for whatever reason, And the Board of Peace ensures that this kind of thing will never happen, because they will just go ahead and do it. So these are all very positive developments. That's my opinion.
Wyatt, have you heard anything about it having to pass through the United States Congress?
I don't think so, because it's foreign policy, right? Foreign policy, but I'm not sure. Maybe they will have to sign into law to make it permanent.
Well, we've always understood in the United States that no businessman can ever become president of the United States, because our government can't run as a business, And Donald Trump is really good at having a board. I don't know if you've ever watched The Apprentice. The Apprentice was great. And because when you have a board of directors that votes, then it's a whole different structure. The treaties that the United States government has entered into, these treaties that have passed through Congress, have limited what the United States government can do. There has to be a transcript of every phone call and a formal procedure for every meeting. So he's bypassing all of this and turning it into a business model.
The reality is the government way of doing things is always inefficient. It's just an inefficient way of doing things. No, if you look at Singapore, Singapore has been, there's a lot of things that is very commercial, done in a very like commercial way. Like we have a board, we have like we have a sovereign wealth fund, and there's two sovereign wealth funds, and they are both run not like a government. They are both run like a business entity. One of them is a public listed company, another one is a hidden one. So the people know it, but they don't. They are like a private company. So one public company, one private company, each kind of funds, and that works. But of course, governments still have inefficiency, and that cannot be helped. So I think Trump. That's why I say sometimes it feels very like a bit like reading a storybook. It's just so like fated. It doesn't make sense. Like in his first term, he experienced all the inefficiency, all the things that he believed. The thing is, he's not a nobody. He's a billionaire. He's been one of the most famous people in the world for a long time. And when he became president, then he realized a lot of things that he thought the government is not. A lot of the way how they think the government works doesn't work that way, and that is a shock to him. And if had he, I believe he will know all the corruptions, but it's gonna be it's worse than what he thinks. No.
He was invited to run. They've been training him for decades.
Who's inviting him?
200 generals during the first Republican debate. When Jeb Bush said, "I have all the newspapers and TV stations behind me. Who's behind you?" And he said 200 generals. Well, who are the 200 generals who invited Donald Trump to run?
Yeah, that I don't know. So that,
that's a hint.
Yeah. So it's possible, but also it's possible. I'm not. I cannot confirm or deny. So I don't know. So in my following, this is not a big issue. It was never blown up that way. Like but the military is always very pro-Trump. That's for sure. The military has always been very pro-Trump, and it's not just the generals. It's like throughout the rank and files, like the privates and everything. Most of them are very pro-Trump. So that is actually a norm. So I just the thing is, I'm not talking about the invited or not. It's how he imagined the government or the presidency works. When he was in that position, he realized it's way more complicated than that. No?
Donald Trump doesn't have to think about anything. Nancy Pelosi's Congress voted that the Q posts are akin to domestic terrorism, and that nothing. They voted. I got a copy. It's a vote. They passed that the Q posts are misinformation.
That's the reason why it got censored across the big tech.
Oh,
because
yeah.
I didn't even know that they passed this thing. Oh my god! No wonder I wouldn't have touched it then. I wouldn't have done YouTube videos on it. All the QAnon stuff got taken down on my other channel.
If you read the posts, you go, "Oh my god, it's military language, and it's all military stuff." So where it comes from if you read them. You started, but then you'd quit, right? You only got so far, and then you gave up because you had to.
No. The thing is, I stopped mainly because DPA Ukraine war started. That's the main reason. So Ukraine war started. I started to do a sit rep. Then I started to do YouTube channels on YouTube videos on the DPA channel. Then there's no more reasons to go and like do the other one, because the other one was not getting traction. I did like over 100 videos, I think my subscribers were like 300 plus. So the model doesn't work very well. It's very similar to the situation right now when I'm doing geopolitical news. Like, it's a monologue on news. But the thing is, maybe because I'm not I don't take sides, or I try to be more journalistic in my reporting. So it doesn't appeal, So so that's how it
I've
works.
noticed, but History Legends is obviously one-sided. He's a Ukraine guy. And so, no, seriously, it's not like you can be fair to both sides, like fair to the Democrats and fair to the Republicans. There's a right and wrong. You got to pick a lane. You either go with reality or you have to buy into somebody's narrative, they call it. We need a better word for narrative. We call it lies, big lies. So, what else are you working on? What else is going on with you?
So before I reach there, I need to defend History Legend because he's my buddy. So
Yeah.
He is neutral. Like I can guarantee you with my own dignity and conscience and reputation, he's neutral. Neutral for Ukraine war. I'm not saying for everything. Like Ukraine war, he's absolutely neutral. He does have to do pro-Ukraine videos, because that's how you get balance. Because if you only report on the real situation only, like of course everything he says is real, but the thing is, if you only talk about the Russian success, then you're going to look very pro-Russia. And then, which is what happened to DPA, because it's like I only report the news and I don't even report what's happening, and then it's like DPA is pro-Russia. It's like, what the hell? So then the pro-Ukrainian accounts are getting very confused right now in Twitter, because it's like I'm absolutely on their side when they talk about everything else. So because I'm very pro-West, because I'm in the Western society, there's no reason I go against my own survival. So
okay, I have a take that I haven't heard from anybody yet. Now I need to know what you think. When the Soviet Union was going, when they sent my dad over there in 1980, they sent him with a Kodak camera, one of them Instamatic cameras where you take the picture and then wave it to dry. And everybody was amazed because there was nothing to buy in Russia. The economic model of the Soviet Union prevented consumer goods from getting on the shelves. So everybody, they'd go to work and pretend to work, but then they'd leave work with a briefcase and go around shopping, trying to find stuff to buy. And long lines would form, and they wouldn't even know what the line was for stuff they were buying. They just would buy stuff and then barter and trade it, say, or they would get vegetables and food, and dinner was glorious in the Soviet Union. Dinner was, because you could go to dinner parties. You couldn't meet in groups, but you could have dinner parties. So in the Ukraine, they were just poor, and they equate poverty with Russia. And it was the Russians' fault that they were poor. So when they got their independence in 1991, they spent 20 years trying to purge their country of anything having to do with Russia. And what good did it do them? It didn't make them more prosperous, but war to fulfill the deep state American dream of war with Russia, boy, that's money coming in. And that's all it's about. They're fighting against poverty. They just don't want to be poor. Nobody really, how can you hate Russians? Russians are the most wonderful people on the planet. So that's why I'm just saying there's no neutrality here. It's just sad that people are, they just they wanted to go shopping in Europe. That's all it is. They want to join the EU so they can go shopping. It's sad. So what do you think?
Makes sense. It makes sense. Yeah, because let's say China was communist too. The people was very unhappy, with the Communist Party for a long time, and which is why it slowly accumulated to the Tiananmen incident, where people just want serious reforms. And that was still early days of the opening up. Like they was like the Deng Xiaoping was trying to open up, but it's very slow because it's a gigantic country, so people are just unhappy. And China those days is not what people how people imagine a communist country is. There are a lot of intellectual people. They are very smart people there, and it's just that the infrastructure, the system doesn't allow them to perform their day-to-day like the Western world. The China then is a different China from the China today also. It's a different world. Those days they are a lot more humble, a lot more hopeful, reformist thinking, intellectual. That it's not the current today China where it's all what we call 小粉红, little pinks, where they like, oh, China, 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 then they go around all the countries, trying to stir shit, wave the China flag. That China don't exist 30 years ago or 40 years ago. That is not the China then. The China then was actually quite serious. There are a lot of intellectual, very smart people, and they have to tiptoe around the red tapes. Today's China, we have a lot of those, because China has become strong and rich, people just wave flag and then they just go and stir shit all around the world. It's a different world. So I think Soviet Union have the same thing, but you must be like favored by the institution. Like the institution must like love you. You're a scientist, so I give you good life. I think China maybe is around the same thing as well. Yeah.
Well, like in the Soviet
But then once
Union,
China become rich, you see all these things disappear. Nobody cares. Then a lot of the China people actually was supportive of China. But but they do of course have this. I think the anti-communist party people isn't that much. I think most Chinese people are very apolitical. They don't care about politics. There are some, of course, a small subset will be very angry and they dislike, especially if they got slighted by the government. Like for example, they ban them from buying stuff or whatnot. Then they started to be anti-China, or the billionaires, the people who are super rich. They tend to be very scared of the Communist Party because anytime they can be taken out. So, but otherwise, most people are okay. But of course, they have the same problem with Americans, is which that what they experience, they think is normal. Like for example, natural disaster, then the flood come, then it's all their hard work, their houses is all gone, their cars are all gone, and this happens every year, and then it's like it's normal. To them, it's like, oh, just natural disaster. But in any other country, this is unacceptable because it's like, no, the government need to be able to control the river, need to ensure anti-flood capability. It's the same thing as Americans thinking that protests and riots is normal. The murders are normal. People shitting on the street is normal in California. And it's actually not normal, but they wouldn't know because in their world, natural disaster, it's natural disaster, and then they can help it.
Well,
and the government can just throw a lot of shit into it and just avoid responsibility.
Yeah, well, there's the thing with the farmers that most of China was just peasant farmers, and so was Russia. Peasant farms as far as the eye can see. And so when the cities got to grow, that's when prosperity started getting better. Because, Mao wanted everybody to smelt pig iron in their backyard, right? So they melted down all their farming instruments, trying to meet the government quota for pig iron, and everybody starved. So they had the communism actually, it went a little too far.
100%.
100,000 flowers and the great leap backwards. But, it really helped. China had so much foreign influence at the turn of the century, and the opium problem. So it kind of, things need to happen. And communism really helped. Mao, everybody loved Mao. When he was young, when it started, it was wonderful. Mao was a really good-looking young man, and the Americans went to visit him and supported him, and the British, the Dixie Mission, because Mao was rebels, so they called it the Dixie Mission, and they sent Vinegar Joe Stilwell to go help China. But see, the British were bringing opium up the Burma Road into China, and Britain had this huge plantation depot in India. And so Britain was supplying all of World War II out of India, and the Burma Road was, but it didn't, we were giving Britain money to send stuff into China, and the British were just keeping it and stealing it, and it was going into the black market, and the Chinese really needed help. Remember the Flying Tigers? Yeah,
small squadron of fighter planes, a small squadron, but they make it like it's a huge thing, because that's the only thing they have.
But see, we weren't. There's laws to war, and we weren't allowed to do more than the British would allow. Americans and Chinese get along really good. British treat Chinese like coolies. In Canada,
True,
they treat Chinese like second-class citizens.
it is. They are.
Well, not in America.
Yep, not America. Yeah, that's true.
Not in America. We have a Chinatown in every city, and we love them. And they're equal Americans. They actually built the railroads. Them and the Irish built the railroads.
The early China, so post Qing Empire, prior to World War II, China is actually a lot closer to United States than people think. So if you're ignoring the warlords, there is all the nationalist armies, the warlords all around. In terms of that era of China, it's also again not the Tiananmen incident China. It's not the modern China. It's a lot more like early America China. It's early America China. It's a bit like when capitalism start to take root in United States, and have all these giant oligarchs controlling the country, and there's no human rights to workers. That is China then, after poaching pre-World War II. So it was a very dynamic country in those days, but very messy because of the warlords, and there's no proper rule of laws, a lot of corruption. The nationalists, because it's the warlords, it's very chaotic. So the nationalists have a lot of corruption throughout the thing. So which is why communism is able to take root, because of the corruption. So
yeah, I heard there were kidnapping. Like, people would get kidnapped. People would get kidnapped for money in the cities. It was awful. But y'all also had the Japanese coming in.
Yes, it's a super messy era, super messy. It was actually, because the country was so new, so it's a bit like, now it's open. So every country is trying to have a foothold inside, to try to trade, to get market access. And the Japanese are no different. They are going there, although the Japanese have imperial ambitions then. So they are there to doing influence operations and whatnot. That's why Shanghai, like there's a lot for Chinese people, particularly people from China. They have this or Hong Kong, they have very romantic memory or notions of Shanghai. Shanghai was that international, this is the New York of China during those days. Yeah. It was like full of foreigners, those full of lights, and very German. Vibrant. It was so it's a very it's a very different world. It's very hard to imagine. Like, it's just so hard to imagine the how different things are. China basically went through multiple age within 100 years. It's just like, just different within the 10, 20 years they change again, 10, 20 years they change again. Yeah, so it's very hard to explain to people because, you need to maybe watch some shows, watch some shows of the period shows. It's the oligarchs, when they say the bourgeoisie, like literally these are like they are socialites, they are socialites, women wearing beautiful clothes, go party, boo. Yeah, then dance to jazz, insane.
It's bourgeoisie.
Yeah,
bourgeoisie, rich folks.
The bourgeoisie, yeah.
Bourgeoisie, no S at the end. It's a French word. So Wyatt, Do you know who Patrick Byrne is? Patrick Byrne, Byrne. He grew up in Shanghai.
No.
He speaks fluent Mandarin. So does Pozo, Jack Posobiec, the Polish guy who's a naval officer, naval intelligence officer. All the Q people, the main Q, they all speak Mandarin. So China has a great future with Trump.
Maybe.
It's
hard to say.
It's going good.
Hard to say. The main reason why I say hard to say because of history, right? China, whenever China unifies, it naturally becomes the most powerful country, in the region. So how they behave is hard to say. It's hard to say. Taiwan now looks really nice. The Republic of China now looks really friendly. That's because they're small and weak. But when they are one big blob, like the communist China, it's hard to say. It's hard to say. So, because I'm saying this based on Chinese trait. The way how we behave. Like we have the imagination of how Jews always behave in general, in macro. Now Chinese is like the Asian Jew, just that we are way better at reproducing. So we have a lot of us, and the trait we are is that we are very defensive and we are very insecure. That's Chinese people in general. So that's the reason why Chinese people save money a lot. And this is across the board. If you look, it's not just a China thing. People think that it's a China thing. It's not a China thing. If you go across the world, all Chinese people save money. Like it's in our DNA because of our history. The 5,000 years of evolution of the yellow skinned Chinese people that creates us. The way like Japanese don't behave this way. Japanese have even though they are also yellow skinned, they have a totally different evolutionary path. Like what they learn is they're more, how to say, even more follow the orders of the authority, follow the norms of the society. Like the Japanese find it very imprisoned, but they follow the norms. So they have this very hardcore. The Japanese are very hardcore in terms of like precision and accuracy and correctness. So that's the Japanese way. But the Chinese, no. Chinese always go around the rules. No, that's the Chinese way. They always go around the rules. The Chinese love to gamble. The Chinese, gamble, like Singapore casino, we are largely funded by the Chinese tourists. The China tourists, is the one that gave Singapore a lot of money because they gamble a lot. So these are like cultural norms. We're very good at business. We're good at maths. Yeah, and then.
Have you heard the theory in the Urantia book that there's 6 colors of people on every planet, that the red men emerge first, and then the blue men, and then the yellow men, and they each have their own gifts. Okay, so the red man is
who is the Navi?
White people are blue.
Oh, white is blue. Okay.
We killed off most of our good blue men in World War II. The British used to paint themselves blue and dance around Stonehenge.
Huh.
So the red people are good at being spiritual, the yellow people are good at being social, and the blue people are good with technology, language, machines. But the yellow
so we have how many colors again? Red, yellow, blue?
Those are the primaries. And then the complementaries, the complementary colors, green, purple, and orange. The purple people, black people, complement the primary yellow. Chinese and black people get along real good. Black people do the team sports and their churches. The Great Plantation, they love plantations. Okay, so the complement of blue people is orange. And the orange people are the Vietnamese and the South Sea Islanders. And they took our technology and turned it against us and won the Vietnam War. Okay, so the complement of red people, spiritual, are the green people, Egyptians, Palestinians. They're really good at being spiritual, but they raise it to an art form. Is that a fun theory?
Who's red? Who's red then?
And what? It's in the Urantia book, and we're supposed to blend, but we had a lot of trouble on this planet, and the races separated more than normal.
Sorry, I'm talking to my mom.
Welcome back. Hi, Mom.
Yeah, she can't hear because I'm on earphone. So
Oh, well.
yeah, she just said that someone called her and said that the credit card haven't paid or something. Then she said that she paid. Then I just told her it's a scam. So
Hey, I
Yeah,
paid
so-
my taxes yesterday. I made
Good girl.
$22 last year, and I got $19 back from the state. They usually send us a couple $100 in sales tax in Colorado, but this year the state of Colorado's dead broke. We only got $19.
if you not even make $100 a year, how the hell are you paying taxes?
No,
How,
I have.
how can they dare to take even taxes from you guys, man?
I get royalties from my father's books. When he died, he left me all the royalties from his books. And this year it was $22. And last year it was 24. But so that's all the money I made all year. I'm living off of savings bonds that they call him an old man. When you're not married and you live with someone, it's your old man. So I'm going to run out of money in a year and have to go clean casinos. We have casinos in Cripple Creek. Marvelous gambling town. So gambling isn't about money, and sex addiction is not about sex. There's five. Morphine, opium, is the mother of all drugs. It'll kill you to come off it. And then there's the money ones: gambling, shopping, hoarding. Then there's alcohol, pills, marijuana, and I put religion in the money category. And then there's sex and love and food, and all the others fit into those. That's the stuff that makes the world go around. But some of us liked it too much and have to quit. But see, gambling isn't about money. It's about being in action, about the excitement. Donald Trump is a gambler, and his friends are all gamblers, and they don't care what they spend the money on. They just want to be in the game, right?
It is
And
true.
so-
I can
so-
confirm this is true because
Amen.
my friends who love gambling, they're really good at business because they can take risks that I will never take. They are willing to take like insane risks, of course calculated risk. Then of course it can be done, but it's just that you have to put in a lot of work, and they are willing to take those risks which I will never take. So yeah, it's
And
true. It's true.
The energy. Look at Donald Trump's energy. It's about the risk is just thrilling. And like but so the sex addiction is the interesting one, the fun one. It's not about sex. It's about shocking people. It's about the look on their face when you flash them in the park. So all these this weird crap they're doing, it's your outrage is their thrill. They can't get enough of offending people. That's what thrills them. Is that interesting? It's not about sex.
It's actually, yeah, it's true because there's something that it's not in this angle, but from another angle, I did mention to people is that they want to be special. That's the difference between them and like the normal genders, like male and female, right? No, male and female is like male and female. Okay, male and female. The thing is, once they want to be special, they want people to react.
Yeah.
Not sure if necessarily have to be shocked, but they want to be like stand out. Which is why they need to have the pride parade and whatnot. Like you never see we have a masculine parade, like of maybe feminists, yes, no feminists they have a female parade, but you don't have this like.
See, they used to
imagine. Okay, I know. You guys, if you guys have gay and lesbian friends, and they ever tell you they are gay or lesbian or trans or whatnot, you just give them this nonchalant reaction. Oh, okay. Then you just continue to do other things. They'll get offended.
Yeah.
Trust me, they'll get offended.
Yeah. They want to put it in your face.
They want your, oh, okay. They want this reaction. Like if you just treat them as like, oh, okay, no, then you just ignore and do your own thing. Not all, but some is going to get offended because they are so used to having a feedback.
Well, see, when it started, they did it behind closed doors, but the thrill wore off, so they had to bring it out into public, and they have to keep upping the behavior to get the thrill because they get, you know.
This is
like
why
when
they become
people-
furries, right? This is why they become furries.
When people watch porn online, and it's always gets more and more extreme till they're watching snuff videos. You know, that's the thing.
I don't know what is a snuff video. I haven't reached that
when they
stage, so
kill
no, that
people.
that means I'm
it's
quite
when they
healthy.
kill people. That's when they kill people. They
Ah,
kill
okay.
people. And so it's always increasing. It's like alcoholics are people who drink too much. Okay, they learn to drink, and they get used to it, so they have to keep drinking more and more.
Yeah,
it's like
the
Zelensky.
tolerance, right? Yeah.
It's like cocaine. You know, I did cocaine twice in my life, and it wasn't. I'm naturally excitable, but stupid people like cocaine because it makes them feel all full of energy, and they talk a lot, and they have big dreams, they delusions of grandeur. That's what cocaine does for you. But they have to keep taking more and more, and then they can't live without it. Zelensky has no life outside of being high on cocaine. And see, people, you've heard of Al-Anon. There's a triangle. AA is the parent. Al-Anon is for wives, friends, and family. And ACA is for people raised in a dysfunctional home. It's adult children of alcoholics or adult children anonymous. So anyway, Al-Anon is for people who are in a relationship with alcoholics, and they try to protect them. They cover up for them. They make excuses for them. The horror we go through trying to help our alcoholics stay out of trouble is amazing. Hillary Clinton would pursue the women that Bill Clinton was having fun with. You know, he never had sex with Monica Lewinsky. They never had sex. They just talked dirty, and then he'd go around the corner and jack off in the sink, and that's how she got that on her dress. They never had sex. They just talked dirty. It was phone. They'd be on the phone for hours talking dirty. I'm just saying, Bill Clinton was an innocent man. He just had a little problem with, you know, if you're married to Hillary, but Hillary would go after these women and ruin them and get them arrested and threatened, and they get them fired and stuff because she was trying to protect Bill. She was trying to protect her marriage. She was trying to protect Bill. It wasn't about her. She loved Bill. And, you know, marrying the president of the United States, when I was going on, I'd hope that Bill Clinton would leave Hillary and marry Monica. You know, I bought all the tapes and books and read it, and I thought, oh, you know, how romantic. But that's not what it was. It's a sickness, a disease, an addiction. Isn't that interesting?
So you guys now know Bill Clinton is a gooner.
No, everybody, there's a sex addiction clinic in Arizona called the Meadows. And when you walk in at the reception desk, there's a poster of Bill Clinton, and it says, "This could be you." Because they don't, it's like you can't make a normal drinker out of an alcoholic. Once we learn how to drink, we're done. We either quit or we die.
No, so for me, I in terms of all these addictions and whatnot, my position is a bit different in the sense that I don't really care about what people do, as long as it doesn't affect their daily activities. Like for example, the problem with let's say gambling addiction or drinking addiction is that you drink too much or you gamble too much that you destroy your life. Like you don't go to work, or you are always drunk and then you can't focus on your work, or you gamble away all your money and you take corporate money, you take your company's money to gamble. That destroys your life. So that is not okay. Like for me, that is not okay. That means you have gone beyond. If you are within control, it doesn't destroy your life. For example, you like to drink, you can get drunk, but then you can still go to work and be active about it. And I think it's okay. Similar to addiction to pornography or addiction to sex, as long as it doesn't affect your daily life, I think it's perfectly fine. But if it's like destroys your life, for example, there are people who get into divorce, because they destroy their marriage for whatever reason, how are they going to do it? Like then yeah, maybe that's not that great, that kind of thing. Yeah, that's how I think. I like, so for example, Bill Clinton's case with the Monica Lewinsky, right? I don't really care. Like it's, to me, it's a non-issue. It's like, why would that affect me in like Singapore, for example, or any America? It's like,
because when he was doing that with Monica, Yasser Arafat was sitting right outside the office waiting to talk to him. and when
imagine
Yasser got offended,
they shake the hand.
Because
he haven't washed the hand. He got shook his hand. That's why the Palestinian, the never get his state. It was cursed. Well, now you guys know. Now you guys know.
Because he thought Bill was making him wait purposely to make a point that he wasn't welcome, and he didn't know that Bill was just busy with Monica. See, so Yasser Arafat, they could have made a better deal long time ago. Palestine has had many opportunities to get a state, and they just keep getting derailed. It's like God intervenes to keep that conflict going, waiting for Donald Trump.
But I would say no. Even without Bill Clinton, they could have gotten a deal if they want to. It's just how much concession you have to make. Versus the post World War II mapping, like they just rejected everything. Like even like the Donald Trump's plan in his first term, the map that they drew for Gaza, they linked up the West Bank with Gaza, and they built another industrial zone for them and all these things in the desert, and they haven't even looked at the plan. They just rejected it outright. So to me is whoever, it's not the Palestinians' fault. It's the Palestinian leaders who are making all the decisions. They are the one that kept Palestine in this cycle of destruction or tragedy, and they want it because these people, what gives them power is the fight. If you lose the fight, they are meaningless. This is the same situation in Syria right now. All these ISIS fighters and all this Al Qaeda, this come down from Al Qaeda, right? All these different groups. If they don't have war to fight, they can't fit it in society. They are useless in society. So this is the danger, you see. And this actually is nothing new. Throughout history, this has always been a problem. Where once a big country, even a big country or empire or kingdom, they go to war, and you have this giant army of people who knows nothing but to fight, and then you don't give them a fight, you're gonna have a lot of trouble. So this is not a new thing.
It's like Native American Indians. Their culture is about being a warrior. Every single one of them. You ask them first, what tribe are you from? And then ask them about the old ways. And they're all into the old ways where they would count coup. They go and attack you and just touch you and run away because it's called counting coup. And the American settlers didn't understand it at all. Plus, they couldn't handle their alcohol. You know that thing with the smallpox and the blankets? The Indians were all drunk, and they came and dug up the dead British soldiers that the British and the French were fighting, and the Indians went in and dug up the dead British because they wanted to desecrate the bodies because they're into this spiritual afterlife weird stuff, kind of like the Japanese in Korea, that they like to mutilate bodies, and that's how they got the smallpox.
And they catch the virus.
It wasn't intentional.
So you guys now know. Please never desecrate your enemy's body. You know,
Amen.
It can be lethal.
No, there's something else, Wyatt, and I'll let you get on to your next guess. That girl that ran over the ICE agent, the dead lesbian in the red car, she didn't mean to hit him. Women are just bad drivers. And she was blocking cars, and she forgot that she had turned way to the left. She thought her tires were straight, and she whipped the wheel around to the right to drive past him. And instead, she whipped the wheel around 4 times, and it just straightened out the tires. And when she floored it, she ran into the officer. She didn't run into him on purpose. Isn't that interesting? Hello.
Chris, you need to turn off your audio. You use your phone or something, or
Chris,
because we can hear our echo.
Helps.
We can hear ourselves. Not sure how I can do this. Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's a good idea. Yeah, if you mute yourself, it's perfectly fine. You know, when you talk, then you just unmute. Yeah, then that will work as well. Yeah. For me,
Wyatt, before I stop.
Yes.
Wyatt, before I stop, this is the big book of Alcoholics Anonymous. It's a Ukrainian flag upside down. Can you believe it? It's a Ukrainian flag in distress. Isn't that amazing?
I have no idea. It's easy to draw lines. No, like I need to draw some lines. Give me a second. I need to find some Ukrainian colors.
No, this. See, it's the wheat. They have the wheat and the sky.
Yes, I know.
Is their flag. But this is Alcoholics Anonymous. This is the big book of AA. And it's the Ukrainian flag in distress. I think that's a riot. God.
So what is the book about? Sorry, what's the book about?
It was written in 1935 by 100 drunks and Bill Wilson. And this is what they use for AA. That's our textbook. Is that hot? Now you know.
So coming back to the lesbian lady which got killed. First, it was quite confusing because they say that she have a kid, she have a child,
3,
and then she's lesbian.
2 of them were taken away. Lesbian isn't about sex; it's about gender. It's about hating men. Like so gay men just hate.
How she have children then if she hate?
Women. She used to be married to a man. A lot of men marry lesbians and they don't know it. And they find out 10 years later when the woman wants to divorce them and run off to Tahiti with their money. It's not about sex, it's about gender. It's about man hating. And women are so easy to hate. All the gay men I know just hate women because we're hateable. Right, Chris?
So being gay, the primary thing is because they hate women.
Well, it's a lifestyle. There's no gene. There's no proof. You can't take somebody's blood, right? They're either male or female, but it's just a lifestyle.
I also do think that some are really just happen that because of the spectrum of the like as you born, right, there's a spectrum of different kind of arrangement or configuration, right? So some just happen that in their brain they just think that they are in the wrong gender, like they are way more female than male or way more male than female in the brains. So
they
DNA wise, genes wise, but some of them are just I personally I do believe that there are people who really they think that they are wrong in the wrong body. That I think is possible because of the, like I said, it's a spectrum, right? It's just evolutionary thing. It's in evolution you will always the nature will just try all sorts of configurations and see which one works, and some just happen to be wired in that way. But in terms of the biology, of course they don't have. That's why they are willing to pay a lot of money, take all the risks and do gender surgeries.
That's
However, these people,
insane. Donald
these
Trump made
people
it illegal.
are not the people who will go and march and do the pride thing. Like I say, no, the ones that will go and do all this, like like you say, all these gays and lesbians and whatnot, they want that reaction, right? These people are not. These people are really, they just want to live their life as the other gender, and they totally don't get involved with all these kind of things. This is what I noticed. I feel that yeah.
Wyatt,
I think the basic thing is
I've never.
so I think
I've always done a man's job. Chris, I'm so sorry. I've always done a man's job just because it pays better. I was raised Catholic with the nuns, and women just don't get paid like men do. So I learned how to plumb and chop wood and carry water and I learned tools, and I was a technical theater major. So I was a stagehand, and I drove a truck, and I learned how to load trucks. So I always did a man's job, but it doesn't make me any less female. I mean, yeah.
That's not my point too. Yes, that's not
I'm
my
just
point
saying,
too.
they just don't have enough to do. Men who want to be women, they should get a better hobby. Go snorkeling in the Bahamas. Hi, Chris.
I think there are actually a couple of things going on here. The first one is that anytime you have a society which draws anything into any sort of binary structure, and this is true not only of gender, but also of political parties in the United States, there are going to be some people who don't fit in, right? And those people who don't fit in are going to be easy to hate on by everybody else. But I think the other thing that's going on is that because of I think there's also this problem where the ideology of sort of modern Western society is that we are all self-authored individuals who are capable of defining exactly who we are, right? And as a result, you talk about wanting to, basically doing a man's job, but, it not making you any less of a woman, right? One of the things that goes on now is because of the fact that people see this as completely self-authored, that, oh, well, this makes you less of a woman. And people may try to push, girls who are into more tomboy things to see themselves as lesbian or transgender and things like that. And we do see that, right? So I'm of the opinion that, we do need to have something of a live and let live attitude, but at the same time, we also need to recognize that there are social harms that come from the way from the narratives we push around these things, especially from the Democratic Party groups and stuff like that.
Hi, Jura.
Hi, Pamela. Hi, everyone.
Joey, don't sleep. How can you be awake at this time?
Because I slept during the day. A few times.
So what's Machiavelli mean? Is that a name?
It's a reference. Haven't you read, The Prince?
Oh, like Machiavelli, but Machiavelli?
Yeah, it's, Machiavelli. Because,
right.
Machiavelli was a great writer, and he wrote a lot about strategy.
Yeah, he was.
So what's the cock supposed to mean here? Is it the rooster or?
It's just like. Yeah, it's just that was my nickname back in college.
Machiavelli is very challenged right now. Nobody ever asked him why his name is Machiavelli.
What did you study in college?
I studied mathematics, actually.
Oh. Give the
Nice.
Chinese some competition.
Hopefully.
Not all Chinese is good at maths. I just want to let you guys know. Especially you guys watch the Frontline Changes report. You guys should know,
Hey, not all
One
Irish
trillion.
are good at fighting.
This is true. All of this is true, society requires people of all kinds of skills everywhere.
Yeah. When I was the only woman on a crew, the men behaved much better and they enjoyed their job more.
When you say society requires everyone, every type of how to say psychology, every type of skill, every type, does that applies in sex? Like, does that apply in a gay out different body in a different body type? Would that apply for such instances too?
It's not about sex, it's about gender.
No,
Sex
this
is
is
a
about society, variety in society. This is the question about variety in society. So, should that apply to everyone, every type, every variety? What do you guys think?
Have you ever raised chickens and geese and they'll act like the if there's no
No,
rooster, one chicken will
no,
start acting like a rooster?
no, they raised me. So,
What?
I,
No,
I,
what
I
is
do see like in YouTube videos, like people who raise a cat with a group of dogs. The cat will become more like a dog, and then the dog, if
Yeah.
you leave, if kittens, then the dog will behave more like a cat. Like not entirely, but more because they learn the behaviors and whatnot.
Yeah, it's just behavior. It's not something genetic.
I do 100% agree, and this is a lot of the reason why the modern internet is a problem, because it's the bubble. Like the all these people who go into these communities where maybe they're more straight and more normal, but they go into these communities where they have furries, hardcore gays, hardcore degenerates or whatnot. Then
Degenerates.
and then they always stay within this bubble, and then they start to want to behave more like these people, and then that just corrupts them. Yeah, Koke Valley, go.
So the thing about the trans people, and you talked, Chris, about we have to be aware of the social consequences of these things, and it's like, well, a lot of the having read a little bit of the literature on this, I think that there's certain classes of like the trans person, and one of them is the person who might have autism, they might have comorbidities, and basically they're a confused individual, and they are told this lie that you can be born in the wrong body, which is really a very metaphysical preference, but it is based on like this metaphysical idea that, oh, you're born in the wrong body and you can change your gender. And like the problem I have is that the doctors have embraced this and they've accepted it. They've accepted this idea that you can be born in the wrong body, which I mean would imply God made a mistake, which I don't think God makes mistakes. And they affirm this and they run away with it. And they're doctors. They're not like metaphysicians. They don't know shit about like this metaphysical
Well, that's where the
idea.
money is. That's where the
Yeah,
money
So,
is.
I mean,
can a software be in a wrong computer? Can a software
There's pharma
my
companies.
view is my view is that for people above a certain age, maybe like mid-20s or something, if they want to do such surgeries, like who might
Oh
object, right?
God! Oh,
But no, but the thing is that
Yeah.
my daughter is slightly autistic, and she has at one point had said, "I wish I wasn't a girl." You can just imagine how this could have been run with, right?
it's hard to be a girl.
The thing is that people are making decisions, and they make decisions without really understanding what the long-term costs are regarding having a family and a lot of these other things, and oftentimes those aren't fully reversible, right? And so, as I say, if you're in your mid-20s or something, who am I to judge? But but I do think that there is a minimum age of competency, and it's not mere adulthood, I think.
Now they should put all them doctors in prison. They do it for the money, and psychology majors, because they didn't study math in college. They went to psychology classes and they learned all this crap, and there's no work when they graduate. So they make up all this crap, right, Wyatt?
No, the problem is not the surgery or the surgeons. The problem is the funding that goes into supporting transition. Because in Asia, or the rest of the world, this kind of thing is normal. Like there are people who really they feel like they will die if they don't change their gender, and it's perfectly fine. They can go and change. Like, a lot of people go to Thailand because Thailand is really good at this kind of thing. But the thing is, United States problem is a different problem. It is a weaponization of policies to corrupt money out of the system. So it's like if the money stops, then you do not have this weaponization of these things to corrupt the kids, to brainwash them or even take them away to do all these surgeries against the parents' will. It's a totally different problem, I feel.
Wyatt, if they made them people that want to transition sit in 6 Sex Addicts Anonymous meetings, they'd change their mind.
So I don't know how many of you, as far as the weaponization point, I don't know how many people here saw the Gray Zone articles about the International Republican Institute, which is the sort of GOP-run portion of the NED that was funding transgender rights programs in Bangladesh, specifically to overthrow the government. So yeah, this weaponization is a really big problem. And,
Hey, Vaughn.
Yeah, I was going to say, like with what Wyatt was saying too, I mean, that's a whole different thing in the West too. I mean, Asia still has its culture. It still has its society. I'd say the majority of Asia, at least the more modern developed areas, are pretty high trust. I mean, they don't have a lot of the same cultural problems. I mean, I know people, K-pop or whatever, and there's gay Koreans and all that. I get all that. I'm just saying, I think more in the West and in the United States, like Wyatt said, it's used to get money to fund agendas that are corrupting the youth, corrupting the morals of the country, the culture of the country. It's a much larger scale operation. It probably doesn't even really pose a threat or come on the radar over there in some of these countries in Asia because it's not a big deal. It's not prevalent, and because the way their culture's structured, there's probably not people out in the streets waving signs, screaming, and running into churches or temples and doing that kind of shit. So I think it's a whole different culture too.
Yeah, I mean, I think the big thing as an American living over here in Asia, I think I get to reply to this.
What part?
And actually, I'm living not too far from Wyatt. I'm just outside of Jakarta. Anyway, the thing that I think you find throughout Asia, and this is true even in Korea, and it's true even in Japan, is that you still have a major emphasis on filial duty, and you have a major emphasis on family structures, right?
Oh.
And these are far, far, far heavier than I think any Americans would be used to. Like for example, the Chinese Indonesians here, they tend, like the boys tend to inherit the family businesses, but the parents tend to retire with the daughters, right? And they do this because the mother-in-law, daughter-in-law relationship is supposed to be much worse than the father-in-law, son-in-law relationship. So, boy gets the business, girl marries into business and takes care of the parents, right? And so this is one aspect of how this works. And as a result, it becomes, you have a much more relational model of identity than you do in the U.S., which is again this sort of self-authored total individualism that, it does, yeah, sure, somebody, it doesn't mean that there won't be some people who are gay or trans or whatever, but, and it doesn't mean that those people will necessarily be treated poorly, but it does mean that they exist outside of the main support structures of society, and therefore their own communities have to have their own support structures to make up for that.
Well, which may be one reason that drives them is to break away from that family structure. They have to, they launch out into some bizarre realm.
Yeah, I mean, like another thing here in Indonesia is that, like, if you look at the role of, say, premarital sex in the U.S. versus, say, among the Chinese Indonesians in Indonesia, right? In the U.S., of course, it's pretty much it's sort of something that defines the relationship, and it's something which is largely recreational. Here in Indonesia, it's very, very different. It is usually a act of trying to override parents' veto about who the kids get to marry. And this has all kinds of implications for things like, abortion policies and rights and everything else that typically Westerners simply don't understand, right? So,
Felix,
the
you
idea
froze
that,
so we didn't see your finger. Hey, Chris.
yeah,
So I got to say one thing and then I'll shut up for a while. Women don't have sex for fun. There is no such thing as girls having recreational sex. We'll pretend, but we're looking for a husband. We only do it to please you guys and so that you'll marry us. And we
money.
we do it so that and then we say, oh, if you want this every day, you can marry us. That's why we do it. We don't do it for fun. I'm just saying. I'm 68
or for
years
money,
old.
right? Or for money, right? Or for money.
No. There's sex and there's charity. And if you pay a woman for sex, you've chosen a sexual partner and you've given her charity. That's why women go insane so much. How many of you guys have seen women go absolutely bonkers because we're trying to find a husband, and when you treat us like we're temporary or disposable, we go absolutely nuts. So think about it for a while. Thanks for letting me share.
I will beg to differ. Not entirely true, but portion, subset of it is true.
Wyatt.
and this is going to be also again relatively politically incorrect here, but I think one of the things that we have, in the U.S. that you find is that out of sort of this veneer of egalitarianism, it's men who effectively control the economy, et cetera, and so you end up with these
They're
very,
better
very
at everything.
Pamela, could you keep your promise? Pamela, could you keep your promise, please?
Oh, sorry, Jerome. I'm just saying, men are better than.
No. Could you keep your promise? Do you remember your promise?
On the other hand, over here in Asia, you have the fact that you have all of these things which are overtly patriarchal. So, for example, here in Indonesia, usually the neighborhood councils are all the men in the households, but everything behind the scenes is orchestrated by the women, and you don't go up against them. So what you have is just like you have a veneer of egalitarianism that conceals a really heavy patriarchy in the West. You have a veneer of patriarchy over here that conceals a very strong matriarchy. And it's a very, very, very different. It's a very, very different organization of society.
Yeah, in Asia, the mothers are very powerful. So even if the guys are the one leading outside, at home they are still listening to their mother. Like my mom just talked to me just now, right? So Asian culture is a bit different, which is why sometimes when we look at the Americans, particularly the Americans, it's quite shocking. It's a culture shock because. Like when the kid is 18 years old, you just kick them out of the house. For us, it's unimaginable that you kick your kid out of the house at 18 because they still are like stupid and do not know anything. So, I'm 42 and I'm still living with my mom. So or my mom living with me. Either way. So it's so different.
Wyatt, in America, when you graduate from school, you go move to another state. That's the thing. Everybody moves someplace they haven't grown up. So we all move a lot to different states. We're all mixed up here. And that you guys don't do that. You kind of stay.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do. You have different types. A lot. Not colleges and universities are in every town or village, right? So you have to move.
Where are you? Where are you?
It doesn't matter. You have to move to go to university.
In Europe?
Also,
Europe?
I'm in Croatia, Europe. Yes. You also had. Please come on. Come on.
I'm sorry.
Okay. So you also used until recently we had a military conscription, right? A regular military requirement. So people will move out for a year, fully. So those two types, you have the where the people will move out, but it's where tradition is traditional living, right, is still prevalent. This is what when the developing phase, depending in which phase of development the country is development. You have technological development while psychological backwardness, right? You have this payoff, right? The exchange. You with depends like why people in United States going with all in. Everyone wants to grab attention. It's desperate for attention. Everyone in United States. Why is that? Because the technological development forces you to become an individual for yourself. Look for yourself. That's why all this deviancy and perversion goes, right? Individuals is important, and that's what enables a quick development, technological developments, but also gives you psychological problems, right? Because of individual, you're always asking for support, for comfort, for like not everybody is Sigma, right? You cannot have everyone Sigma just going their own way. They already have their own self confidence and just doing their own thing. So this is problem, right? And it's not a problem in a less developed societies because family structure more traditional, right? They still stay with more traditional. Like you can have development in Italy while they keep family structure still while a high development, right? But this is because it's long. The southern area keeps the family, while the northern areas are weaker in a family structure, right?
Eastern
So
Europeans
it
also
combines.
more family, right, Jure? Like
Yeah,
Eastern Europeans
yeah,
are also more family centric, right?
yes,
So that's why it's an American thing. It's a very American thing that I observe. Is that it's not normal even in Europe. I feel.
yeah.
It's very American. It's somewhat less common in Western Europe, but it's still very prevalent. And basically, the further east you go, I also, just so you know, I worked for 3 years in Sweden and 5 years in Germany. So
Felix, you raise your finger, but we cannot see your finger because it's like it's
Can,
so
yeah.
low.
I just wanted to say that even in Italy, for example, it's very common for the family to be very, very united. For example, mothers are very important, and there's a very strong relationship between mothers and children, especially between mothers and sons. So yes, in Europe, it's like that.
yeah, I mean, Arabic culture also reminds me of a place that has this, very outwardly patriarchal system. But who is it that controls the household? It's the mother-in-law. It's the husband's mother, right?
Okay, so if
Women
you're
are still in control of everything.
so if you're proposing that there's some spectrum of gender identity, why is there such a divide between the matriarchal and patriarchal societies if there's supposed to be this blending of rules?
Because everyone has their roles, right? Not one person can take outside, like the getting money, getting the outside of the house business, and do the same thing and have an absolute role inside the house. So it's a divided role, right? The mothers have the are specializing in house deals, while the fathers are specializing in out of the house deals and business. I mean,
And traditionally,
things.
most work is done inside the house, including most business work, right?
Wyatt,
So
Come again, please.
I can also explain maybe why this concept of the family stays together is going to be more. If you look at societies that is more agricultural in history, they will always stay together because you need more children to work in the farms, right? So, but United States, I think maybe United States is different because there was not that kind of agricultural society in that way. You know, you guys got slaves. You know, you can get a slave to do everything. So you know the idea is to propagate outwards. Like the American mindset is very different. I think even in Europe, especially Eastern Europe, because Eastern Europe is where the breadbasket was for the region. You know, and in Asia, you know, everybody stays within the family and just help out with the work within the farms. And I think that is the main difference. Perhaps like the more westernized you become, then maybe things will change. Like in Singapore, it's not possible if we are very westernized, but we cannot have the same culture because our laws make sure that we will not propagate outwards. Like our laws, like for example, you cannot buy because most 80% or more of the people live in public housing, government built housing. So you cannot buy a government housing unless you're married. So if you're not married, you cannot buy your own house until 35 years old. So that's the Singapore's law. Of course, if you have money, you can go and buy private property, but it's insanely expensive. It's like, you have to be a millionaire to buy them, or you have to pay millions of dollars for it. So I think in Singapore's case, even though we are very westernized, the laws kept this Eastern way of doing things there. But I do know of like people who are born of very rich family, like they just buy a condominium, a small condominium unit for their kid. And then they just move out, when they are like early adults. So that happens. So it's still westernized. I think it's the more westernized you are, there's a higher chance that you will just move out because we are no longer in this agricultural world. So and this, which is also the reason why we have lesser kids, because now machines take over a lot of the work. So you don't need too many kids. So that could also be a problem.
Yeah, the professor Jiang from Predictive History, he has a good story on that one, on civilization, on development of civilization, how actually the money enables this connection, replaces the family structure and support, right? Now, previously, without money, you had to remember whom you owe. I mean, with less money, you remember what you deal in, what's your debts, and whom you gift, right? Gifts and debts, whom you owe the gifts back and everything. But with money now, it's unlimited, right? You don't have to keep this structure. Everyone is capable of remembering the gifts and debts. So this develops a civilization, and then mega cities destroy the family structure, right? Mega cities. This is when everyone is individual, and then everyone. So the development, it's basically getting out of agricultural society where technology enables much more production of food, right? This technology allows for much more, less people to work on food creation, less need for the house chores, like for the mothers, less need for the house chores. This allows for more individual the independence, right? And money is actually, you don't have to rely on a family structure to get out of to have your social group that supports you, but everyone that uses the same money is actually just like a family, because you exchange gifts, and you don't have to remember it. It's indefinite, right? And mega cities is actually destroying the family structure, destroying tradition, destroying the psychology of people, and this is why it marks end of civilization. I always had the question, like since I was a kid, why the biggest, tallest buildings are created just before the collapse of that society, right? like Empire State Building was, uh, built just before Great Depression, and so on and so on. Like so many things are happening. Just the biggest, just like China is building the biggest, cities just before the trouble, right? Just, this was my question for a long time, but Professor Jiang answers this with the destruction of the family structure that megacities do, and they create a sense of, this. They also destroy the sense of nation and unity, right? And at the same time, this is the wholesale process that happens within society. So it's really interesting on his societal collapse. Really, there is a lot of it there, right?
I
Go ahead,
think,
Vaughn.
according to Oswald Spengler, a marker of a civilization in decline is when instrumentality takes predominance over, the prime symbols of a culture. So I think that if you see people moving out, if you see like women getting jobs because money is more important than family, that's dominance of instrumentality right there. And I mean, yeah, so we're
Dominance.
experiencing the late Faustian civilization right now.
I mean, in the modern world, if all you need is a Roomba, a fleshlight, and a digital wallet, and you're good, and maybe a Wi-Fi connection, you're good.
So I'm living in the largest city in the world, or just outside of it, rather. Right now, we just moved just barely outside, and yet, if you go to a wedding party here, you're expected to give a gift, and it is tracked. It is a gift of cash, and it is tracked. They write down how much you give, and they will decide this when it comes time to give you gifts later. So I'm not sure that I completely buy the idea that cities themselves necessarily cause this destruction by themselves. I think there have to be some other factors as well.
Yeah, maybe I said it incorrectly. It's a sign. It's not a cause. It's a sign of natural development of civilization, right? And mega cities, they do what's easier. It creates much more power, right? But at the same time, they create its own problems, which and it's just a sign. Which, like, as I'm saying, like, why the tallest buildings were built just before the crisis, it's a sign. It's not a cause, right?
Also, just one other point for comparing cultures is that among the Chinese Indonesians generally, it's not considered great, honorable, or respectable for a woman to work a job outside the family. Okay. Now, note the qualifiers there. It's very common for women to run family businesses. It's very common for women to work in businesses run by close relatives. But it's not okay to be laboring for the profit of strangers. Because all that means is that your husband wasn't able to do enough to help get your family established so that you could contribute to it financially and on your own terms.
Well, I think that's why I worked, is so that I wouldn't have to have a husband.
But it's also in traditional society, it's a fear that the boss will have overwhelming power and abuse a woman in a workplace. This is, I would say, the real reason is where it's not looked really nicely on a woman working outside the family business.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll qualify that further. I found somebody that I wanted to marry once, and he died of a heroin overdose. And when I knew him for 90 days, and it was the only man I thought I could marry. And I've just never met anybody like I think of him every day. And so So I work so that I don't have to marry somebody that I don't like. Maybe that's the divide, is that some cultures marry for a family, I don't know, but Western civilization allows us to marry for love. Does that make sense?
No, it doesn't. It's always the same. It's everywhere the same. Still the same. No matter how development.
There's no
of
fairy
people
tales in
marry.
real life.
Yeah, yeah.
Putin.
It doesn't change from culture to culture why people marry. You know, it's always the
I
same.
mean, if you want to have like this crazy romantic thing, you probably need to find a rich husband that's going to have the money to do the gondola in Venice and the rose petals in
No.
Paris. And
No, it's
I
holistic.
never
I'm
leave.
not saying you can't be happy, but I mean, you know, the
I'm
fairy
so
tale shit is
happy.
bullshit, especially nowadays. I mean, ask any of these guys that are under 40 trying to date or get married, it's total fucking hell.
Yeah, no, I never leave my house except for my AA meeting. Once a week I go to an AA meeting. This is such a great place, and I've been single all my life, and I wouldn't trade it for anything. I love being single. Kids, I'm not a mother, so kids know I'm not a mom, and they treat me just like a big kid. So I have this great relationship with, even babies know I'm not a mom. So kids really like me, and it's just wonderful being single. I'm sorry. Who's up? Cocchiavelli.
Oh,
I don't have anything to say about that.
So-
I mean,
So we can change topic though. So one of the biggest thing, also bird of peace is one thing, but not sure if you guys want to talk about it. The biggest thing, other than the bird of peace, is actually the the potential military coup in China. So the top general in the Chinese military has been taken down along with I think a second or third, like the top group. So 2 generals got removed, and then the latest rumors that I'm seeing that came out is that they were actually trying to attempt a coup. They're trying to kidnap or arrest Xi Jinping on the 16th of Jan, I think. Just now I saw, and then it failed. So Xi Jinping caught wind of it, and then they managed to have countermeasures, and that failed. And then now they announced that these 2 guys, which is very unusual. You have to understand how unusual this is, to publicly say that your top general and maybe the top 5, another of the top 5 general is now disciplined. On top of that, there is also rumors that this Zhang Youxia guy, which is the top general, which is basically like Shoigu, like of the Russian side, like Shoigu, like he was allegedly a CIA asset. He was allegedly sending secret documents of the Chinese nuclear nuclear weaponry stuff to the CIA. All allegedly, these are all rumors. Okay, so that's all rumors. Vaughn.
yeah, I was just curious. I mean, is this legit? Like they were actually going to try to remove Xi, and what was their plan? Were they going to like turn like pro US, or were these guys going to get rid of Xi and say we're going after Taiwan tomorrow? Fuck your slow ass.
I would say
I mean,
most
that's weird.
likely
I mean, 'cause
reason.
I just don't see what they could accomplish.
Most likely
What-
reason for removal within the Communist Party is when they try to hide the level of corruption of stealing money between themselves, or if they lied about successes, right? False report on the success of some whatever. They hide laziness or corruption, and they just don't want to announce it. So they say, "Oh, these are traitors. This is the reason."
So maybe there was like a corruption scheme, and the musical chairs stopped, and these guys were the ones that get fucked.
Yeah, basically. I would
Maybe
say that's
he
the
wanted-
most likely reason.
I mean, that
Maybe
makes a
he
lot.
was
That makes a
looking
lot
forward
more
to war
sense,
with
anyways,
Taiwan.
because I'm thinking like, what kind of political coup are you going to do in China that's going to be,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? I'm like, are they going to like go for Taiwan? Or are they going to like just open their arms to America. It's like that doesn't even make any sense. I agree with
Xi
you. I think
Jinping
it's
is
probably
a
is
friend
high
of-
corruption. Like the slow guys didn't realize the gig was up and they got screwed, and the smart guys are the ones doing the show trial now.
Xi Jinping is a friend of Trump. He has been for decades. And the general just probably wanted war with America over Taiwan. Taiwan's part of China.
So
I
I'm
don't
just
think
going
Trump
by-
and Xi are friends. I think Trump and Xi are probably friendly rivals at best. I mean, there's probably some animosity because obviously they both have agendas, but I don't think they don't dislike each other. But they're definitely not buddies.
Well, the first thing Trump did when he got elected in 2016 was he went to Saudi Arabia. And the second thing he did was go to China, and they hosted him, Xi and his wife.
Yeah, but that's because they know
hosted
what
him.
he's bringing money and potential
the-
deals and developments. I mean, they know if you're a serious player, they're going to treat you serious. That's why they treated Biden and other
Yeah.
people like a joke because they know they ain't serious. With him,
They
they
had
think they
him-
can get something, so they're going to play it up. You know, if Starmer or somebody, when those EU people came, they treated him like shit because they ain't going to get nothing out of him and they ain't going to do nothing for him. So they act like, Ken Starmer came. Who? Oh, we'll send the porter out there to get his bags. You know, it's like they don't total disrespect. I mean, you can see the
Yes.
difference. Some leaders get, if they got play and they got pull. I mean, look what happened when Putin went down to Qatar or whatever, or the UAE, and then Trump was down there, and they were both down there together. I mean, they got the full, display. All the money put out for them because they know those guys are serious players, and they got to bring serious, negotiations. A lot of the people before them were. I mean, everyone pretty much thinks they were kind of a joke, so they never got nothing done. But I mean, I think a lot of these guys, they're smart and they're friendly to each other because they all run countries, but they're all rivals. I mean, they may agree on things and work on something together that's a big time thing for all three of them, but I would say most of the time they're rivals and they're always going to try to get over on each other, even
in
if
the
it's
Forbidden
not a
City
war.
dinner, they had Trump for dinner in the Forbidden City, and we were told it was the first white people ever had hosted for dinner in the Forbidden City. That's how close him and Xi is.
That's not true. I think John Cena was there before that.
Who?
John Cena. Dun, 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 dun.
No, I'm just saying. Forbidden City, white folk.
Well, I mean, you got to look at it this way too. They're gonna put the charm offensive on Trump because they want to get stuff from Trump. So of course they're gonna take him to the Forbidden City and tell him he went to this. Oh, here's a part of the China Wall that no one ever saw but you. I mean, of course. I mean, if I was a country, I'd tell him all kinds of bullshit too to try to get some money out of his ass. I mean, look at how he's writing checks. Oh, we're gonna give $100 billion to this guy and $20 billion to them, and all you got to do is kiss the ring a little bit, throw a parade or, talk his language for a minute and see what you can get out of it. I think that's a lot of it. I mean, when you're, I mean, think about it. These people are trying to impress the client, basically. They want to get the job. They want to get the contract. So they got to impress these guys. So Xi gets, he gets a big show. Putin gets a big show. Trump gets a big show. Modi gets a big show. I mean, guys with serious money get to play.
Get on the board of peace.
Who's son, you want to go next?
Chris.
Sorry, guys.
Chris.
I wanted to say that.
Felix, we can't see your finger. You got to put it like on your face or something.
Yes.
Put the finger in your ear, we'll see it.
Yeah.
Okay. I wanted to say that Grace had something to say because in the chat they said that they wanted to hear his opinion on China.
Chris.
Okay. So there are two things. I think first, trying to go towards war with Taiwan is unlikely for one major reason, and that is that one of the primary military lessons I think one has to take away from Ukraine is that massing troops in an area where the other side can hit them, it means a total inability to mass troops without them getting annihilated. right? We saw this over and over, both with Russian and Ukrainian troops until they completely dispersed. And now, of course, with Ukrainian forces much more degraded, we're seeing Russian forces mass more and more again. So the problem you have with China going to war with Taiwan is you have no ability to get a beachhead. Get a beachhead, whatever troops you get there are going to get wiped out. So so a war with Taiwan, I don't think would look like a land war. It just doesn't look to me like that's reasonably possible.
Krish, super chat.
Chris, what's your thought on Xi's attempt coup?
Yeah, so my view on this is that my view on this also is that you have the fact that this does look like it could be similar to like the Maduro playbook. So it wouldn't surprise me if there was some effort to try to remove Xi and try to push things towards a more compliant government. That usually is not going to happen. It doesn't look like Venezuela's become less authoritarian for removing Maduro, quite the opposite. And it doesn't even look like Venezuela's become less compliant, or more compliant. So this just looks to me like either general Communist Party infighting, or it looks like American involvement. And I can't tell which, but I really don't think it's about trying to take a hard line on Taiwan. I think a line on Taiwan will play out very differently. I think you'll see China attempt, and probably very successfully, to simply economically digest the island rather than invade it with troops. So those are my thoughts.
Ruslan.
Hi everyone. A lot to unpack, a lot of things to unpack. With China, with marriages. I actually didn't know that there was an attempted coup on Xi Jinping, but what I know is that all these leaders, Trump, Xi Jinping, Putin, they're all sleeping in the same bed. Good example is Jesse Ventura, when back in the day he said it's like WWE wrestlers. They all talk bullshit when they're on the stage, but they go back and drink together. So that's it.
I mean, think about it like this. I mean, like the Old West, you got three gunslingers sitting around the table. They're all competent gunslingers and they're all competent gamblers, and they all respect each other, but they'd all draw on each other in a second, probably, if they were provoked. But right now they're all friendly, playing cards, having a drink, but they all know each one of them is dangerous and a potential problem.
It's a power play. It's a power play right now. Right now, what I'm seeing is a power play.
So I just want to say again, the coup is just a rumor for now. But there is a backing of this possibility, because the rumors of this Zhang Youxia guy have taken power and taken control of the military has been going on in the anti-China sphere for a year already. So they keep talking about it, and I was like, I'm not sure, because anti-China medias, they are anti-China, like they're really anti-communist party, so they can make up a lot of stories. I don't know which one is real. So they have indeed talked about it for a long time. Observers have been noting that certain yearly or norms, yearly activities or norms that Xi Jinping would do on the military side or related to the military, he did not go. Instead, Zhang Youxia was the one that appears. So there is a lot of these observations that norms are not followed for the past year. So which is why this potential coup or this pulling down of this character is not an entire surprise to the anti-China community per se. So there is some kind of a precedence.
Do you see it linked to the fall of Ukraine at all, as Ukraine is collapsing?
No, I think it's a pure internal issue, because you have to. People like was dismissing it when I was reporting it. Xi Jinping has an unprecedented third term, as the president. It should not happen. It's always a two-term thing. So the moment your third term, I made a video, I say that, he's effectively the emperor. And this is what I did say, once he got the third term, that's emperor. You're literally emperor. And how old can he, how many more years can he go? He's quite old also, right? So the thing is, he's basically emperor right now. And this is the internal powers, because there is a lot of factions within the Communist Party. So instead of we have political parties in the rest of the world, they have factions within the same party. Basically, it is like political party, but they just have to be more politically correct, that they are all within the same faction. They don't openly attack each other, but they're always attacking each other covertly. And this is probably what they are trying to do. And Xi Jinping is really, really good in the internal politics. He really knows how to play the political games. I think, which is why the opponents have started to realize that the only way is maybe to do a coup, to pull him down forcefully. So because the rumors on the anti-China, if you watch anti-China YouTubers, they were hyping up a lot about the previous meeting last year, and they were saying that maybe he will step down, maybe Xi Jinping will step down, but end up didn't happen, and a lot of people eat their words. One of the guy, a Chinese American guy that I watched a bit, he even apologized on Twitter, because it's like it didn't go the way how he said it's gonna go. So a lot of people is super disappointed, which means that maybe they tried to do something and it failed, maybe. But but it's very scary, because when we talk about China internal politics, it's always like a lot of imagination and fantasy, So even like I'm talking like now, it's like all made up shit, It sounds like it's all made up.
And you know what? I'll interject a little bit. The Chinese CPP, the Chinese Communist Political Party, they actually elect beforehand. We already know who's going to be the next president. When Hu Jintao was the president, we already know that Xi Jinping will become the next president. They already elect themselves. And that's how it goes. That's how it goes.
Can you tell me how much is the practice if the army generals have the businesses within the China? I mean, why I'm asking, because we can see a clash of the fractions with Jack Ma and forcing the green this biggest development company to collapse. And then the how they treated what was the previous the old guy that was removed from the conference. What's the case in China? Do generals have the businesses? Do they own businesses?
Vaughn.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of would like to know, because I've heard that too before, that one of the reasons the Chinese are able to keep control of the military is because they allow the generals to, control factories and stuff. So is that going on, Wyatt? How much? I mean, I've heard that a lot too before.
Selling drones to the Ukraine.
No. That like some of the generals might actually run like a phone company or a drone company or the company that makes plastic trash cans, whatever, like they're all getting a piece of the action to keep them happy and, compliant with the regime by allowing these guys to, have, a little bit of the skim.
And to add to that, Vaughn, maybe I can extrapolate, but corruption was huge during the first and second Chechen war. The generals, when they were giving them tanks, they would sell them to Chechens. They would sell them. They had their own businesses, and they had to comb through all these corrupt generals because they were selling weapons. with Chinese, I won't be surprised if they're giving them intel to Taiwan, intel, just because there's a lot of money there.
I just want to add, give intel to Taiwan is quite useless. They have to give it to the United States. Taiwan is too weak. They can't do anything with the intel. And also on top of that, Taiwan also reported just recently that their whole military infrastructure, the hierarchy is full of Chinese spies as well. So it's not. It goes both ways. There's all this espionage. This is one of the narrative that I saw. One of the rumors that I saw. So I saw it on another post, but so there was shooting reportedly around. I think it's a hotel where forces were shooting each other, and there are people who died. Allegedly, because how can this kind of thing happen and no video footage come out? So I'm not sure. So this reported by Reuters and Bloomberg. So there was a military coup, and then the generals and the families are detained, and up to 3,000 military personnel allegedly. I'm not sure how they arrest the 3,000 personnel, but historically, when this kind of thing happen, when there's a coup happen and you fail, in Chinese we call it 杀九族. Which means we kill all nine connections of you. That means your family, your parents, your distant relative, your friends, everyone dies. They will chop the head off. They will chop the head off of everyone you know, anyone that connects to you, your mates, your whole family, household, everyone dies. This is the Chinese historical way of ensuring that the coup will never ever happen. No one can do a revenge for you. That means even your friends are going to die. So it's close friends, not all friends. I mean, there is of course the close friends. A lot of people will get implicated. A lot of people will die. But of course, modern China is a different thing. Modern China don't have this law, so they can't just 杀九族. They cannot just kill all nine tribes. So I'm not sure. But this is the rumors that I've seen, and for me is the lack of video footage, because it's modern day, right? If you have a major shooting, even the sound, people may just record the sound like what we see in Iran, right? Iran protests, even the shooting, they're not filming the shooting, but they can hear the rifles. If we don't even have that, nothing leaked out of China from that, then I have a lot of doubts. So I will keep a lookout. I will go and search anti-China media and see whether we have anything. But yeah. Felix had a finger up for a long time.
I just wanted to say that probably like a few years ago, I remember there was a similar news in the various reportage of a Chinese sort of revolution coming and something like that. So I believe, or at least I think that it might also be an excuse to move troops, in a sense that when you are in the threat of a coup, you have the chance to move troops around your country. So there's an excuse to move around troops that you might have not have been able to move otherwise. So I believe that it's an excuse to move troops other than also being in a threat of a coup. And that's
I remember some places. I remember some media stories saying that the sacking of these generals was Xi assuring that he would be a lifetime leader of China. And when I see these, especially after I saw the way the press reported on the riots here in Indonesia last August, I tend to think, well, why are they saying that? And the only reason I could say that is because maybe there was a coup and certain of these groups were kind of hoping it would succeed.
The level of hopium in the anti-communist party content space is insane. Okay, they hope. That's why I say, I'm not anti-China in the way how people think. No, I am. I'm not. I just don't like the Communist Party foreign policy. Just that I have no reason to go anti-North Korea or anti-Iran. I don't identify with North Korea or Iran, but it's just the foreign policies. If it's affecting my country, then I'm going to have a problem with it. So if they want to suffer in their own country, that's their problem. I don't care. I'm not living there. So So that I have to say that always. I'm not sure why people keep thinking I'm not anti-China in that way. If you really watch anti-China YouTube channels, I can tell you the level of hopium is insane. They are always excited about some rumors, and many of these rumors, many of them are all fake. Because I do fact check them. No, I do follow, and end up with that, after a while I just stop watching, because as I keep track of what they say, it never turned out to be true. Then I just turn it off. So I used to watch a lot of China Observer. Like, there's a channel called China Observer. I like to watch it. But the thing is, one episode, they made the mistake to talk about Ukraine war. And then they talk nonsense. So I'm like, okay, that's it. No, I don't believe anything you say anymore. So, because that's one topic that I know, but I don't know about China, because I don't have time to go through the Chinese social media. So they report a lot of things based on Chinese social media posts. But once they talk about Ukraine, I was like, fuck, these are all nonsense that you're talking about. So I just unfollowed. Like I never watch a single episode from them anymore. So just to show you, how it is.
Wyatt, have you heard Trump talk about COVID coming from China? Have you heard?
Yeah. Trump always say COVID come from China, and I also agree that COVID come from China. The research, the funding of the virus, not necessarily is Chinese, because the Americans funded it. The research is done in Wuhan. The researcher that discovered the coronavirus is Chinese. She even got an award for it. So she found the virus in Yunnan, in one of the bat cave. So she discovered the coronavirus. She wrote a paper on it. She won an award on it. So the Americans and some international community, they funded her research, and she's based in the Wuhan virology lab or whatnot, which is at Wuhan. Yeah. So the virus leak, in my opinion, is a real accident. Like it really accidentally got leaked. That's what I think, because it's easy to make a mistake. But the problem is, once it got leaked, what the Communist Party do? Because now it's like now you lose control. And then they were in the middle of the trade war in the first term of Trump's term, and they're losing the trade war. They were forced to sign a deal in January with Trump. And that deal was the last thing that they did before all the borders started to close.
Okay, so, Wyatt, I watched the roundtable and the press conference where the Chinese guy, that day they signed that agreement, and the guy that was the guy Trump had negotiating with the Chinese guy, he said, it's not good enough. And Trump says, in front of the press, Trump says, don't worry about it. It's not important. We'll fix it later. And now, whenever Trump talks in a speech about COVID, he says, we had the best numbers in 2020. We were going to win. And then this virus came from China. It was funded by the Americans. It was designed by the Americans. They used that bat lady as a fall guy, and they tried to blame China as saying, oh, the Chinese are sloppy and it escaped from their land. That was an intentional project by them uniparty deep state criminals to create a pandemic so that they could force all the Americans to use mail-in votes. We were all told on the news, oh, you can't go vote because of COVID. You have to use mail-in ballots. And Trump says that over and over and over. It's not like you. It's not like
you give him superpowers. You give him superpowers, super mind. It really doesn't work that way for so quick. They have to do it. They have to do planning, execution of regime change for a long, long time, looking for every opportunity. But doing the COVID, that's a superpower to do. Okay, it's really a superpower. No, that's a superpower. It's not possible. You see, it's not likely. No, it's not possible. It's not possible.
Stop Trump.
No, there's no control. There's no power. There's no power in the world to be able to achieve what happened. Okay, there's no superpower like that. Really, there isn't.
So they did it.
So I intervene a bit. So backtrack a bit to what I was saying just now. So this is the 2020 article. And she was so famous for this because I also saw this news before, all this COVID nonsense. Then she was even nicknamed the Bad Woman because this news was such a big news, and she won an award for it. So Wuhan-based virologist Shi Zhenli. So this is the same person who was then working on the COVID-19 virus, who then got leaked. Yeah, so this is I'm not making shit up. I just want to say, I'm not making shit up. Like, these are all real things. However, I'm not sure about Pamela's theory on that, but I'm just saying,
You'll see.
let's say that, I mean, there's also a possibility where there might be CIA agents that broke into the lab and released the virus. Who knows? I mean, all this is a possibility. Oh, I tell you, why it's not planned. Why it's not possible in terms of that. It's not in China's favor. In that sense. Because
in China's favor. China didn't do it. The Americans did it to stop
Yeah.
They just blamed China.
No, what I mean is
they didn't stop Trump. I mean, we
They
got
tried.
the mRNA vaccines that are killing people because of Trump's warp speed. I mean,
He
Trump is
did
lucky. Trump is lucky that the Democrats didn't nail his ass to the wall in the 24 election by talking about the blood clots and the fucking heart attacks and shit. Because everybody that follows that shit thinks that shit's going on. They didn't play that up because that's
They
probably they're all
had the
involved in it
vaccine.
and they all make money off of it. The problem was with the COVID viruses. Obviously, people in positions of power got together, formulated a scheme, and took advantage of the event and convinced people to do absentee ballots. And you know that there's other people that know how to take advantage of that, and that's what happened. I mean, we're literally talking about a few thousand ballots stuffed here, a few thousand there. That's not a huge deep state thing. That's just people that know what they got to do to win. And they took advantage of a situation and they exploited the situation. It's just like the daycare scam. There's legit people and fake people.
Wyatt.
Yeah, Pamela. No. Pamela, it's hear what Wyatt telling you. It's ad hoc. It's ad hoc taking advantage of situation. Ad hoc. This is the foreign policy. This is the foreign policy of the United States. It's policy of the Democrat and Republican parties. Ad hoc use advantage of situation. What happens? There is no real planning ever, a long-term planning like that, except on individual countries and
Think about it, Pamela. You have politicians that are always scheming. This opportunity drops in front of them, and of course, people took chances and took the opportunity to exploit this situation. And some people are very smart and very able to look at the situation and push paper ballots or not in-person voting, and that's what they did. And they did it in certain areas.
If you're not going to let Wyatt talk, I'm going to say...
Don't worry.
You know what? I'll let Wyatt talk all the time.
Don't worry. Wait. Let me talk. Okay, so for me, my principle of way of analyzing things is that yes, conspiracy may be true, but also I always don't think that the whole thing is always a conspiracy because most people don't have control over so many moving parts. So, like for example, there might be this big pharma plan to do a big virus which they can then cure it and earn a lot of money. Yes, that's most likely a true thing because that's why would they even sponsor the research into a coronavirus? For what reason? That makes very little sense. But the thing is, they have no control over it because it's in China. To leak it, I feel like it's premature because they don't even have the correct.
I mean, think about it. Do you think they have to tell the Democratic Party in Chicago what to do to rig an election? No, they know what to do. There's operatives that are always there looking for something to do, looking for an opportunity. And that's what happened. And it just happened on a big scale because you had people that saw the opportunity and took full advantage of it. I mean, that's where you got people complaining about ballot harvesting and all the other stuff because people took advantage of a situation that wasn't regulated very well. And everyone was scared and everyone's freaking out. The government's peddling their nonsense nonstop, and every
Commander
idiot on
Wyatt.
TV is
Correct.
telling you you're going to die if you look at somebody without a mask. I mean, that's
Commander
what happened. They took
Wyatt.
advantage of this situation. They used it to shut down businesses, hurt people, scare people, make people stay
Wyatt
home and vote by
needs to
absentee
address
ballot. That's
the
what happened.
So I just want to add on to what Vaughn's saying. Just give me a second. I just want to add on to what Vaughn was saying because that's actually my point as well. For example, during the COVID era, people who are smart, they buy big pharma stock and earn 100 times earnings. And that doesn't mean that this guy who invested in the big pharma stock is in on the conspiracy, you see. People just react to the situation and weaponize the situation to their advantage.
I mean, I used to make
ballots and whatnot.
videos joking around about, because I had those blue surgical masks. I had a huge pile of those.
I never did.
And a huge pack of hand sanitizer. I used to joke around. I was a drug dealer. I was going to stand on the corner and sell blue masks and hand sanitizer because that's how stupid people were. And that's all that is me taking advantage of a situation, of people's fear. Oh, I'm going to sell fucking paper masks and hand sanitizers for $20 a piece, and dumbasses will give it to me. Hey, if you go vote in person, you're going to die. Here's a ballot. I'll come get it for you so you won't even have to risk dying. I mean, that's what happened. People just took advantage of the situation. I mean, you hear it every election, even before COVID. There's always dead people voting and dead people on absentee ballots and stuff. It's just that was a extreme example that, you know, a lot of crooked ass motherfuckers got in on, making money off the COVID, making money off the fear, fucking with elections. You know, I mean, it was a free for all.
That's my
if you were
point.
in power during COVID, it was a free for all for you. You got
So
to do what
that's
you
my
wanted.
point. I finish up my point. So that's my point is that this virus, if it was a planned thing, it was premature because the big pharma was not ready for it. The Communist Party will not do it because you see what damages it have done to their economy. I'm quite sure they can read it. The problem was that it's already released, it was leaked, and then they were in the middle of major negotiation with United States, and they figured out that okay, if we're going to lose this trade war anyway, let's reset the world global economic situation, and the pandemic successfully did it. It totally bring the whole global economy to a stop, and it totally destroyed Trump's re-election. It totally destroyed a lot of the economies around the world. So it worked in the certain extent, but the thing is, the consequences is so long that they cannot control every single thing. They know that there will be some repercussion, but at that moment of time, that's the best decision they can make, which is why they weaponize the WHO. They make WHO make weird statements that allows for traveling all around the world, yet they lock down their own country. So, and Singapore is one of the countries that understand China very well. We just shut off our border. We don't give a damn about what WHO say. And we lead the way. Australia followed second. So first is North Korea, Russia, and Taiwan closed the border first. Then Singapore. Once Singapore did it, Australia did it, United States did it. So this is a history.
Hey, just real quick before Chris goes, because he's been waiting forever. I would love someday to find out how many COVID infections North Korea ever had because they're so closed off already. I mean, that seems like one of the places that they'd either got hit really hard and hit it, or they're like, what's COVID?
How about the Amish? None.
So here's my view on all of this. The first is that I do see that there's a significant amount of evidence that U.S. funding was going into engineered viruses, which have characteristics that are identical to what we saw in COVID. Right. We also see that so I don't really doubt the fact that this could be an engineered virus for the purpose of trying to understand how future pandemic could occur, etc. However, the idea that this was a political ploy against Trump, you have to remember, the Democratic Party fought much harder against a Democrat running for mayor of New York than they fought against Donald Trump
He's a Muslim.
in 2024.
He's a Muslim. He got sworn in on the Quran. Wyatt.
What?
You said it was premature. The reason it could have been because they're supposed to test a vaccine for 2 years until they release it. Whoops. He got it out more in 6 months. So
if you want to spread. So for example, if you are big pharma, then you have in on this virus, you of course you want the antidote, right? But your antidote must work, right? The problem is it doesn't work. They don't have
That's
it
right.
yet. They were still developing it, and because if you have the antidote and it works, then there will be no competition. The problem is that there's a lot of competition. Everybody was fighting to make their own vaccine, so that means they don't have it.
2 years.
I'm going to interject very, very quickly.
Ruslan,
It
we
was-
were
it
supposed to
was
be
a-
locked up for 2 years, and Trump made
Yeah.
speed.
You know, the Russians made Sputnik because they tested it on prisoners because they were so desperate, and they tested it on prisoners, and it worked. And this corona is not something new. Corona came about since 1990s. It's a bad disease. It's a viral disease, and the
cold.
Russians what they did was, it was actually the Russian army, not the Russian doctors. It was the Russian army. They saw Japanese. This corona happened 100 years ago. They saw the Japanese, and they learned from it, and they created vaccine from it. And corona mutates every 2 weeks.
Yep.
Every 2 weeks, corona mutates.
It's a cold
and
virus.
that's a problem. Mm.
Yeah.
So yeah, every 2 weeks it mutates.
Yeah, I was just gonna
Vaughn.
say, like with Wyatt's theory. I mean, you know, I don't dispute that they were working on it and checking it out or whatever, and it was in the lab. But I do think it leaked out on accident, and the reason it got out across the planet was because, you know, the CCP doesn't want to be embarrassed. They don't want the bad publicity, so they tried to cover it up and make it seem like it was something else. You remember all the people being locked up in their apartments and shit, and that allowed it to spread across the world, and you know, it happened. I mean, I think that's what happened. I mean, I think it was an accidental leak, and you know, their embarrassment over it caused them to try to hide it, and that allowed it to spread across the planet. And you know, after it was there, they had to deal with it. So it was like, yeah, maybe people want to blame China, but it's kind of like China and the United States because we were funding it. But you know, and look what happened. You know, we basically had to go in there, and everybody had to go in and pitch money and come up with a vaccine.
It's not because this corona was developed in 1990s, and the United States banned it. So the companies that were working on corona moved to China because China was allowing these things.
Yep.
And they moved in, and it only takes one mistake. It's like Resident Evil style. Resident Evil, when you drop a capsule or something, and it goes, it infects everyone.
Well, I mean, think about it. You know, like, what if something like that happened, and they were trying to cover it up, and you know, by doing that or delaying reporting the incident, it gets out of control. You know, we're lucky it was just a stupid cold and not the T virus or some fucking horrible ass shit, you know, plague or something.
Vaughn,
But I mean, you know, that's the problem. You know, the governments were involved; they fucked up, and this said coming clean right off the bat. They tried to cover it up for a while and got out of hand.
It was really bad. It was really bad virus, but every time it mutated. Every 5 months, every 3 months, it mutated, and it became weaker and weaker. No. It wasn't every 2 weeks, every 3 months. With the new one, yeah, there was unsuccessful mutations, but successful ones were every 3 months. Every new phase, right? One phase, one mutation takes over, goes through it, the dissipates, and then it was seasonal, right? It wasn't continuous infections. It was every 3 months a new phase, new mutation was taken over, and it was weaker and weaker. So in the beginning, it was really bad.
I think both is correct. The virus is constantly mutating because there's just way too many people getting infected. So it mutates very fast. But the dominant strain that takes over everything will take some time, maybe 2-3 months. Which is then we get the Delta, and then we get all these things. Yeah. Jay has been raising his finger forever. Let Jay talk.
Jay.
Jay is very sad now. You need to unmute yourself. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm so sad. Yeah, there's a couple points. It's I agree with I forgot your name, Pamela. I agree with you on the fact that the Americans, they used China as a deflection away from what they were involved with. That was definitely what I viewed. Unfortunate for the Chinese, and I do think it was an accident because I wouldn't say it was any one reason that the Chinese, they messed up, right? But I think it would have been like lower level groups. They had a bit of corruption. They didn't want to, report something so serious like that. It was a bit of fear, and I don't think China overall, they would have wanted that as well. Like, they know their demographics. They're not idiots, and also, why would you want to divert so much of your attention away when you would rather, not have a pandemic and, focus on things like Taiwan, your economy, your trade relations and everything, because everything, you look at before Corona, China was growing very steadily. They would do it. They were on the path, and they still are to an extent. But yeah, they just got distracted and bogged down.
Hey, did that housing bubble back during the, I mean, I know it's always an ongoing thing, but did COVID cause some of that too with the, the reduction in the Chinese economy? Yeah.
It made it worse.
So it was already there. It just exacerbated the problem.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I think by that point, I think the bubble had already burst somewhat. And then it was bursting, but because it's a communist country, so they are able to suppress it. So it doesn't have this kind of Western style massive burst. But then the COVID made a lot of people lose their job, and which then made it worse because people cannot pay their mortgage, and it just made the whole thing just worse. So I think that is the main reason. And of course, COVID means the construction have to stop, and the construction companies will start to also suffer. So for me, I don't think China even want this pandemic. They just weaponize it because there's no choice. That's the best thing they can do at that moment. Imagine if they lock down their country and only China got the virus and no one else have it. How can it be? China would never do something so stupid. They will share it with everybody because it's socialism. We must share everything. Felix.
I mean, I kind of think too. The only like devious part of China, I would say, was once it got out and it was going to be a problem, they let it spread because they knew it was going to cause them a problem. So they figured everybody else could, you know what I mean? Like, if I'm going down, I'm going to take everybody with me kind of attitude, not like literally take them down, but like, we're going to be restricted and, our growth's going to be retarded. So everybody, the United States is obviously was.
What do you mean they let it spread? What do you mean they let it spread? When something
I mean, like, like once it got out and they were trying to hide it.
Imagine it's unknown what it is, right? How deadly, how dangerous. It's unknown at the time.
I mean, I don't mean they didn't know, like they were hiding it because they
handle it. You don't know how to handle it. You don't know how it goes around, how it's infecting. You don't know anything. So what do you need to know how to handle it, right? You just simply cannot know how to handle it because it's new
maybe
thing.
I phrased it wrong.
It's a new thing. Yeah, they couldn't. Nobody could have stopped it. Nobody
I don't mean
in
that.
the world
I think
tried.
maybe they realized once it was out of hand, they were just gonna let it run its course.
Nobody could stop it. No country in the world was able to stop it. So why would you expect from China to be able to stop it?
No, I don't mean that they were going to be able to stop it. I just meant I think like once they realized it kind of got out of hand, they were like, well, let's just let it run its course. It's going to affect us, so it's going to affect America. It's going to affect Europe. So they, what I mean, like they were just like, fuck it, it's already going. We're going to let it go.
They
immediately could stop it. Like they should have stopped it.
There was no malice from Chinese. They immediately announced, provided the info to the WHO, all the information. They investigated everything possible about it.
But there was a period where it was kind of downplayed, and they had people talking about going back and forth to China and stuff like that.
You have to make decisions. You have to make a process of what to do about it, right? You cannot just immediately know what to do.
No, no.
You have
So
to
I
make decisions to
I
ask
agree with Joey.
different things.
I agree with Jory. The problem is they did hide the information from WHO. If you go back, if you try to find the media back in January 2020, right? You go and look at the media, you go day by day, you'll see that the WHO say that there is no evidence of human-to-human transmission. So the thing is, I remember very clearly because I was following it very super closely those days. The day by day, the progression, I know it very super clearly. The WHO deliberately hide all this information, or rather, they just 100% trust China's information without question. That was what happened then, which was why it was a very surprising thing when Singapore decided to close the border. We are one of the world's first country to close the border. And when Singapore does something, means we know something very serious. And Singapore have 3 representatives inside of WHO. So we have clear intel of what's happening inside WHO, and we decided to close against WHO advice. So that was then. But I have to say that I agree with Jerry that no one knows how the virus is going to work, how to stop it, which is why China went to go all out shutdown. By right, any other virus, such a shutdown would have worked, but the virus, they don't even know how it works. What is the silent period? So even with the shutdown, they can't really control it. The Chinese government believe they could control it because they have the capability to shut people down and to exert extreme control over the people, but even they cannot really shut it down until quite some time later. But then their first mistake to allow the virus to go overseas, come back to bite them, because yes, now you have controlled the virus within your country, but the virus is going to come back from the foreigners that are returning to China. So then they have a second, third wave, and then it's like after that they just gave up.
Weren't they getting
Felix.
hit by the variants that were coming back from other countries, from people that got affected with the first version too?
Jesus, Vaughn, read the posts. Felix, you're muted.
Sorry, I'm going to interject.
Ruslan, go ahead and interject.
Yeah,
it's Felix's turn,
what-
Sugar Pie.
What
You're
we
wonderful,
learned-
though.
What we learned from Corona is that it was a biological weapon. We dissected everything. It was a biological weapon. Where did it come from? Well, it was from United States big pharma. It came through China, and that's how we are. And it mutates every 2 weeks.
I would say it's not from. Like I said, the virus came from Yunnan, which is in China. The money come from United States. The virus didn't come from United States. It's always been in China.
North
It's just that they weaponize it. They try to change the DNA inside. Like one of the things that they have been rumored around is that they added elements of AIDS, which is why people when try to detect AIDS, right, they get a lot of false positive because the people who caught virus actually will be tested positive for AIDS testing because of how it changed your body.
Yeah,
you're right.
Felix.
Hey, let Felix go, man. Let Felix go, Felix.
Okay, I just wanted to say that I just wanted to say that while the COVID pandemic was going around, I was very young. I was around 12 years old or 13 years old. So I remember quite well that the media, or at least the Italian media, followed very in line with the English and American medias. So, for example, at the beginning, they were saying that the situation was fine, that the virus wasn't coming from China, that everything was going to be okay. And I remember saying to my mother at the time, Mom, I think that it's going to be a pandemic and that we should buy masks. And that was quite funny because afterwards it became a global pandemic. And I also remember one thing that was very crazy for me, that, for example, at sometimes some months, if not 7 to 8 months after the pandemic started, some kind of journals tried to blame Italy for the pandemic. That
Oh,
was very
yeah.
strange.
Yeah. So
And I don't
Wyatt,
know why.
I got a
if I tell you-
question.
What if
I got a
tell you-
question.
Can you, Pamela, stop. Can you let Felix finish? Can you let Felix finish? You
Felix finished
interrupted
already.
him.
I thought he was
please?
done.
Muted.
Are you done? Are you done, Felix?
Yeah, it was done. It was done.
See, Jura, Jesus.
Sorry, you're interrupting everyone all the time. So calm down.
Thank you, you.
Calm down,
No,
Pamela.
this is important. This is important. I got a question.
Come on, Pamela.
What?
We're not even 3 hours in. We do 7 hours here. You got plenty of fucking time.
What
No.
if I tell you?
This is important. It's just one question. Why did Nancy Pelosi file the articles of impeachment on the 15th of December and then wait until the 19th of January to deliver
Who
them?
gives a shit? He didn't even get impeached.
Nancy Pelosi impeached Donald Trump for the Zelensky phone call, and she held on to them articles of impeachment until the virus was released in Seattle.
Who is
Seattle was
Nancy
ground
Pelosi?
zero.
Who is Nancy Pelosi?
The Speaker
But the thing
of the
is-
U.S. House.
No,
Why
I
if I
think
tell
it's
you?
unrelated though, because you have to understand that Nancy Pelosi was in March of 2020 was still organizing some event in Chinatown in New York. So she have no freaking idea of how scary the virus was, because I was following and I was very pissed off with the Europeans and the Americans because they have not give a damn about the COVID situation. There was no clear real reporting about the virus. They just say, oh, something happened in China and that's it. And nobody give a damn. Everybody was like busy with the internal politics within the United States, and then it was until the things got really serious, that was around middle of early March, that United States start to react like seriously. And early March was when Nancy Pelosi had this Chinatown event in New York. And then middle of March, the shutdown begins. So I don't think it's related at all.
Like with why it's talking about too, like once things started going bad and all the stuff with the nursing homes and shit like that, that's when people started pulling up all those clips of Nancy Pelosi encouraging, oh, you should go to China for New Year, and if you're Chinese, you should show them they were showing the politicians and the other people that were downplaying it back a month before, and now they all look like fools because it's way worse than we thought. And you're out here, back when it was really bad, you're out there encouraging people to travel and commingle and not wear masks. And now it's like now you're out here saying the exact opposite, and that's it was political here in the States because they were just like, look how stupid Nancy Pelosi is. She was telling people to go to Chinatown.
Because what happened in that 2 months when the COVID first happened in China all the way to the shutdown in the United States, because Trump was informed very early about the virus, and then he already instituted the some kind of border closure and control. Because they followed Singapore right after Singapore, right? I see Singapore, Australia, then United States. Then what in that 2 months is all about the media and the Democrats attacking Trump for being a racist. No, that was what happened then. I remember everything very clearly because it was such an unusual time. So
and that's what allowed that virus to go all over the place and spread crazy, because you had people on both sides that were powerful people telling you, oh, it's bullshit, don't listen to Trump, Trump's a fucking Nazi, and Trump's out here saying, hey, maybe get a mask or stay home or whatever shit he was saying. It was like whatever, both sides were just against each other because Trump was in charge, and those few weeks or months, couple months of time allowed the disease to spread and things to get crazy. And and then when it got bad, everybody started pulling the clips up like, oh, remember when you said this? I mean, even now, look at all the people that were pro-vaccine or whatever, and now they're getting that shit rubbed in their face. It doesn't matter if you're a politician.
I really cannot blame the public, because it's really hard to follow everything that happened. This why people get confused when Trump say it's thanks to me that I closed the border early and whatnot, saved millions of people. People don't understand what happened. Yeah, people they don't know what Trump is talking about because no one is paying attention. And
Right.
and so when I say all these things, a lot of people may be surprised because they don't even know all these things had happened because it was such
What
a
if I tell
noisy
you-
time, right? Average. It was a very noisy period of time. No U.S. politics
What
there.
if-
Average.
Oh, jeez. Wait, I get a phone call first.
Oh, okay. You lost your turn.
I'm just saying, Wyatt, they needed it to spread, and Trump shut the borders so it wouldn't spread. And they needed
Yeah,
it
but
to
then Italy,
spread.
it's Felix's fault. It's Felix's fault.
It still spread. It didn't even matter. I mean,
Pamela,
all you
please,
had
would
in
you
that
stop
time frame was
talking
all,
about
like Wyatt said, all this
Pamela,
noise and people yelling at
Let's
each
talk
other.
about something else.
The prime
What if
hotspot
I
for
tell
COVID
you-
in
Pamela,
Europe was
please
Italy.
stop
Italy's
talking
fault.
about it.
Italy just keep welcoming all the Chinese people.
what-
Come. Sorry,
No,
average go.
what if I tell you? What if I tell you the biggest conspiracy is the big farmers? They earn the big cash. They don't show the effectiveness of the vaccines.
The
Now,
whole deep state.
now
So what do you guys think about? Sorry.
now the side effects coming back to bite them. All the vaccine side effects, especially
The whole deep
So
state.
average just now, I think you missed it. Our conversation earlier. So what I was saying is that the big pharma actually was not ready. This virus was not supposed to be released at that moment of time. They haven't come up with the antidote yet. So it was leaked really accidentally, and then China just allowed it to spread across the world. And the big pharma was like caught by surprise
It's a
also
mouse
because they don't have the antidote yet. So they did come up with the vaccine quite fast, but it was not the actual antidote. It was not ready yet. I think it was just everything just go haywire, just went fucked up.
There's
Well,
no
but-
such thing as a vaccine
Pamela,
for
please
cold.
stop talking about virus. Pamela,
Hey,
stop talking, please,
Yeah.
please.
Okay,
Too
we can
much.
change topic. We have the super chat,
We-
by Johari. But
You got a fucking $20 super
mostly
chat.
Western farmer.
but it is a very old topic anyway. So
Pfizer's AZ
Wyatt,
cause a high casualty.
vaccine passports, digital ID.
Please stop,
mail-in
Pamela,
voting.
please. Enough. 3 hours. Let's change the topic. Please
Why
read
it started
the
with the
super chat.
vaccines? Why it started
Why?
Digital
Please,
IDs.
read
I know
super
we were
chat.
talking about China. We were talking about China military coup, and somehow we just go to COVID. So anyway, super chat by Johari. Quick question to Vaughn: what is the actual situation in Minneapolis? Seems like the National Guard is deployed to help the police combat ICE and keep the peace. US is weird, where enforcing federal law become a protest. Highs.
Haven't seen anything in the last few hours because I haven't been watching. But I did see this morning that they deployed the National Guard. I don't think they're armed. Maybe they got pistols, but they're wearing all their, heavy winter clothing. And they were handing out donuts and coffee to the protesters. So I'm not really sure what's going on there. I don't think they'll interfere with ICE. I think they're just there to maybe put space between ICE and the protesters and the police. Because if they engage the federal agents, let's say in a negative way, I would assume Trump could federalize them, and if he federalizes them, then he has command of them, and he can basically send them home or order them to do whatever. And if they don't do it, then they get in trouble and all that. So I think they're just there to just put bodies on the line and maybe keep people from freaking out. But who knows what's going to happen? Because you've got people out there trying to antagonize the situation. There's questions about how well some of these guys are trained that are on the line, but then again, they're not regular cops and they're not trained in crowd control or de-escalation. These guys are supposed to go in and kick a door in and grab a guy and take him most of the time. I know they do other stuff. They probably should have started out by going around in khakis and a polo with their badge and picking up these people. But the problem is some of these states have sanctuary, policies, so they won't hold these guys in jail. So they get out on the streets, and that's why they have to go out on the streets like they are to get them. But yeah, with the deployment of the National Guard, I haven't seen anything that would indicate that they're going to interfere with the ICE, and I don't think they would, because those military guys would be liable for their actions, even as National Guard. And like I said, Trump could federalize them, and then they're under his jurisdiction. And if they don't obey orders, and then it's the UCMJ and all that kind of crap. So Like I said, I think right now they're just there as just bodies between the protesters and ICE, just to kind of maybe a show of force, but not force, but just like the government's here. We have overwhelming numbers. We'll make sure things stay calm. Because I haven't seen anybody fuck with them either. So I'd say right now it's kind of a de-escalatory thing. Because like I said, they were giving the protesters donuts and coffee. So, you know.
One thing I know about National Guards, I have a brother from Tennessee National Guard. They won't shoot him. They will go and will give you coffee and donuts. They're just too tired of everything. So when the National Guards come in, they won't fire at you.
So I think they agreed. They work with Trump. Tim Walz and Trump work together now to de-escalate. I think this is what's going on. They de-escalating, and they work in order to cooperate, working together most likely to calm down situations. So it's a buffer most likely, with attention to slow down ICE, with attention to calm down the demonstrations. This is so ICE will slow down. They will keep guard on themselves, and National Guard is there to protect ICE from demonstrator and to protect demonstrator from ICE too, right? It's both there. So I think they're cooperating. Yeah.
I think you're right that there might be some kind of backroom cooperation, because think about all the shit that Trump's talked about Waltz, calling him a retard and stuff. And if he wanted to embarrass Waltz, if he calls out the National Guard, he could just snap his fingers literally, and they're Trump's troops. And he could take them away from him and tell him to do something totally different. The fact that he's let him call him out, there's been no like nasty exchange between him and Trump, no threats. And then, like I said, they're handing out coffee and donuts. You know, yours probably right too. You know, it's a de-escalation, and they probably are cooperating because obviously Trump hates that motherfucker, and he's not saying anything. And there's not anybody fucking with the National Guard, so that might be a good sign, especially after the last week.
Ruslan, where are
Sorry,
you?
so I give an update regarding the Minneapolis for people who don't know what's happening.
Pamela, I'm in Newfoundland.
Sorry, Wyatt.
Okay. So Minneapolis, for those that not following the news in United States. So just an overview. So the ICE is the immigration control. They went into Minneapolis to capture all these illegal immigrants. So they're going around, checking on everybody, trying to get all these people who are already on criminal records to get out. And then the Democrats was trying to block it. So the latest is that the protesters have created a zone where they control. It's a bit like the chess zone, donkey years ago. So they control everything, and then the police do not stop them. They allow this group of civilians to control a part of the city, totally out of control of the city. The police and the National Guards of this state basically surrounds it and basically blocks it from ICE agents from entering. So that is the current situation. The latest is that the signal check groups, there's a lot of signal check groups have leaked, and the journalists and the feds have entered into the signal group, and they have found a lot of people that are related to the Democrats and whatnot, all inside the chat groups. They are running plates of they're running the car plates of all these different cars that ICE is using and whatnot. And there was a massive intel organization within these signal groups. And the latest is that they are all ejecting from the group. And there was the lieutenant LT governor. So I'm not sure is it lieutenant governor Peggy Flanagan. Yeah, lieutenant governor. So she was one of the admins in the signal chat group, and she basically just shut down her Facebook page. So or Facebook profile. So a lot of shit is gonna happen right now.
On that chat, on autonomous zone, I believe that was dismantled by the National Guard this morning because they showed video of them going in there with cars and stuff and cleaning it out. Unless they popped up another one since then. But there was one around the area where that guy was shot, and then they went in and cleaned it out. But but the way it's going, I mean, they might have set up another one because I mean they're obviously pretty well coordinated, and they can move around. And if they got signal and stuff, they can, they can send somebody over this way to get the cops to go there, then go over somewhere else and fuck around where there's less cops. Plus, you got them tracking the people and following them and everything else. I mean. They're obviously organized because look how often you see videos now of them running. I mean, I'm here. I haven't seen a convoy of ICE vehicles. I mean, maybe one's driven by, but since I don't have a cool friend in the signals group, I didn't know. But I'm just saying, it's like somebody's obviously giving these guys a lot of information because they seem to know where these guys are. Just happen to be in the neighborhood, or it's fucked up if you think about it. If you want to be cynical, the people that live there know where all the illegals are, so that's where they hang out.
The signal group is a very major thing because everyone that is the activists and the protesters and rioters, whoever that is in Minneapolis or Minnesota, is in those chat group. Everybody's in it. So if the feds have the whole list of everyone that was involved, everybody's gonna get arrested, including all the Democrats politicians, the governor, because like I said, the lieutenant governor was inside. So it's going to be insane if they manage to get all the whole list. Vaughn.
I would just say this: don't get your hopes up because Trump talks a lot of game and big game when it comes to justice and the DOJ, and they never deliver. And you can pick any number. You can look at any number of big legal events that have happened over the last 5 years or through his entire presence in the political stage. I mean, he does deliver on some things. He's working on stuff. Some of the stuff's crazy. Maybe it'll work. Maybe it won't. We're on, and we're also on dangerous ground. But at the same time, when it comes to domestic justice in the Department of Justice, I'd say he's dropping the ball quite a bit. His people are dropping the ball, and they're not getting the results. So he can, they've got these people dead to rights. He keeps throwing the word insurrection around. I mean, I don't know how China is, but I would imagine if you had people doing something like this in China, they would probably get arrested just like those generals did and treated probably like insurrectionists and traitors. But for some reason, Trump's going to say that's the thing. He talks a big game, but are his people going to deliver? I mean, they had the church incident. You can agree or not agree, but we do have laws and people have rights, and those people should have been arrested and charged and then adjudicated. But apparently, they're not going to. Most of them aren't going to be charged. There's not going to be any justice. So, if you can't get it on simple stuff like that, you don't expect it to get it on any of these big things. I mean, people are talking a lot of shit about Tim Walz and all these people getting busted for corruption. Yeah, maybe. I mean, everybody knows what crooks everybody is that's ever been president that's still alive is. Ain't none of them bastards in jail. None of their lackeys. None of their buddies. None of the. I mean. Once in a while, some congressman that was a little too greedy or a little too perverted gets thrown out on the bus. But other than that, these guys walk all the time.
I'm going to
Who's that?
interject.
Ruslan.
Ruslan. Yeah, Ruslan.
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 Ruslan. I'm going to
Ruslan.
interject. Yeah, Ruslan.
Ruslan.
I'm going to interject one more time because my grandparent, when he was coming out of the Second World War, he was taken to Gulag.
He was what? Say again.
Taken to Gulag. Taken to Gulag. Gulag.
Gulag.
Yeah. So. It's not funny. Yeah, he's gone. This is why I love DPA.
Get to your mic, Ruslan. We can't hear you.
Yeah. Right. Can you hear me right now?
We can hear you.
Yeah. It was taken to go Gulag. Yeah, I will go now.
Oh, stay.
But he was, yeah.
I love you, Ruslan.
Oh no, it's a confession.
Talking about sacking a generals for where it is a PLA generals, I think it's very common on that. Even Putin sacking some top commanders and generals during the special military operation in the Ukraine conflicts there. So I see it's very normal. And Putin's also recalibrate and recoordinate their strategy. In the beginning of the strategy in the Ukraine, it's not very working that well until he changed and reassigned the generals and sacking some of the generals due to the intelligence leak. Now, those the battlefield starting working on the Russia favor on that. So I don't see it's a very big issues on the PLA side there. That's my.
Do you agree, Wyatt?
There's a big difference because in Russia they replaced Shoigu, right? So, but there is an official change of appointment. There's no replace. This one there was an official announcement of that these two guys have no break discipline and whatever. So there is an official announcement that these guys are getting disciplined. So it's different, right? In that sense.
Not that difference. Putin also.
So I replace a director in my company versus I sack a director in the company.
No, he also sacking key personnel in the FSA.
I sack and then I sue them. So now it's like I sack and I sue them versus I just replace. This of course it's different. How can it be the same?
No, Putin is just the same as Putin sacking key personnel in FSA.
No, Shoigu was redeployed to this Security Council.
No, not just Shoigu. Shoigu is just part of the key master planners on it.
Why I say Shoigu is because Shoigu is the top. He's one of the top guys in the military. So now this case is not about the lower generals or whatnot. This is like the top guys. It's like Putin suddenly announced that Gerasimov has been taken out and saying that this guy is now conducting against the state. This is a huge thing. It will be insane big news if it's Russia that have done it. Then it is Gerasimov is the top soldier, right? So it's a big thing. How can it be like the same? It's not. I don't think it's business as usual.
We'll see things unfold in the near futures, but in my personal opinions, that not much difference in the core planning. CORE, core planning.
Yeah, that's true. The thing about everything China, we also don't know what's real, what.
Because the way China works is collective decisions. 7 positions committee members. There's not solely rely on one general's call the shots or something. They still have a 7-man committee. They have a collective decisions. That's why Xi Jinping just only the representative of the spokespersons of head of state. But the decision need to reach, we have to rely on these 7 committee members. That's how CPC works.
Yeah, that's how every communist party works. It's not one person decision. It's always committee.
Yes.
They agree on one thing. This is how communist party always work. It's not one person.
Same as Israel.
Everyone, yeah, they have their board of decision making on every level. Every single level, there's a board for decision making. Not one person. One person just executes what the board decided. Well, that one person, if it has an influence, can influence every board member to decide what they want. Yes, that's always normal in every social group, right? And this is the board members are social group or communist party councils or anything. It's always social group, and they influence each other, and this is how it works. It's just normal societal process. They think Communist Party is something of dictatorial, But yeah, when the board decides something in a company, it's a dictatorial, right? That's how every company works. That's how every company works.
I mean, I kind of agree with your. I mean,
every board is dictatorial in every company, right? You cannot change it. If a board decides it, it's dictatorial. That's why it's just opinion of the Communist Party as dictators.
No, I was just going to say on the China thing, like with what I mean, I don't know if it's the same thing yours thinking, but like he said, the board decides on a project, and then like Xi's the CEO, so he executes. And the way I look at it is, it's like it may be unprecedented to get a third term. Maybe he got that because he was able to play the political game and finagle his way in. But at the same time, I kind of feel like the board set an agenda, and as long as Xi is getting the agenda done and there's no problem, then there's no reason to rock the boat. I mean, if it's not broke, don't fix it. I mean, he'll serve until he's too old to serve. And like I would assume in that type of a system, if they give you a goal and you don't fuck up or do better than that you were supposed to, then you're not going to have a problem. If you fuck up and don't get the job done that you said you were going to get done, and the party wants you to get done, then you're probably going to have a problem. So I feel like Xi, they gave him a plan. He executes the plan. There's no problem. He can stay as long as he's capable. Once he's incapable, they'll find the next guy to take his place and keep the plan going.
So I just want to add. So there is a reason why if the China observers or the people who are anti-China talks a lot about the factions and talks about who is in these committees. So this big seven, right, that Average was talking about, they are all part of the Xi Jinping's family or the faction. In the past, this committee is always mixed with different factions. So there may be 2% from this faction, 3% from that faction. Then there's always a power balance between the various factions. So which is why the overarching narrative is that Xi has taken power and overtook and overpowered all the different factions. And all of these guys, I asked Grok to help me break down. They say that all sevens are actually part of the Xi Jinping faction. So the Hu Jintao faction or the whatever faction is all gone. They are all now secondary, which means that this is essentially a dictatorship. This is not a consensus thing. Xi Jinping is the leader of this faction. There is no consensus needed to be taken because everybody is under him. Whoever in this list that want to go against Xi Jinping will be removed. But there's no reason to go against him because you are now in the top governing power, right? So you just work with Xi, you have your good life. So
you got to respect it, though. I mean, Xi has power and he's not afraid to use it. I mean, he's only got so much time potentially, and he's made the most of it. And he's going to he probably extended his time by doing that. I mean, we don't know what goes on in there. I mean, I don't, because it's hard to find out. But I mean, obviously, he has no problem with, exploring the limits of his power.
No,
I also echo what Vaughn said. Yeah, I echo what Vaughn said. I really actually don't really care about which faction is in power. Like, for me, is that it's just a natural thing that is going to happen.
Singapore.
But in Singapore, it's the same thing. There was two factions within the PAP, the People's Action Party.
The scheme outside is democracy.
No. In the Singapore's case, it was the same. It was the same. Yeah, there was two factions in the PAP.
Board. When Trump makes this board, the same board as Xi Jinping. Like, will that be the same? Then would you have the same opinion of, because Trump have lifetime leadership of this board of peace or peace board? Is it gonna be a plank? Why didn't it call it plank of peace?
Whatever system
they should have called it plank of peace. So yeah, officially.
No, I think they will. No, okay. So for Board of Peace wise, I think once Trump is not president, I think he will relinquish the position. I'm quite sure it will be a position for the U.S. president. So I don't think he will hold on to it. But coming back to the China one,
it's his name. It's his name. No. It's not.
He
It's
would,
not president.
he would rule Singapore for
It's his
30
name.
years under democracy systems. But it's
So,
very
wait, one by
dictatorial.
one, one by. It's so confusing. There's 3 different topics all at the same time. So first, I want to finish the China one
Hey,
first.
shit.
Just as what Vaughn said, is actually okay. If Xi Jinping is so good that he's able to dominate the politics, then good for him. You know, this perfectly fine. He will work things out more
PPC actually
smoothly.
learn it from PAP.
Yeah.
They absorb the good elements of PAP.
No.
Incorporate
No,
the
no.
CPC.
The political structure, they did not follow the PAP. They only learned the economic structure, the social structure, the way
No,
how
the
to run the
bureaucracy is
society.
a lot of
Bureaucracy
similarity.
is not. It's not how it works. I 100%
How will they
tell you
improve
it does.
the
It's not how it works.
infrastructures?
No, our
They improve
political
the-
system is based on the British system. It's not based on
Not
the
really.
Communist
It is
Party has no
half-baked.
reason to follow the PAP system, political system, because we don't have a standing committee. Put it that way. We have a cabinet. The cabinet
In
have
the
to be
Lee Kuan Yew
rotated.
time, it doesn't have an opposition leaders, you know. It's very dictatorial. Only recently,
No,
the laws
you're also
that
wrong.
even the opposition
You're also wrong.
leaders.
The PAP during the Lee Kuan Yew's era was the greatest cabinet then, because all the people is super talented. That is the reason why Singapore was so successful. If you look at today's cabinet, is nowhere close to the standard that there was under the Lee Kuan Yew era. Lee Kuan Yew is not a dictator per se. He is very authoritarian, but
why
his
Lawrence
cabinet
keeps
is
saying
really
it.
good. Every
making
single
this
member
thing a
was
bad thing.
legendary. No, I'm just telling you for the truth, for the fact as a Singaporean. Every single cabinet member then was legendary. They were all super good during those days. So no, you can't have a dictatorship that successfully run a country so successfully. It's not so simple. You need
Even
to have
in
good
Singapore
people.
time,
Even Putin have
The
very
way
good
they-
people
how
under
they
him.
handle the oppositions, you know, they make it opposition very difficult.
No,
to
the
defend themselves.
opposition screwed themselves. I can tell you the story also late. So I'm just saying that no, I echo Vaughn's view.
It's very
good for
brutal
them.
way to dictate.
So
Some
then come to
even
the
exile.
Singapore one. No, so I tell you guys. So I tell you for what happened. So
How
there
he
was
used
two factions
Imperialist
within the
Act.
PAP. Before independence, there's two factions in PAP, the People's Action Party in Singapore. So there is the Chinese faction and the English faction. So the English speaking one and the Chinese speaking one. The Chinese speaking one later broke away and formed their own party. They actually became the #1 opposition party during those days. But because they are unhappy with the election result, they decided not to attend parliament to protest. They want to protest the election result. And because they don't attend parliament, they didn't do their job as politicians, as MPs. Lee Kuan Yew just decided that, okay, which means that these guys have all resigned. They all have given up their position as MPs, and they all lose their seats. And then after that, they started to do investigations against them for communist connections, and then all of them got arrested, and some self-exile or whatnot. I'm not sure. The exile one is real communist that was unrelated to Singapore's political system. So there is then because of this stupid walkout, they didn't want to attend parliament, so they lose their power. The next 4 years of Singapore development, everybody saw results. Everybody see that, whoa, the PAP indeed brought good results, and they can see the country's moving forward. When the general elections come, nobody want to vote for the opposition anymore because everybody see results in the ruling party, and that's how the ruling party dominated the politics in Singapore, because they delivered results year after year, year after year, year after year. Oppositions have no way to get back power anymore because everything that they complain about the PAP, they have no angles to go in.
I mean,
That is
I
against the
wasn't
terrorists.
knocking China for the way they do it either. I mean, they're lucky. I mean, think about the United States. Every 2 to 4 years, everything can change, and you start going one way, then the next guy comes in and changes it. I mean, like China and Russia have the advantage; they can set a long-term goal, and as long as the project manager is getting the job done, he gets to stay. I mean, there's no. I mean, yeah, there's all political shit going on in the background, but it's like, bottom line is if the guy at the top's getting the job done, they let him do the job. They don't fuck with him, and the job gets done. It's like here, one congressman can fuck up the whole thing, and it doesn't. It's ridiculous.
No, because the United States can be saved, but they're willing to sacrifice the lobby systems, because if you get rid of lobbyists, I think things will get back to normal in a matter of time. Just because that the oligarchs heavily influence the Congress and the Senate, things, the policy they implement in the United States cannot be run smoothly because of the interference by these big corporations and the military industrial complex. If they do whatever politicians should do for care for people, not influenced by the corporations, things can be done quite well. But unfortunately, the system been set up that way. The corporation and oligarchs very easily influence the United States politics. That's why they're bringing up today.
The thing is, if corruption will happen with or without lobbying, the thing is because people with power tends to corrupt. Yeah, same. There's no lobbying in Malaysia. Malaysia will have one of the most corrupted administration. So the thing is
Malaysia is different. Malaysia is apartheid.
It's always different, right?
Semi-autonomy apartheid.
I just say it doesn't need lobbying to have corruption. That's what I mean. That's why, of course, it's different, because I said you don't need lobbying to have corruption.
Malaysia is apartheid, not corporations.
I would not go that far to say it's apartheid, but no,
it is. Our constitution is written clearly that they're giving an unfair advantage to a certain race.
Yeah, so
you can read Article 153. You can read that.
I know. That's why Singapore is our own country. That's why we left Malaysia because we cannot agree with the constitution.
Because we want Malaysia for Malaysian. That these establishments of a Malay elites doesn't allow to have that, because if you have equality, those Malays elite will lose the power. That's the thing. Just as same as Iran, mullahs and the IRGC want to grab the power by their hands. They cannot manage the economy. Okay, IRGC, the Iran problem is because of the mullahs and IRGC. Otherwise, if the Democrat elect after that time the first Prime Minister, Mossadegh, Iran's going okay. Because today's Iran problem is because the mullahs self-inflicted problem. Then Mossad and United States have taking their windows of opportunity to screw them up even further. That's their own problem on that.
Whose problem?
So
Iran's making trouble
board
all
of
over the
peace.
world.
No,
we should talk about board of peace, right? Because it's title of this open mic, board of peace, because we were touched upon the different type of rule.
We'll touch the Iran issue as well, board of peace, because the Trump's agenda is also on it. Iran's on the table of the Trump's agenda.
I want to talk about structure of board of peace, because we were talking about structure of the Communist Party and how they act. Is it dictatorial or not?
Board of peace, just
right?
like a private club. You buy a go-kart,
no, not necessarily. At the moment, it's presidents, it's leaders of the countries. So it's not just private opportunity, but except the Trump. Trump is named as the president of the board, and it's not as a president of USA function, but a name, right? So he's deciding on decision and ruling and the topic, and he's a lifetime name.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a lifetime. It's not a president of US that will hold it. It's a lifetime assignment for the Trump. That's in the Board of Peace statute. He says that he is the president and leader, and he decides everything.
You have to understand. United Nations was mooted by United States. Okay, Trump want to create another version of a United Nations, which is don't like how the orders of a old United Nations, how he sees it, because the old United Nations does not benefit Trump's own personal agenda. So he created another one called Board of Peace, which is another version under Trump's narrative.
What?
That's how
Say it again.
Yeah, you went back to the way basics. I was
No.
wanted to talk about statue. Did anyone read the statue of Board of Peace where it says that Trump is the leader and controls everything?
For life, forever.
Yes, for life. Basically.
Yeah, so I just fact checked. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's for life.
he treat the Board of Peace like
Yeah, for
a
life.
private club.
That's
that
right.
You have to give it as a VVIP members if you tender billions of dollars over there. It's not about doing good
But
for
you
the
see,
world. It's doing good for
money
Trump.
is always a very good way to confirm commitment. That is a real thing.
That's
If
why
no
United
one
States
want to put
in-
money behind it, you don't have to trust the person for coming to it. For example, every single conference that I registered that is free, I never attended them because I always like, okay, I will go when I'm free. Then end up I'm always busy, so I never attended them. But if I pay money for it, I will 100% attend. So
Hey, Wyatt, that's also
Yeah.
that they don't have to go through a government giving money. It's private now. The governments
What?
are too unwieldy
Is
to
it?
give money.
No, it's not. Government have to go give 1 billion. It's not
No,
possible
individuals.
by the private. No,
Each
individual.
member gives
Yeah,
a
the
billion.
No,
countries
each
are
member
invited.
state has to pay in $1 billion. That's why
It's not
Russia
a
said
member state. It's an individual
Yes, it's a
board
member state,
each
just like United Nations.
each representative on the board has to come with $1 billion. Then,
A person,
so
not
like
a
Russia
group.
said that they'd pay their $1 billion out of the seized funds, so they'll get
It's
one
Putin's
person
money.
like a Lavrov guy on the board, and then
It's
the
all
United States
Putin's
kicks
money.
in $1 billion, and they'll have Witkoff or Jared Kushner on the board, and then whoever the EU picks, or Britain, or I mean, it might be each country in the EU. It might just be the
It's
EU.
not countries, it's people. It's individuals.
They're
not
representing the
countries.
countries,
Oh, no,
just like a
no.
diplomat.
Well, who is Jared or Witkoff?
You can
representing?
appoint people. You can,
read
I mean,
the-
he's Trump's son-in-law. He's got massive power. He could appoint him to do anything.
He wasn't
Read the
approved by
statute,
the Senate.
Pamela. Pamela, read the statute. Read the statute
Witkoff
of the
isn't
board of
approved
peace
The president can
before-
appoint special
before-
envoys and all kinds of shit.
It's an
So that's
envoy,
probably what it would be, some kind of envoy on the board of peace
but
that
it's
would
not
represent
government.
the United States position. And the Russians will have an envoy on the board of peace that will represent the Russian position.
And
I mean,
an
that's all it's
envoy
gonna
is
be.
not an official. An envoy is not an official. They weren't approved by Congress.
I'm just using the terms. These people from these countries that paid to be on this board are allowed to meet and talk. So that's
Yeah.
what they're going to do. And maybe
private.
they'll agree on something that will work, and other people like the UN will agree with them. Or maybe everybody will tell them that's insane. You're all fucking crazy. Fuck off. But they're basically, it's like a board of, whatever, advisors, whatever. They paid to be there. They're all going to get together and talk. And then they'll make their recommendations on whatever policy they discuss to the countries they represent.
Not
That's
the
all
If they're
countries.
individuals, no. If they're individuals, they wouldn't have no power to decide on their countries. So
No, it's a
it's just
board.
useless. It will be useless
board.
if it's just individuals. No, Pamela.
It's a
If it's just
board
individuals with
of a
no
board.
state function, if they don't
No
have state function, they wouldn't have no power to implement anything.
They
Come
don't
on,
need it.
Pamela.
They just need to hire people
Oh.
to build.
All it's going to be is like
Wow.
a diplomatic business panel. I mean, yeah, they're going to try and do peace, but it's going to be people that are able to get funding or get investment or know people that can, mitigate these disputes and shit. That's what it's going to be.
From
It's
where?
just going to be from the
They're
countries that pay to be there.
They're not
Just-
getting the money from countries. They're getting the money from private investors. It's a private board.
Anyway, super chat by Wallace. Happy Australia Day. Australia was the first army to give both Germany and Japan their first major strategic defeat in World War II in the Battle of Tobruk and the Battle of Papua New Guinea. So glad we are not in NATO. Slava Australia.
Well, I mean, think about it, Pamela. Even if it was like you're saying, Elon Musk pays $1 billion to be there, don't you think that his position there would be representing the United States?
No.
And then
He's
let's say I
representing
don't
his
know any
company.
Russian oligarchs, but let's say Jose Pekarov, the owner of like the oil industry in Russia. He pays $1 billion and he goes there and he's just an oil baron. Well,
Yeah.
obviously he's there to represent Russia's interest.
No.
I mean, none of these guys are going to make a call and not run it by the leader of their country, at least. I mean, you think
Those
somebody's going to do something
oligarchs.
oh, hey, I mean, think about it. They're going to be told what they can talk about, what the limits are.
Why
And then they'll tell that, and then they'll tell them what they were told, and they'll go back, and then everybody will get together and make a decision. It's not that big of a deal.
Okay,
It
we
actually
don't
might
have to
work
argue
better.
about this point anymore. I asked Grok. Grok say that private individuals cannot be member of the Board of Peace. So in the charter, they say that it's explicitly limited to states. So, and this invitation, from my understanding, has also gone to the Pope. But Pope is the head of state of Vatican, which is also a country. So that makes sense, because before that I was like thinking, okay, so religious organization also get it, but okay, I forgot that Vatican is a country as well. And I also just checked whether Singapore received an invitation, and yeah, Singapore received an invitation, but we have not decided yet. So yeah, I will still come back to the same point. The commitment of money makes a big difference. The commitment of $1 billion for the permanent membership means that you will want this to make it work, because your country taxpayers are paying $1 billion. You have to be answerable to your taxpayers. So it is, and especially if you have a major Muslim population like Singapore, then the actions to make good on the promises on Gaza becomes like very heavy. You throw in the money, and then Gaza is a big Islamic Muslim issue, so it must succeed. So that's a fantastic thing to me. It's just a good thing.
Look what Putin said. He said, we want to join the Board of Peace, but we want the rights of the Palestinians to be respected under the UN resolution. So there's already a crossover right there.
Read the nuances.
They're going to put their heavy hitters on this panel, the real guys that could get shit done, and they're paying up front to do it. They're putting their money on the table, and they're going to see if shit works out. But it's basically just a paid diplomatic club. But maybe it'll work better because you're going to have people that are, like Wyatt said, they're serious because they're paying to be there, and they got to have results. They can't just fucking, we're all going to go meet in Davos and hang out and have fucking caviar. That's fine, but you better come home with some fucking, some coin or something. If you're the Board of Peace, there better be some fucking peace.
I like everything about it, especially this $1 billion contribution fee. It means the small states that don't have power, don't have money, right, will not be involved to throw this, sticks in the wheels, right? Which is what they do in the United Nations. The small countries that don't have power, that are unordered, basically they're corrupted, and they're easily bribed, so they interject with real
South
deals,
Africa,
right?
Like South Africa.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
they took a lot of things.
Resolutions.
Many things. But only thing that's really bad is the lifetime Trump's control. It's dictatorial. It's a dictatorial thing. The charter actually provides for dictatorial power of the chairman of the board.
Yeah, I think that's the problem. But I think
business-like structure.
But I think Trump is just paranoid. Like he don't believe that he don't believe in other people. Put it that way. He worried that he get hijacked, like United Nations, and then and then they just go sideways.
I mean,
I think
if you
this
think
what
about it, how old is he now? What, 87?
79.
I mean, he maybe he's around 10 more years. Maybe he's around on this thing 5 more years, which is, if he's there for the rest of his presidency and the transition, and somebody he trusts takes over, like Wyatt said, I can see he's paranoid. He's afraid as soon as I'm gone, it'll just go right out the window. But,
so
at
Wyatt,
best, he's only going to be effectively in politics probably for another 5, maybe 7 years max. And that's
so Wyatt, underneath Grok's rather clumsy interpretation, when it comes to nuances, the first thing of nuances is that it's being run like a private corporation. Reread that. Grok isn't as competent as you think Grok is.
Oh, I only
Read
want
it
I
again.
just want the facts. I just want the facts. I'm using Grok only for
Facts?
the, like for example, let's say I'm Googling for the information. Yeah, that's what I'm using Grok for. I'm not using Grok's interpretation of whatever. Like you
Well-
cannot trust AI for interpretations.
Well, no, it has the veneer of a state, but read the nuances underneath that first part.
We don't.
Then it
I mean,
says
we really
big-
don't need to get hung up on it. It's a board of people from different countries
Well,
that
you'll
paid
see.
to be there that are going to negotiate things, hopefully, or at
see.
least try to mediate things between warring or disputing parties. I mean,
You'll
we can
see.
go on to another topic because I mean, we're kind of getting hung up on like
How
the
about Albania?
operation of this board that doesn't even exist yet. I mean, the money's been pledged.
Yeah.
People talked. I mean,
Hey,
it's
how
like the DOJ thing. I mean, people are talking big. Let's wait till the table's set and the money's on the table and the dudes are actually flying there and sitting down. Let's wait till we see the perp walks and the people in front of the judge before we all exclaim victory or assume
The
some
real
bad
question-
intention.
Yeah,
The
how
real
about
question
Albania?
is it gonna be formed at all, right? The Russia said okay, right? This is the big movement for everyone else, I believe. They basically allowed it for, but it's a question if it's still gonna be created, right? I wonder.
Well,
if
think
it's
about their
gonna
caveat with
be
Palestine.
created. Like, no, what you mean caveat? If it's not created, if it's like two countries get together, does it mean anything? It's not board anymore. It's just like two countries together. How many countries will join? How much power will be there? It's gonna take time if it ever forms, right?
60%
And then
No,
they
I was just meaning like if you think about like Russia said, well, we'll join if the rights of the Palestinians are respected. So it's like, how many people are really going to join? Is it really going to form? Because people are going to kind of throw in roadblocks and speed bumps and shit, and it's got to be worked out. So yeah, it's like, I mean, it might not even be done by the time Trump's out of office. It might still be getting formed.
60% of the governments on this planet were not legitimately elected.
Come on, why does it matter? Why does it matter? Come on, it
in
doesn't matter.
Albania
It doesn't matter. You always question. Come on, you always question: is the legitimate current president legitimately elected in the United States? Every election is questioned. Why do you have to? It doesn't. Do they have power? Do they make right for their people? Do they improve condition? Like, is Putin legitimately elected? It doesn't matter because he created what happened. He developed Russia. He helped it develop and enrich, get back on their feet. That's what matters. It doesn't matter how they're elected or why they rule. Are they royal? Are they working for the country? That's what matters. The bullshit. Is it elected? Is it democracy?
It don't even matter
right.
if they actually
I mean,
rule.
it is what it is, and if these people get the job done, people ain't gonna bitch. I mean, Putin got it done for Russia. He's getting it done for China. Trump's supposedly trying to get it done for America. That's why people don't give a fuck about him going to court and being arrested and being convicted but not convicted and all that shit. It's like, if you're delivering, people will overlook a lot of shit. I mean, think about the first election, oh, he's a pervert. Grab him by the pussy, blah, blah, blah. It's like, hey, if this motherfucker does what he says, who gives a shit what he does in his personal life? I mean, everybody knows he's rich and he has money. So
democracy is not panacea for the good governance. Okay, democracy is not panacea for good governance. It doesn't matter about Albania. Albania is.
I don't even think you need good governance.
today.
As long as you have power over your country, it's okay.
They're rioting in Albania today. They're burning down the parliament over the vote. They're claiming the vote was frauded in Albania today.
Yeah, well, then maybe they'll have a Maidan and take their country back, or maybe the people that won the election that they say didn't will beat them up and win. I mean, that's the way it goes. That shit happens every day.
Well,
I mean, Europe's kind of fucked anyway.
In English.
Maidan
because there's
was not
probably
about
somebody
taking
there
the
that's
country
helping
back.
stir it up.
Maidan was giving the country to someone else. That's what Maidan was about.
is stirring up Albania today to free
Come
them
on.
from fraudulent elections. And he's going all over the world doing the same. That's why the Board of Peace is taking so long, because he has to free the world from
I mean, he just
fraudulent
announced it
elections.
like 3 days ago. It's not even been that long. And I mean,
Well,
the
yeah, he just
Albanian
came up
election
with
is
it last
probably going to
week,
be
Bob.
more affected by the EU's meddling than the United States, for sure.
The AU's
Because
It's
they
always
need they need their puppet to keep the damn thing together.
The
it's
EU's
always
done. He
Italy
said,
that have it's always Italy that have the power over Albania. That's the most influential country in Albania. It's Italy. Nobody
last
else.
week, yeah, last
Nobody
week
else.
Trump said that Macron's going to be out in 2 months.
Trump says stuff though.
I mean, the thing is, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I would imagine like
So,
the EU,
Felix,
the EU meddles in those elections. I mean, think about what was it, Romania and all that. That was
Romania.
probably more the EU than the United States, because the EU needed to keep
Germany.
those guys on board so they'll fund Ukraine or go along
about
with the latest
Germany?
sanctions.
So
And it
Felix,
worked.
do you feel, Felix, do you feel that power over Albania? Do you feel it?
IFD.
Not really.
Your boot on their neck.
Germany. AfD.
Yeah, but I mean, and look at what they're doing to the countries that are trying to like not be involved in Ukraine or not follow the immigration policy. They're, oh, we're going to fine you $1 million a day, and they're like, oh well, you know, that's cheaper than taking immigrants in. That's cheaper than sending money to Ukraine.
Orban's in the White House today.
And there's who's fucking with them? The EU. I mean, sure, the United States is out there going, oh yeah, this guy should help us out more, but it's really the EU that wants to get rid of Orban or whoever is
He's
not
in the
playing
White
ball
House
with the
today.
EU.
Orban's in the White House today.
And I would imagine Trump's telling them you should probably work with the EU more.
Oh, they're friends.
I think EU tried everything with Orban for like 5-6 years, and they gave up on replacing him. They accepted Orban as part of EU, and
he's smart.
They go with it.
Crackers.
They just because he's not smart so much as
Orban.
Determined or
resistant. Yeah.
Hey,
That's
Hungarian
all. That's-
Empire used to own Iran. I mean, Ukraine used to be part of the Austro-Hungarian Empire.
No, it didn't. The Austro-Hungarian province of Ukraine was called Galicia, and it was in Poland now.
It was the Austro-Hungarian Empire.
Yeah, they had a part of what was the Ukrainian people, and it was called Galicia, and it's in what is now Poland. The Polish ethnically cleansed the Ukrainians out of Galicia.
Yeah,
Poland.
you're saying Austrian-Hungarian Empire. They controlled a big area of Europe, which has now been divided up into these countries like Poland and shit.
Galicia was the northernmost province of the Austrian-Hungarian Empire. It was as far as they got into what is now considered Ukraine. They didn't own any of what is now
They
considered
owned
Ukraine.
Poland too. Poland too.
Yeah, true. Well, Poland is a fairly recent creation of.
Yeah, I mean, think about it. Like Crimea was owned by different people.
Poland was destroyed, demolished in what 18 or 1780, somewhere
it was
split
always a bit
between
of a sketchy
Germany.
concept.
Yeah,
I mean, you had
between
Bohemia, you had a whole
Germany,
bunch of
Russia,
different
and Austro-Hungarian. Yeah, they
Ottoman
split,
Empire.
and
Well, yeah,
it didn't exist for 150 years until First World War, and then British created it back on.
Yep.
So.
Yeah. Good for you,
So
Jared.
that's why the Banderates are so pissed at the Poles, right? Like Banderas people actually came from the part of Galicia that is now in Poland. That's why they
They're
slaughtered
red
the Poles.
Ruthenians.
Well, Galicia originally used to be, before Mongols came in, it used to be Kiev and Rus part, right? Muscovy all the way between Romania, Transnistria, all the way from Transnistria.
There's
Basically
a Lithuanian
Romania.
Polish Commonwealth, really.
Yeah.
I mean, Lithuania was a massive country.
After Mongols, after Mongols, they kept
Well,
going.
It was
When
Lithuanian.
Yeah.
It was pagan Lithuanian Polish, and then the Catholic Church started to push through Poland and with the Teutonic Knights out of Danzig.
Yeah.
And on the other side, you had the Orthodox Church in Kiev and Rus, and they kind of sandwiched into pagan Lithuania and divided it up. That's kind of the origin of all of these areas.
Yeah.
And the Orthodox people were the ones who gave rise to the Ukrainian nationality in theological terms, because the Ukrainians in Lvov and halfway through Galicia towards Warsaw, they were Orthodox. And on the other side, you had the Polish who were Catholic. And that was
Holy
kind of
Roman
the basis
Empire.
for not really. So that was the basis for the conflict in Galicia between the Polish and the Ukrainians after the First World War. It was basically Catholic and Orthodox.
Basically,
the Catholic basically ethnically cleansed the Orthodox and pushed them back into the Lvov region, and Poland claimed that. But Poland's claims into the Orthodox land went right up to Kiev. I mean, if you read Gogol and the guys from the 17th century, all of that literature is talking about the need to liberate.
Toby, do you know what the trident is?
So the Kiev and before Mongols, Kiev and Rus country was all the way to Warsaw and all of this down to Romania. Yes, it was. And then when Mongols came, Moscow area became independent first, and they couldn't go all the way back to the old areas. Because at the time before them, the Poland and Lithuania became much stronger, and they were kept advancing east. They went and they took Moscow over 300 years period. They kept on going, taking over and Catholicizing this area that actually became, just before Mongols, they stayed with the Orthodox Church. So all the way Warsaw, everything was Orthodox until Mongols came in, and they disrupted everything, right? And basically, so basically all the Galicia, all this in Ukraine part was all Catholicized, and Ukrainians actually are old that wanted to be leaders of the Rus. Right? They wanted to kick out Polish that kept on going. And actually the purpose of Putin's talk to Tucker Carlson about history is actually saying with twice during the Mongol time and in First World War, we let Ukraine, our people, be occupied by Catholics. And they're Russified. We apologize for it. We won't do it anymore.
That's right.
This is what Putin was saying to Ukrainians when talking to Tucker Carlson about history.
Yeah,
this is what he was trying to say, and this is the part. Yeah, and basically they are mixed. Ukrainians are mixed. There's no consistency there. Yeah. It's all mixed influence throughout history, throughout 700 years of different influences that created the different thinking, different striving of the people. Just like in Bosnia, that was so much split up and influenced by other powers. Felix, the same thing with Ukraine. But they're originally, before Mongols, they were Rus. They're all the same Slavs, together with Polish, with everyone, right? Yeah. But it's the Mongols that disrupted everything. Yeah. And then Moscow didn't have enough power to take back
those motherfuckers.
Yes.
Hey, Felix, ask Jura if he knows what the trident is, because I do.
Okay. No, I just wanted to add that
it's that one guy, the one that swims in the ocean.
No,
that's Aquaman.
He has Saint a tripod. Oh yeah. I'm upside down.
He's also called a tripod, but I don't know why.
It's Saint Michael hung upside down. Look at the flag, the coat of arms of
Felix,
Kiev.
were you going to say something? Because if not, I wouldn't mind talking a bit about
Super chat.
the EU
Wait.
and
So
NATO.
I want to
Wait
say
for the
something. Super chat. Slafel. Pamela looks like Gollum from Lord of the Rings.
Well, that's unkind.
Yeah.
So, Wyatt, I've been reading about. So you know, we talked a long time ago about how the EU and NATO kind of compete for the money of Europe in terms of who gets to spend it on defense materials, right? Because if the European nations and the EU members spend it in Europe, they create jobs and industry in Europe. If they buy all the weaponry from NATO, it benefits the American military-industrial complex. And so for the life, this is just a catch-up for the folks who aren't into this, for the life of the European Union, the political will has been to shift spending away from the American military-industrial complex and into the European industrial complex to create jobs and keep the money at home by European, for Europeans. Isn't the EU great? So that's the basis for the conflict between the EU and NATO that we see now, because if we go right back to the beginning of this conflict, Trump was trying to get the EU to spend more with NATO, because the target has always been 3%. Now Trump's talking 5%, and historically it's never really gotten above 1.5, and even then you've got to depend how you measure it. So the European nations basically don't do what they agree to do under NATO. I was curious because with the whole Greenland thing, I interpret this as the EU continuing to not spend money. And I shouldn't say the EU, right, because the EU is just a trading organization. It's not a state. The member states of the EU are just not spending the money, and it's an intractable problem. I don't think that it will get solved either, because after the Second World War, America had such dominant influence, and the fear of the Soviet Union was so great that people just spent the money on NATO. Also, all their weapons factories were bombed to shit, so they couldn't get weapons from anywhere else. So it wasn't a problem to give money to the American military-industrial complex, and they were borrowing most of it anyway in the Reconstruction. Nowadays, it's a very different thing, and I've looked into why European states just don't spend the money on NATO, and the reason I don't think Trump's going to win this. I don't think the military-industrial complex in America is going to win, because there's no one person making the decision. Europe at the end of the day is a whole bunch of different member states, and every time the time comes up to cut a check to America to buy some weapons, there's competition from local interests. People want to pay salaries to teachers and policemen and firemen and their own military-industrial complex if they're going to spend it on that. And so every time it comes up, someone who's locally elected decides that their political fortune is more important than pleasing NATO and just doesn't cut the check. Or they cut a really small check, and the Americans have been putting up with that for a long time, because like 1% of European GDP is better than nothing. But it's not 3% and it's not 5%. And so this whole conflict between Trump... Hang on, shut the fuck up for a minute. Let me finish. I'm going to have a rant.
I have a question about what you're saying. You prefer to NATO to take control over the civilian structure of EU. It seems like
I don't have a preference. I'm just describing what's going on. So what's going on at the moment is that the Ukraine war is going on, and the Europeans have been, depending on who you listen to, either laundering a hell of a lot of money through the Ukrainian war, or they've been defending the glorious interests of the Ukrainian people by donating heaps of military hardware that they don't actually have. So anyway, the point is that money is kind of staying in Europe. Trump wants America to make the profit out of the Ukraine war, and he wants Europe to go through NATO and fund the American military-industrial complex, buying lots of F-35s and Abrams and other weapon systems, and especially Patriot missile systems, which are fiendishly expensive and must be great value for money if they work. But in any case, it hasn't been happening. And that's what I think the whole Greenland debacle has been about, because Trump is basically making a point, and that is that Europe doesn't have the power. America does have the power. And so he's creating a crisis in Europe by threatening to dissolve NATO without actually saying it. And what has happened is there has been an uptick in European spending on NATO, but it's interesting. I've been looking at the figures. it's mostly from Germany and France. Germany's about 90 billion, France is about 60 billion. Poland is spending about 60 billion on American weapons, but then Poland is arguably a British American colony, so it should, and it, you know, but it's still not 2%. Even in 2025, we still haven't hit 2%, let alone the 3 that everybody's agreed to, let alone the 5 that Trump wants. And so I think what we need to remember about that whole Greenland thing is Trump is the GOP, the Grand Old Party, the Republican Party's candidate in US politics, and he wouldn't be president if he wasn't. And in politics, you got to dance with those what brung you, right? And so Trump is first and foremost a Republican politician and a representative of the military-industrial complex in America. The Republican Party supported Trump over the Greenland debacle. You did not see Lindsey Graham and others come out and condemn him. And the reason, I believe, was this was a power play to show Europe that if you don't pay for NATO, you're not going to get NATO, right? And the spending has started to tick over, but I think that the conflict in Europe is only going to get worse because it's a conflict between the people that are associated, the globalists who are associated with the American military-industrial complex, because they don't give a shit if they tax their own people and pay Raytheon and Lockheed because they own shares in those things, right? And then you've got the other people who want the glorious European project, the EU, to become a state with a military. And there's a huge amount of popular support for that because people don't like being vassals of the American empire. And so, curiously, Trump has exacerbated this debate inside Europe. On the one hand, you've got people, the globalists, who are making their shares from Lockheed and Raytheon, and as I said, they do not give a shit about taxing their people to pay multinationals because they make their profits the other way. And on the other hand, Trump has really inflamed the European nationalists who really see their vassalage to America painted in stark terms, which has kind of been, it's odd. Like, I get Trump's showmanship and I get his negotiation tactic, but I wonder if he may have overplayed his hand because nothing will fuel the fires of European patriotism and nationalism more than this show over Greenland. And you see Macron trying to gather votes by appealing to this kind of European nationalism. And others will do it too, right? Because at the end of the day, they get votes in Europe and not in America. So, yeah, to end this rant, we've said on this show years ago that the Ukrainian conflict was more about a conflict between NATO and the EU than it was between NATO and Russia. And I think Greenland has really underlined the economic basis for that. And until we hit like 3%, I don't think that conflict is anywhere near over. I know Archimedes thinks that basically NATO won because the EU is back down, but I'm not so confident because, as I said, it's not one person making the decision. It's all these different politicians in Europe, and the calculus there is not going to change. So it may be that NATO goes away as a European initiative rather than an American threat. But anyway, that's my 2 cents on that. Good to see you again, Wyatt.
Thanks, Toby.
Thank you.
Felix, go, Felix.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I strongly agree with Toby. I think that what he says is absolutely correct. The Americans want for NATO and for the European countries to spend a lot more than they are of their GDP on weapons and on armaments. But I also think that the Americans themselves, and I mean with that the Democrats, haven't pushed on that because having reliance and over-reliance on American weapons makes the EU and EU countries weaker against American objectives. I'll make an example. For example, there are the F-16s of Denmark. You see the technology that Denmark utilizes for its F-16s are American technologies that can be easily turned off, components and parts that can easily not be supplied by the Americans. In this way, the Democrats and the American industrial complex has a complete control over Europe. And by having this control over Europe, they have an hold over Europe, both economically and militarily speaking. And I think that's one of the main reasons for why the Democrats have never pushed on Europe actually increasing their spending on war supplies and on weapons or weaponry. Other than that, I wanted to add on the discourse from Jordan that I think that Kievan Rush is an historiographical term. Kievan Rush did not exist as a state. What we saw in truth with Kievan Rush was the birth of Russian people as Slavic people. For example, we saw in 865, if I'm not mistaken, the arrival of Slavs, or what we could call the Russians, due to their name coming from the word row. Row means literally the row is utilized to control a ship. And due to that term, then the term Russian was born due to the word row. And we saw that the Kievan Rush was not a state, but was in fact a composition of states that had a similar structure, both on the level of religion and customs. So it wasn't a statehood, but it was a composition of states that had various and similar points of view and of cultural norms, and that all descended from the original Vikings that were under Rurik.
Yep, Vikings.
Yeah, that doesn't make a difference.
Varangians.
No, the difference is that Kievan Rush is usually utilized by Ukrainians to say that, for example, they are originally the original Russians, and that the Russians from Novgorod are less Russians due to that. And I think that's a mistaken terminology, because Kievan Rush is a terminology created in the 19th century by Russian writers, both Ukrainians and Russians, to determine a period in time of the history of the Russian people.
Yeah, that
Felix,
doesn't
did
make a
you
difference.
learn that on your own, or did you learn it in school?
No, I learned it on my own.
Yeah, that was
That
interesting.
still doesn't make a difference. You see,
The difference is that
it
it's
says
a difference in.
it's the same people.
Yeah,
It's
it's the same people, and I wholeheartedly
That's
agree
what
with
matters.
all you said.
That's
But
what
the
matters.
difference
Yeah.
is simply in terminology.
Yeah, so Felix, get closer to your mic.
Well,
Yes.
you know,
There you go.
Since you were talking about Kiev Rush people, you could talk about how they're fighting, like today.
Yeah, the power itself.
We could talk
comes
about
from,
the Ukraine war and how the Kiev people are fighting the Rush people.
I believe that the whole reason of the fight between Ukrainians and Russians is not to be found in recent history. In fact, I believe that the fight has begun as soon as the early infightings between the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth and the Russian people as a whole. So basically, the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth.
CIA got him. He went too far. No, you. He said too much top secret stuff.
Yep.
He went to
The
get milk.
Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth.
He's
He
back.
left
He's back.
a note.
Commonwealth was, for example, very much in Ukraine for various centuries, and thus they had a strong impact with Catholicism, just like Jordan said, over the people of Galicia, who became semi-Polish. And due to that, there was a completely fratricidal war that started and began between Polish people and Russian people in Ukraine. And that conflict then became what we see today, which is nothing more than a fratricidal conflict that was firstly fired up by the Nazis during World War II, and then again brought back up in 2014 by the Americans.
Yeah.
For example, we saw fratricide in Odessa in 2014, where I believe there was a communist rally in 2014 in Odessa, and various buses or such vehicles were brought in the town for a football match, and then there was a massacre that happened between pro-state, well, not pro-Maidan coup and anti-Maidan coup people, which resulted in nothing more than a fratricidal massacre that killed 41 people and injured 177 more. So the root causes of the conflict are to be found in the utilizations by foreign countries of differences between brotherly people.
Yeah, and the Germans were there for 4 years and spread a lot of German genes among them Ukrainians, huh?
Vaughn, you're muted.
Well, I was kind of thinking more about like what was going on around Vochansk. I mean, that looks like that's starting to, the Russians are really starting to feel their roots down there and expand out pretty nicely. I mean, it's probably more than even you're showing because you got a lot of gray area on there. And, you know, we know the gray area is usually, you know, it may not be under Russian control, but there's no Ukrainians probably there either. So,
Yep.
and then, yeah, I mean, that's kind of picked up a lot over the last week, 2 weeks, as far as just taking big chunks. They moved pretty well off to the east. Or no, yeah, they went off pretty good to the east, and then they moved down to the southwest through the forest and Sivaniko, whatever.
Yeah, the Russian Defense Ministry announced the capture of a place where we don't even like have geolocation for it. Like so there must be some kind of operations that is not captured by the open source. So, but of course, it's very hard to tell.
And yesterday, the Russians started going after the nuclear power substations. 50% of the electric.
Well, they're not going after they're not going after the actual nuclear power plants. No. They're hitting the substations that are supporting.
Yeah. My understanding is that because
I saw a video of that too, and they I guess they were highlighting the Garan. I don't know if it's the Garan 2 or the Garan 22. But it's got the TV guidance, so the guy that's flying it can like make course adjustments all the way into the target. And they were, I don't know how many they hit. I'm assuming each video was a different transformer station, but it looked like they hit 4 or 5, and all of them were like, pretty substantial looking yards. It wasn't like just some little 10 transformer thing out by a village. But I have seen, I think it was before the winter, like last spring and summer, I did see a lot of videos of them sending smaller drones out to hit the smaller substations that were outside settlements and stuff. So, and that's probably harder to fix there because it's closer to the contact line than the stuff in the city. So you can imagine there might be some areas around there that are really, really bad off now because their local area has been damaged and then the main lines are damaged, and it seems like the Russians are hitting them every night.
Yeah, the hard. Big push. We're looking at the end game now.
Nah, I mean, who knows? I mean, everybody says that. We've all said that probably multiple times over the last years. I mean, it's bad and it's getting worse and it's going to be really bad. And I'd say there's a lot of chances that things can break. But then again, the Ukrainians might be able to hang on through the summer.
That reminds me, Zelensky just went off to piss off everybody in Davos with his speech.
Yeah.
So what the hell is that about? I personally haven't watched the speech, but I saw the reaction. A lot of people is pissed. Like he attacked everybody.
Oh yeah, he went. It's.
And then I saw some
basically.
Didn't he say something
basically like taking the side of Trump, basically switching to United States?
No, he just called them all losers. He's on drugs. He don't know what he's saying.
He wanted to show the support for the U.S. for the Trump.
Yeah,
that's what he wanted.
Everybody.
He's
on drugs.
He doesn't hate anybody. He's just
out of touch.
No, he's act.
He's lost.
He got an Oscar from Sean Penn because of good acting. You see, he's an actor. He does what he's told. He's acting, and he basically wanted to show that he's on the side of the United States.
He crossed the
line. What were you trying to say just
now?
Didn't catch that.
Well, I mean, and I agree with Yura. He's basically saying that Zelensky's an actor, which we all know he is, and he's gonna he knows who's got the money. It's Trump, so he's gonna keep trying to get money. He's always gonna try to until it's clear, like beyond a shadow of a doubt, that America's gonna dump Ukraine and abandon Zelensky. I'm sure he's gonna keep kissing butt, hoping to get some more out of him, and going along with the Ukraine or the Greenland thing. That's just another way to try and endear himself to Trump somehow.
Do you remember when Zelensky was elected and he sat down with Trump and Trump turned to him and said, make a deal with Putin? Trump doesn't forget what he said. That's Trump's line to Zelensky is make a deal with Putin.
Yeah, but it hasn't worked. It hasn't worked because they haven't got to the point where he has to make a deal yet, I guess. I mean, we all look at it. I mean, you don't have to be a fucking general to look at it honestly and say that, the best thing for Ukraine would probably be to pack it in probably a long time ago and not have lost as much territory and worked something out. But and you look at the bad decisions and the stupid counterattacks and all the losses and the unnecessary waste, and the bad, what appears to be bad military decisions and tactical decisions and stuff like that.
Jesus is building an army of saints. All those dead soldiers are now walking with the Lord. Getting ready to come back.
I mean, there's some pretty fucked up people mixed in with them soldiers. So
hey, you don't get to die until you're perfect.
I mean, hell, there's like 70,000 prisoners at least,
Soldiers are not really privy to Christ, right? They usually do what's opposite of Christ. So why would they go to heaven? Soldiers are not really. They're nationalists.
That depends on your Christianity that you believe, right? So some Christianity believe that everyone will go to heaven because Jesus is already like wash away all the sins. So so basically it's a constant washing. You will always be pure and you will go to heaven. So that is what I understand from some Protestant Christianity. I'm not sure about the Catholics. Like the Catholics need to do confession, but the Protestants, some of the sects don't need. Because Jesus already died for the sins. So that was like.
Everything is forgiven. Yeah, but
it's a nice theory.
Soldiers are serving nationalist purpose, right? They're not serving peace. On rare occasions,
that has to say, right? They depend on the motivations. For example, the Ukrainian soldiers went to war to defend their family, right? But the Russian soldiers also went to war to defend their family. So both are defending and they're working on the side of good. Just that both are good and both are evil at the same time. So, that's the difficult part, right?
Jesus said to put away your whatever and get a sword.
The guy that will go to heaven is Denis Davidoff.
I mean,
he didn't kill a single person.
I don't think Jesus had anything to do with encouraging this war. I mean, ever since it started, you had the Orthodox Russia-Ukraine problem. I mean, Nate actually advocated for some stuff for that to try and work that out between the what was being done to the Orthodox Church and stuff. So I mean, there's a religious aspect to it, but this is all NATO moving west or east, and Russia having a legitimate concern.
Russian heroes are saving the world from the satanic empire of lies. Russia is saving the world.
They haven't saved anybody yet because the war's still going on. None of this is played out, so nothing's even been decided yet.
They've beat NATO and all of Europe and the United States of America. Russia has won over the whole damn world. They've saved the world from the satanic empire of lies. See their
lies
flag?
keep on going.
Their
Lies
flag.
will never stop. Lies will never stop. No. Satanic is only LGBT.
The Russian
That's only
flag.
satanic thing. Destruction of society, destruction of family
Godless
structure.
Europe.
That's what Putin
I mean,
presented.
they have LGBT and all that stuff in Russia. It's just not as public, and they don't encourage it. It's still there.
Godless Europe. Them Europeans turned their back on God a long time ago.
Oh well, I mean,
So did the
there's a
Brits.
lot of devout Muslims, and there's a lot of devout people from one religion there.
Muslims worship the god of war. And
I'm just
fortresses.
saying, there's a lot of people of faith in Europe now.
From the book of Daniel, they worship the god of war and fortresses.
I
That's
didn't
the
say their faith.
Antichrist.
I didn't say their faith was right. I'm just saying there's a lot of faithful people in Europe. Might not be
Russia's
the right
flag-
kind, but they're there.
Russia's flag has Saint Michael putting a sword into the devil.
That's just some random like battle flag though, or like oblast
That's
flag.
Saint Michael, the patron saint of Kiev,
No,
that's hung
no,
upside
no.
down for the trident.
So anyway, I just want to
you're
intervene a bit.
opposite.
I mean, all that stuff's that it
Ukraine
doesn't really
doesn't
matter. I mean,
celebrate-
that's just everybody hates everybody over
No, no.
there. They all got kind of historical reasons to dislike each other.
Ukraine, no, you're confused, Pamela. Ukraine celebrates Saint Michael, and Russia celebrates Saint George. Saint George is the one that killed the dragon.
Oh,
Right.
okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
You see?
Super chat by Tech Derp. Thank you to the Shackle Draggers who show up to OM. Toby on panel, sweepers in comments, and Slaffair with generous super chat. And also I just saw this tweet. BlackRock has just dumped a lot of the crypto money. So they just dumped everything. So there's a crypto crash right now, and silver and gold continue to rise further and further high. Oh no, World War III is gonna happen soon. Oh shit, this is bad.
No.
Hey, don't worry, Wyatt. You got the stream going. I saw it on earlier on YouTube, and I commented. So we're good. The World War III stream is up and running, ready to go.
Now,
Oh
Trump
wait,
is
real
the
quick
great
too. Hey, real quick on the Minneapolis thing. There was a little blurb on the news of like an alert. Apparently, there's a Hilton hotel somewhere in Minneapolis that has been surrounded by the protesters, and they're breaking windows and attacking it and trying to get in there, and because they think ICE is staying there, and
Isn't it great?
it's pretty crazy. It's that's the only thing I've seen going on. So there's this one crazy thing.
They're doing more good for Trump. Everybody loves watching that crap.
I don't know.
Oh, it's wonderful.
I mean, it's one thing if you're going to have a big show, but it's another thing if the big show's not paying off.
Hey, you forget the summer of love when they burned that whole damn town down.
You know what, lady? I sat in my second story window for 6 months during the summer of love with my fucking rifle, guarding my block from fucking random dickheads in black trying to burn it down and break windows. Me, some old guy that owns some real estate with his fucking little silver pistol, and some dude that looked like a contractor with a fucking plate carrier and an AR. And guess what?
Yeah.
Only 3 windows got broken. I know all about the summer of love because I was 2 blocks away from Breonna Taylor Park of Love.
So where'd they all go? Where
Well,
are
when
they?
the
They have
money
so much left.
Once the money got paid out to the family, there was no reason to hang out anymore.
Yeah,
Nobody was paying them to be there, so they left.
Yeah,
It's been pretty quiet since then, but the downtown's never recovered from COVID and the Breonna Taylor riots.
yeah, or they're in jail.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, I know people that were on the BLM side that got fucked with by the feds, and it looked pretty bad for them, but none of them are in jail.
Yeah, you should
But-
read the
But
Q posts.
to be fair, they're not fucking around anymore either. They kind of learned their lesson. They got their break, but none of them went to jail over it. And they were doing
Well-
some pretty stupid shit.
The Q posts say that Trump has to make it public. He can't do anything he's doing now without the public becoming aware of the problem. So the first term was about making everyone aware of the problem. And now that everybody's aware of the problem, now he's solving it because he couldn't have gotten away
Yeah.
with this before.
Pam, I've got a question for you. Since
yes,
you
sure.
represent the Q folks, right? As I understand the whole Q thing, right? There's a hardcore section of very honourable people inside the military who are going to be the patriots in control, right? Well, how do you square that with the military-industrial complex? Because these are the same people. I
Department
don't know
of
if you've ever
Energy.
been in the military. I don't know if you've ever been in the military, but most
Yeah,
army
I'm an Air
officers
Force brat.
join for the excitement of it and then spend their later years desperately trying to get a corporate gig with the military-industrial complex. Who are these saints in the military that Q says are going to save everybody?
My dad was
And
a
is
light
that
colonel. in the Air Force.
Uh-huh.
And
Yeah.
it's the Department of Energy is in charge of nuclear under the NSA. The CIA is foreign and the NSA is domestic. And so in the Department of Energy, there's a team of 10 people. 7 of them are military and 3 of them are civilian. And the Post said, wait till you find out who's been talking to you in these Q posts. And I put a Q post in the private chat. If you look, I quoted a Q post.
Yeah, the point I'm making
is it the USA China phase one?
Yep.
The point that I guess I'm trying to make here, Pam, is that like in order to believe in the whole Q thing, you have to believe that there's this very righteous group of folks. Now, I don't know America, but when I look at Australia, there is no righteous group of folks. Like everybody here deserves to burn in holy fire. Like Australians are a wretched people. So as far as I can tell, the Democrats and the Republicans in America are pretty much the same, right? It's like execrable people on all sides. These patriots that are in control would sell their own mother for a corporate job with Lockheed Martin. They're all interested in usury. They all want to be a banker, whether they're Democrat, Republican, whatever. I don't see the core group of like really righteous people, because this is what I think, right? It was like, if those people exist, then their light is going to shine, right? Because that's kind of the Christian thing. You let your light shine and then other people will see it, right?
And Jewish.
So we should, good for you. Well, anyway, what Christ said on the Mount. Yeah, right. Be a light to the world. Lead by example. Show your example of righteousness, and then folks will see you. And it's not that I don't believe there are any good people, because there are people that I think set a good example, but I don't see like a core group of them organized in the military to suddenly like redeem America into this phantasmal being that it once was, where everybody was super righteous. I don't see the spiritual leadership in the whole QAnon thing.
Well, I want to speak to the military part too. I mean,
but Vaughn, they started.
I want to speak to the military part. I think another thing you need to understand too is like, if there was a situation that was coming down to where these military guys would have to take control of the nukes and assert their power over the minority civilian party, what you have to understand is, you know, I'm not a general. I wasn't a general, but the way I would look at it is, you know, we're about to enter uncharted territory. Yeah, we want to be the good guys. Yeah, we want America to survive. But the bottom line is we're going to make sure we're taken care of first. Our boys are taken care of first, and all the dependents of ours are taken care of first before we worry about anybody else. And if we do decide to go by the Constitution and all that shit, it's going to be our way or the highway. It's not going to be some rah-rah, good old America, the good old days thing. It's going to be a fucking military, authoritarian, constitutional, God knows what the fuck else. But it will not be pleasant. And I can assure you that the majority of the military is going to make sure the military is taken care of. That doesn't really include the military industrial complex so much, but trust me, we'll take care of our own first before we worry about the rest of the United States.
The MIC will become like privatized. I've said for a long time, like, you know, you have these billionaires like Bill Gates and Sergey Brin and the rest of it. Those people don't understand what happens when being an American doesn't mean anything to a Marine anymore. Because at that point, they become prey animals. And it's just like, look, that guy's got a helicopter. I'd like a helicopter. I'm just going to put him in the ground, right?
And I mean, think about it. The MIC guys.
That's what Vaughn's talking about, right? Like when the military starts to look after itself as a matter of priority, the civilian billionaire administration is in worlds of hurt. Their bunkers in New Zealand are going to get taken over by colonels and majors who want private helicopters. And you don't have to like even be a student of history to see this. You can just look at the developing world in the Middle East over the last 50 years.
You know, they'll see what's coming, and the smart ones will jump on the army train before the army train comes to them. That way they don't get. That way, maybe they lose everything, but they're still alive, and they get to live in the bunker too.
Yeah,
you know, they get to be part of the new regime.
they get to be
started
like comfort
when they-
nerds or something.
Yeah,
CIA
and like Toby said, these
JFK.
generals will show up the bunker and say, "You can join the new Board of Peace for a contribution of $1 billion, in gold, bullion, or bullets, or whatever the fuck's worth money at that point." And these billionaires that are smart will be like, "Kind general, I don't have 1 billion bullets, but I do have a fleet of private helicopters and a Gulfstream."
My daughter, who's very clean.
Yeah, exactly. I've got Paris Hilton over here. She's kind of a whore, but she does put out. I've got a Gulfstream 4 and a 757. Okay, there's your buy-in. You're part of this new government. I mean,
So Toby, the Q team started when the CIA killed JFK. The Q posts
please.
talk about JFK a lot.
Yeah, the Q posts talk about a lot of stuff. I just don't think
Epstein.
it's at all realistic. I mean, I still don't see the core group of really righteous people. I see a lot of people getting very excited about like
Cash
nebulous
Patel.
conspiracy theories, but that don't
Cash
make a lot of
Patel.
sense. Cash Patel.
Is a QB.
he can't do anything. I mean, look at his
Didn't
eyes.
he say
He's
Epstein,
terrified.
didn't he say that Epstein died of natural causes or something?
He said he killed himself.
You read too
Cash
much.
me outside Patel.
Hey, he said it on national TV. He said to the American people with Dan Bongino backing him up that he killed himself, and nobody believes that. So he
Yeah.
either lied because he's under duress, or he lied because he's part of the fucking
The thing
cover-up.
is, Pam, it must be
Who knows what
5G
the fuck
chess that
happened?
goes way over my head because, like, this whole Patriots in control horse shit, I just don't buy into it. I think they all deserve to burn. I think you got furries on the one side and bankers on the other. In the middle, the Christians are going to get persecuted because that's the Christian lot in life. But I will say this. Vaughn's dead right about the military looking after its own. And when the social situation in the West gets so bad that the deal being offered by military units to young men is more attractive than the deal being offered by the civilian bankers and the liberal fursuit wearers, that is when the shit is going to hit the road. Because when the young men start, just malicious. When the young men start feeling that the military can look after their interests better than a civilian administration, and that's not unprecedented at all, right? There's a lot of societies that treat the poor young men so badly that the best thing those men have got to look forward to is a hot meal and a Kalashnikov and the ability to keep what you kill. And at that point, right, that's
Toby,
when the Patriots will be in control, and
Toby,
you're not going to like it.
Toby, you're too young to remember Vietnam. Vietnam was such a nightmare because the government cannot supply to soldiers what they
Listen,
need.
I have seen people wearing fursuits in the streets. That was my Vietnam, lady.
What
I'll
suits?
tell you, right? Like fursuits, for God's sake. Furries. I'm talking about quadrupeds. I'm talking about... Goodness me. And here you are talking about trauma and generational experiences of
I
horror.
mean, that's not really true. The
educate
U.S.
this
Army
person?
is pretty good at supplying its units once it's set up, especially when you have to fight like guys in sandals made out of tires and rusty AKs and shit. When you're not fighting a pure level army, it's kind of easy once you get set up to keep your guy. I mean, for fuck's sake, we had McDonald's and Burger Kings could fly into Iraq. I mean, if we can do that, you ain't going hungry.
How long has it been since you were supplied on the battlefield, Vaughn?
Never.
20 years?
Never.
Okay. I worked for the Forest Service. When I was 15 years old, we climbed Pikes Peak to repair hiking trails. The government, the Forest Service, supplied us with raincoats that were surplus army. And when you put them on when it was raining, they melted. In the trenches of World War I, you'd put up a mirror to see where the enemy was so you could fire. They rusted in a week. The army, the Russians were really bad at supplying the military until they put Belousov in charge. And Belousov is doing one damn good job at supplying the Russian army. The Ukraine soldiers have to pay for their own kit. Hey, Toby, Do you know where Willie OAM is? He's been gone for 8 days.
Yeah, he's in my basement. Yeah, we used to have a saying in the army saying that your weapon is made by the lowest bidder, and like many a true word is spoken in jest. So that's right, and this is what I'm saying. It's like, imagine how bad things have to be in Africa before you get like children becoming child soldiers as their best option.
Oh yeah, but that's
And
drugs.
this is kind of like pit. No, it's not.
It's not
They
drugs.
drug themselves
That's
and
called,
rub
that's called
drugs.
poverty in the failed
Okay,
state.
there's a whole bunch of shit going on there. Drugs is probably like 1% of the fucking problem in Africa.
No, it's all about drugs. And who does cat in Yemen? They chew that cat.
Yeah,
and spit.
what about the fucking devout Muslim that doesn't drink and doesn't smoke cat
But
that
they
goes
can
around
do
with
opium.
machete and chops people's fucking hands off for no fucking reason?
They can smoke
Who reads
cat.
his
reason.
Quran every day?
Gotta have his
That's where the
reasons.
word
Doesn't touch a
assassin.
fucking drug or cigarette or anything. What about those guys?
That's what the word assassin means, is hashish smoker.
Oh, here we go. Now you're going to offend a lot of
Have
the
you
base.
ever smoked hashish? Get back to me on that.
Goodness
Only
me, no.
when I'm getting ready to do an assassination.
Amen. Praise God.
Mm.
But yeah,
So,
I mean,
Vaughn,
Africa's
Vaughn,
got
you should
probably
call it
1,000
with the
problems.
Pardon
you
me?
should call it with the
Huh?
anti-Muslim slurs. You should call it with the anti-Muslim slurs because,
I
like, you
love
know,
Muslims. I
those-
love
No.
Muslims. Their government sucks.
I don't
Those people
want.
are
I
dealing
am a
with
straight male.
issues.
I do not want to fuck a Muslim. Sorry.
I
Come
love
on now.
Muslims. They're so nice. Their government is awful. Them people, Nika broke
I
my
think they
heart
have more
last
than one.
Nika broke my heart last week talking about them people that don't have running
Well,
water.
here's a little secret because you're new here. Nika breaks a lot of hearts.
Yeah, he
Nika,
does.
yeah,
He's a
That's why he doesn't
heartbreaker.
come on as much because, I mean, I don't know how to say it because I don't have that kind of guttural ability. But
I have
I mean,
no idea.
it sounds really weird. But when you say heartbreaker and Farsi, it's kind of sexy. So we kind of had to stop.
Sounds like it does. It sounds like an animal screaming in terror. It's
Nika,
kind of
Nika
disturbing,
isn't
yeah.
Persian or anything like that. Nika is a Berber cosplaying as a white Islamic colonizer in Canada.
He's a Berber
He
He's doing a good
doesn't
job of
yeah,
it.
he
from
doesn't
the
speak
Barbary Coast.
exactly. Yeah, that's
They
why he's
named
so
it-
white.
He's
Because they
Moroccan.
did so much slavery and
He's
stuff. And now
Moroccan.
he's just
Yeah.
right.
He
So he's
misses
just
the
sticking to his
days of
culture and being a
slavery.
white colonizer. He's just doing the white
Yeah.
colonizing thing, going to the great white north of Canada. And he's not
Exactly.
probably doesn't know many words of Farsi any more than any one of us, I'm sure. But
You
yeah,
know, the
I mean, if he's
Barbary
watching,
Coast-
he can come on. That would be nice. By the way, speaking of on, what the fuck is this timing here? Like, what's wrong, Wyatt?
This is
Hey,
civilized
speak up.
timing.
I
This is-
overslept.
It's Defense Politics Asia. Hello, it's not Defense Politics Europe.
But
Pivot to Asia, my dude. Everyone
So
knows.
so I set alarm for 2 a.m. and then I was so tired I just slept through it. I woke up at like 7 a.m. or 8 a.m. So I was like, oh shit. Then I was like, okay, it's okay. We can do American session, you know.
Oh, but you know what? That is really wholesome of you, man. Because I was thinking like I was arguing with some Kurds, so like late in the evening, waiting for. Oh, sorry,
can't
maybe
hear
it's
you.
then.
He slows his words when he's had too much whiskey.
So super chat, the human condition. DPA still the goat after all these years. Will America take Greenland? 100%. They will take
We
it.
already have.
Yeah,
I mean, what
but
is
the
that?
problem is now is
Greenland?
different. I think the deal now is the Americans will take it and the Danish will pay for it. Now is the change.
Another thing too, if I saw a video, you know that kid that went around Minnesota exposing the fraud.
Nick Shirley.
Yeah, he just went up to Greenland and interviewed the locals, and all the ones he interviewed all wanted to be part of America.
Amen.
Two of the kids were like, "Why do you want to be part of the United States?" He's like, "McDonald's. We want McDonald's." And the other guy's like, "We want fast
Let's go.
Yeah,
He's
then
like,
you
"We
see
want
them
fast
kids on
food."
Greenland. They got the values on the right.
But yeah,
place.
he hit like two older males and two like teenagers, and they were all for joining America. So
Yeah,
I think
listen,
it'll
I've got
happen some way.
since we've got Coping here, and he's an expert on European colonization and the oppression of the southern man. Coping, explain to me why Denmark has a colonial right to Greenland that eclipses the glorious American freedom Makana that could be visited upon those poor folks. Because like I like to see Greenland as a gateway country. It's like first Greenland, then maybe Australia, you know, like to be freed from the yoke of colonization and the dirty Europeans. Like, what's your feeling?
I couldn't agree more with you. We claimed Greenland and then we lost that claim. So as far as I'm concerned, then the Yankees can have it. It's
yeah, down with the colonizers. No, well, no, that's not my point.
But we were the good colonizers. We were the good.
Coping is a northern Norwegian. No, northern Norwegian is actually not Norwegian. You know? Like he's more Russian than Norwegian.
No. Don't say that. That's not true.
Who's the we Coping? Who are the good colonizers?
Well, we were the good colonizers.
Who's we?
No, but
the
look
British.
okay, the British,
Vikings.
Look, the British are falling apart. You know, that's why we went over there and colonized. And if the English lose control, Scotland is ours.
Ours means who?
Like,
Norway? Who is we?
No.
Anglo-Saxons.
The distinction you're making with
It's not
Northern
an
Norway and
Anglo-Saxon.
Southern Norway.
Coping, who are you? Like, who do you speak for? Who are your people? Are you talking as a European? Or are you talking as like an
Don't call us
Israeli? Or are you
European.
talking...
No, we're not Europeans. We're Scandinavians.
They're Vikings.
You're Scandinavian. Well, that's like half Russian, really. Like Finland is not that old.
No,
Yes.
it is.
No, Russian was Scandinavian. You got it the opposite. Like
Yeah,
the
right?
the Rus people came from Viking heritage.
Yeah,
So they
yeah.
were like
Yeah,
they're like so not Coping is like proto Scandinavian, you know. Then the Russian is like the they come later. The descendants.
He's neo-Scandinavian.
I
He
think you're
worships Allah
mixing
and
Norwegians,
eats
Danes, and
falafel.
Swedes a little bit more. I get why you guys are doing it because it seems very similar culture, and it is. But they have been different countries for thousands of years for a good reason. They were different
Dude,
societies
IKEA furniture
altogether.
looks very Russian to me. I'm just saying.
I mean, the only problem I see with Greenland too is for Trump is, I don't know where the hell. I guess maybe Denmark. You could deport all them people off Greenland because they're not really Americans. They don't look.
I don't
I don't know
buy
where
all
he's going to
that.
deport all
I
those
think
illegals.
I haven't tried to honestly pay attention because as far as I'm concerned, Greenland already is under U.S. control for all intents and purposes, all practical reasons, right?
Yeah,
if
that's
they
why I
want to
think-
have any minerals, if they want to do anything, they just simply move in and do it. Like they don't need to be doing this show, right? So why this show?
Yeah, but
as far as I'm concerned, it is to distract from pretty much everything else.
Yeah, but here's the thing, Coping. It's like you've just hit something here, which I think makes a nonsense of all of this geopolitics, and we saw it in Venezuela, right? It's like there's this popular idea that Mr. America and Mr. France and Mr. England do business, right? And it's such horse shit. It's like the shareholders from Norway, from France, from England, from America, and from Russia, just quietly, all own shares in BlackRock. They all own shares in Exxon Valdez. They all own shares in exactly the same corporations that are exploiting the global supply chain, whether it's in Venezuela or Greenland or the American military-industrial complex or Gazprom in Russia for that matter. It's all the world of corporate trade. And this idea that Mr. America and Mr. France are at odds and that they're competing over some economic purpose, it's such horseshit. I mean, it makes the Q people look sane. It's fucking nonsense on stilts. So, if we can refrain from that just a little bit, that would make me very happy. I'm going to go.
So let me address some of your points there, and I'll
keep listening, but I'm just going off the thing. Okay. But keep talking. I'm listening.
Yeah, that was right, Toby. You betcha.
Yeah. So to substantiate a bit of what Toby was saying, for example, Norway, Denmark, or whatever. Well, I mean, a lot of the of our oligarchs are either have moved or they are moving to Switzerland or some other country like that. Anyways, like they're changing base regardless. And that's kind of like the norm. So the business leaders, anywhere shareholders, like Toby was mentioning, that's pretty much the case. As for BlackRock, I'm not sure if you guys picked up. I came across it. I'm not sure if it was like, well, it won't be today because I woke up today, but yesterday.
They just sold all the crypto, right?
No, not only that. They had 2 or 3 months ago. They had how was it now? My head is not working, but they had managed to get access to the 401k pension funds. And I forgot exactly now how the scheme was working, but basically they were going to try to get access to, they had managed to get access through the 401k. So that's a lot of money. I think it was $14 trillion or something like that. And that's the pensions of most people, for most people who don't know. So like what I see, like they're taking a lot of like extremely inflationary measures, like cutting rates and pumping in trillions of dollars. And like Wyatt was pointing out, dropping the Bitcoin. I haven't heard about that, but you probably have heard about the gold and the silver surge.
I mean, honestly, with the Bitcoin, I don't really think that's a big deal.
I'm not.
But there's a lot of movement.
Down at 87, and it's been down there around there several times over the last 6 months. So I don't know if it's indicative of anything serious other than just a sell off, and then they'll buy back in. And
I just add one more point. One more big money change currently right now happening is that there is a lot of rumors right now that the United States will intervene to save the yen. So the reserve will buy in the yen, and that will cause a deflation, I think deflation of the US dollars. So something like that, depreciation of the US dollar, something like that. So a lot of bracing this kind of big change.
Maybe a dump before the US dollar loses more value.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's happening right now. So I'm not that financially trained. But I'll read the super chat first. Will Trump utilize Insurrection Act by the human condition? Is he being soft on that? Plus, he's backing off the Greenland rhetoric because of midterms. So but you can. So I think coping can continue though.
You were saying this thing about they're buying yen. You're saying, or they're buying Japanese bonds. So that basically means that the money, is deflationary for a short while. But where do the Japanese tend to put that money? They buy U.S. treasuries, and while they have been lowering the amount of U.S. treasuries being bought, the gamble is probably here that because during this process it will probably maybe stabilize enough for the Japanese to want to buy more bonds.
They're just trading yen for dollars.
Yeah, but the point is that the Japanese would use the dollars, and that dollar would eventually go back to the United States, and to a varying proportion. Like Japan is one of the biggest, or used to be one of the biggest bondholders of U.S. treasuries. I think they were like number 2 or 3 after China or something like that. And well, it was relatively recently. And then they had, over the last 2-3 years, they have been steadily dropping that and exchanging that for gold. So, like, for example, what Vaughn was saying about the Bitcoin, what I think it is because what they seem to be doing is preparing for a financial crash, like 2008 style, even harder. So the question then is, how do you have cash, shall we say, money available for not only just getting around and also preventing, a few of your assets, like the deflationary pressure that will occur, right? But it's also so that you can invest it. And Bitcoin may not be maybe they don't have faith in it being the safest thing to hold as a form of cash.
Well, I mean, like I own some Bitcoin. I mean, I'm not like an expert or anything, but if you look at it like this, like most of the Bitcoin I own, I bought it at 47,000. That's my average price. So even right now, I'm still double what I made. And if the dollar, if the dollar is going to lose, value or purchasing power, I'm sure a lot of these guys started dumping it because, they want to get 90,000, 95,000 at right now versus, as it's going down now. I think it's at 8. I just looked, it's at like 87 and it's dropping. So, I mean, you're going to probably see more people dump because they're going to, if they're believing what you're saying about the dollar being devalued. I think it's a temporary thing. They'll dump it, and then once this yen dollar exchange works itself out, it'll start going back up again.
Or maybe they're just trying to get some liquidity for preparations because the thing that's
what I'm saying. Get it right now while it's up, because it's historic highs. So if you're going to cash out, now's the time to cash out. If you think you need cash on hand to live. So
I also think you are correct that the thing about the Bitcoin going up in value as the dollar goes down, that's just by default mechanism. But there was this scheme also about I think it was via Trump. Correct me here, but it was something about basically spending a whole bunch of US dollars into crypto. So that would be because that would be in a sense deflationary, because you will take the dollar out of circulation, right?
Yeah.
So I'm not sure if there's any but the Bitcoin is already maybe it's like two main use, but they would have to use something that is kind of already normalized, like either that or maybe Ethereum. So because one thing is having a coin, but are you going to be actually able to use it, right? It's like you can have a slab of gold, right? And you can say, like, okay, that now it's worth even that much more money. But if someone doesn't take it, then you're just as far as you were with paper. Right?
You still have the USDC, which is the digital dollar, and that's always at $1. I have that too. I mean, that's just an exchange. That's just a digital dollar I use, when I buy stuff. But they do have a digital dollar already, and it's backed by.
But that is just that is still representation of the dollar. But if you buy it and it becomes it becomes a crypto, so to speak. Like I said, this might sound a bit far-fetched, but it kind of made sense to me when I heard it, because when you think about the currencies when they've had like massive inflation, so take Germany for example, when they had to come with their currency in like their salary in wheelbarrows, right? So what they did then was that they revalued the mark to the Landsmark or Reichsmark, I forgot, and they gave that new currency times 1 million the original one, right? So like you would find in some place like in Ghana, for example, they would still refer to like 1,000 as a million, because it used to have that note, and then they got the new Ghana CD, which was worth basically the old Ghana CD times 100. Now, if you take this on the Bitcoin thing, right? So it kind of seems to me a little bit like that you're kind of transferring the dollar itself into a crypto. And then you kind of gradually make that one the new medium of exchange that serves the effect of the dollar. So because you will then still have, because it's a Bitcoin, right? Like, so you have like your own unique currency. It's even more secure against counterfeiting than, for example, the dollar it would be right now. So if they can just get that cryptocurrency to be utilized in the same way as a dollar, like let's say like a reserve currency, right? So you can have these. The BRICS are doing it now. Like they're trying to have like these trading tokens.
I think though the problem with Bitcoin is there's only like 18 million tokens out of the original. I think it was like 20-something million they made. So that and then you got to figure how many are in circulation and people sit on them. But I mean, I think they could use it for a currency in that type of way. But I think if they did, it would be like a niche currency that would be accepted between maybe like larger parties that would actually have real amounts of Bitcoin, so it would be worth trading back and forth. Like if, like whatever Russia, I don't know if Russia has a Bitcoin reserve or not, but like countries that have thousands of Bitcoins or millions of Bitcoins in their reserves, maybe they would use it as a trade or an exchange rate. But I don't think there's enough Bitcoin in the world to make it into like some kind of secondary world reserve, or I think it could fit into a system, part of it.
But isn't the thing with Bitcoin that you can mine, quote unquote, mine it?
Yeah, but there's only so much available because I think it was only like 22 million were ever created. So you can mine out that original 22 million. Once it's gone, it's gone. I mean, once it's all mined, it's all in somebody's wallet or some wallet.
But is that a fixed for like old, like, so if you want to make a Bitcoin,
there'll never be any more Bitcoin created.
But is that just Bitcoin, or is that just all crypto? Like they have
there's different cryptos have different rules. There's some that have like crazy amounts, like they did 1 trillion coins, and they're worth like 1/1,000,000th of a cent.
Okay,
but they'll do something like we're going to destroy 10 million coins to tomorrow in a burn, and that'll add like 1/1,000,000th of a cent value to the coin. So there's all kinds of schemy stuff. Bitcoin's probably the only one that's legit that I could ever see countries agreeing to use because it's backed by real money. People buy it. People trust it. Major players have it. Major financial houses have it. But like I said, I don't think there's enough of it. I think it would be like a niche thing, like between maybe like India, China, Russia, the EU, and the United States would do it. Maybe if there was like a South American bloc, they would do it. You know,
But hold on.
Whoever's got Bitcoin, because I mean, El Salvador has Bitcoin, so they could.
Hold on. Like what you're saying about that limit, from all you have said, unless I missed something, is that it's arbitrary.
No.
So
Not
what is
arbitrary.
what's the hard limit for making more Bitcoin?
Fixed. It's fixed.
I think it's the way the rules are set up and all that. It's a community
But
thing.
rules are arbitrary. Like rules are
The
consensus.
way I don't know enough about crypto to say definitively, but the way I understand it is all the Bitcoin that was ever going to be made is made, and there will never be any other Bitcoin. And if anyone tries to say there's other Bitcoin, then they're obviously making a fake Bitcoin. That's
was that part of a deal?
You can't even. I don't think it's even possible to legitimately counterfeit a Bitcoin. You may be able to temporarily fool something, but I don't think over the long term you could actually get away with it.
Printing.
There's too many checks and balances in the system when the Bitcoin goes from one place to another. If it was something hokey, somebody would pick it up.
Money printing is created when they borrow money. They create money out of thin air, and then the Treasury prints it. So Trump, in his first term, changed the banking rules, and now Besant is...
Okay, no, but let me stop you, because neither of those are different. But neither of the things you are saying, be it a Bitcoin or a dollar, doesn't make any difference, because what you're saying, but hold on, no, inflation is a choice. Okay,
no,
that's an option. That's something that you can do unless you gear the system. Likewise, when it comes to the Bitcoin, that you're not making any more, that's a rule that was set. Was that an agreement? I would say so, right? Unless there's a hard limit
put it this
for
way:
making
there's like a group of people, the way I understand it, and they all agree and vote, and they're all like legitimate voting. So like this is all agreed. Like it'll never change. Like if the group decided someday to like change the rules and say they could make Bitcoin, it would probably collapse Bitcoin because everyone would lose faith in it because it was supposed to be a once in a lifetime creation type thing.
You may very well be correct. You may very well be correct, but that's only if people would lose
like
the
an
value.
ounce of gold will always be an ounce of gold.
Yes.
The Bitcoin is supposed to always be the Bitcoin, and there'll never
exactly.
You can melt your gold 1 ounce. You can make it a 1 ounce coin, a 1 ounce pen, and a 1 ounce ring.
But you see,
it's always going to be an ounce.
In all those cases, it only matters if that currency, the gold or the Bitcoin, is in circulation.
Well, we have an orderly society right now Hold
on. Let me just entertain you a little bit here.
We got it, coping.
No, you did not. No, you absolutely did not.
Let coping go. It's fine.
Listen. So you're correct on all the things insofar as it changes, right? But you can still mine Bitcoin without it changing, because you just simply put it out of the market, just like you mentioned about we have a thing called zero money. Do you guys know that?
No, I never heard of it.
So look that up. So we have zero money. That's actually quite a lot of the money in the world. That's money none of us sees. That's only for banks to be moved around. Okay. So you can do exactly the same thing, right? So you can do exactly the same thing with crypto. You just arbitrate it. And then that way then it's taken out of the market, and it's only a thing you use for transaction. And that will be a funnel. That will be a funnel for the United States to be shoving in a lot of all that excess printed money can now go into this Bitcoin form, which is now remember what I said about you have a new currency which have a higher value. Now the Bitcoin is $90,000, so you can deflate quite a bit by simply converting it into Bitcoins, which are not in the market anyone else can use. It's only in the trade, and that can be just like everything else regarding mining it, inflation and what have you, can be arbitrated.
Okay, think of this, coping. When the stock market crashed in 1929, 60% of the dollars in circulation were removed. It removed 60%.
No, I mean, like I get what Kopi's saying. I mean, maybe this is what you're thinking. I mean, and I agree with it. I mean, look at Bitcoin as a store of value. Like people put their cash in it, and as people put cash in and buy it, it goes up in value. And ideally, you know, if you bought it at 40,000 and it's at 100,000, you should probably dump it and make your money off of it and go do something else with that, or reinvest it, or do whatever. That's what smart people would do. You know, they make a big profit and dump it. And that's how you deflate the Bitcoin, because like you said, you have all this Bitcoin that may be worth, let's say 90,000 a coin, which is crazy. But as soon as one of these whales decides to sell 100 coins, every red flag is going to go up. Then you're going to have the dump, and it's going to deflate. And that can be managed to a point, because the whales can release so much. And then they probably factor in the FOMO of when everyone panics and follows the whales out. And then, you know, a lot of those guys will wait till it crashes down like that, and then they'll buy back in, and it'll go back up. But
yeah,
I mean,
we know that.
it's a good way. It's a good way to store your cash and then get your cash out, and in a way, you're kind of gambling too. And you're storing your money. You know, because unless you're an idiot, you know, if you want to buy a Bitcoin for 25,000, okay, now you own a Bitcoin, it's 25,000. You know, if you're I guess an experienced investor, you'll understand it's going to go up and down. But also, when you see it, you know, I bought it at 25,000, now it's worth 80,000. Maybe it's time to get out and take that money and do something else with it.
So
when you're talking about market manipulation, that's actually a good time.
But yeah, I mean, well,
that.
they say it's against the law, but the whales with the Bitcoin and the crypto can manipulate it that way.
Yeah, it's a good point, because it's also a very good time for them to do that. People are getting increasingly concerned about there's a lot of like red flags going out on the market, generally speaking. So if they choose to do this just to give people a little bit of a scare, so prices go down and then they can just grab it, like that makes a lot of sense.
And see, that's the thing. I mean, as soon as one of these guys dumps or they people notice, I mean, you know what I mean? Because you see how these stock people, they got, you know, AI running their shit 24/7, watching for every little tick and move. And, you know, the people that are into crypto, it's like, you know, this account just dumped 1,000 Bitcoin. What's up? You know, all of a sudden everyone's waking up. People might start panicking, like, hey, should I get ready to dump? What's the dump? Because you can put in those orders ahead of time. Like, if the price hits this, dump it. You know, if the price hits this, buy it. So I mean, you can see that. You can see how they can manipulate the system. To get the money when they need to get the money, and then, you know, get more, you know, control over the amount of Bitcoin, because that's the whales are the ultimate guys in Bitcoin, because they make the price go up and down.
Yeah, so a currency is only as good as a cryptocurrency, or a dollar is only as good as how many of them there are. The value of them is determined by how many dollars they printed. And during COVID and during the 2009 banking crisis, they printed up so much money, and they have to remove all those
$5
dollars.
trillion in 3 months.
Sell your shit, because that just makes those dollars disappear, and that's what's needed to control inflation. You got that?
Well aware. They printed out over $5 trillion in just a few months, which is like 20% of what the total reserve is. I'm well aware of that.
And now
but the point but what you need to become aware of is that all these things are arbitrary. The reasons that they can occur is through consensus. And so if those who have made the rules for Bitcoin, because that's how you get it into the market, because they make the rules, and then those who make Bitcoin, they comply, and then so it is the way it is now. But it doesn't have to be this way. It can also be, just like it was arbitrated into being, it can be arbitrated away. Consensus simply need to shift.
Well, your crypto right now is worthless unless you sell it and make dollars. It's no good. You can't trade it or use it or buy a loaf of bread.
It's not really worthless. It's only worthless if you sell it and lose money. But if you possess it and it is up like it is now for me, then it's still worth money. If it goes down, it has to go down like 100% or more to start affecting me. And then if it does, I'll just ride it out. If it gets so bad and it totally goes away, well, then I guess I fucking eat that dick on that investment. But chances are it's going to come back, and, you know, maybe I'll be like, well, I'm tired of the roller coaster. So once it goes above what I paid for it, I'll just dump it and get out and do something else.
Yeah, well, you know, the rule of gambling. The rule of gambling is don't gamble with money you can't afford to lose.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I do. I mean, I have my regular investments and stuff. I got a little bit of Bitcoin because I find it interesting, and I think there's a chance it could, you know, be something down the road if people get smart. But if it is, great. If it ain't, you know, I didn't fucking mortgage my house and sell my firstborn to get it either. So I'm not really going to fucking die if I lose it.
Yeah, and you had a good time doing it.
So neither Bitcoin nor money, for that matter, has any value. It only has value because we attribute it value. The same goes for gold. It has so much value because you can trade it for value, right? But if you cannot trade that gold, unless you're having like a massive factory where you're making computer chips and shit, you're not going to have much use for that gold. You might as well have a lump of lead, right? Because you want something heavy and it's something soft. You get both things with that.
Do you live up north? You know what freezing pipes are about? Have you ever tried to heat with electricity?
Do you know where the fuck he lives? He lives about as far fucking north as you could fucking live and not die.
Is he really?
Pretty much.
So in the Ukraine, in Kiev, they don't have that central heating. So they've been running electric heaters and that just wipes out. I mean, electric heat takes so much electricity. 1,000-watt heaters will heat a 10 by 10 room running at full 1,000 watts.
So that's a funny thing you're mentioning.
Hey, somebody in the chat, the live chat said, they said there's an estimate there's only about 1.3 million Bitcoin left to be mined before they're all claimed.
Okay, so there is. I guess I should just look.
There's like 18 million that people own or possess, and there's about another 1.3 million out there to be obtained.
So BlackRock's just raising cash. They're just getting dollars so they can make payroll.
Well, I mean, like, think about this. Like with Bitcoin, ideally, like if things were a little bit different, I bought it at like 45,000, 47,000. It's up to like 90,000. I sell it. Then I go buy gold, when it's like 2,500 and now it's up to 4. Like it'd be dumb right now to sell the Bitcoin for cash, then turn the cash into gold because gold is ridiculously high. Yeah, it might go higher, but I'm not willing to take that chance. I think it's kind of like if you want to make money off gold, you should try to buy gold a few years ago.
Here, I'll give you something.
If you're buying gold now, you're paying the premium. So maybe right now you hold the cash and you
silver's going to 2,600.
Yeah, exactly.
I got something for you folks here too, and you heard it here first if you haven't heard it before. All that Bitcoin talk and all that AI and all that electric infrastructure. What is that going to require? Copper. What is their limit of? Copper. You're lacking. Amazon is buying up dead mines, and the government has put in they put actually on the corporations to be the AI corporations to actually be responsible to in part or in whole for their power supply, right now. So here this is not an abstract. Okay, you can talk all about Bitcoin and inflation as much as you want. But just like with gold, you have a limited supply, but gold is not utilized for much else than transactions. So its inherent utility value is rather limited. Silver, on the other hand, is in drastic demand, not only because it's a store of value, but also because it's used industrially. Likewise, when you have a tin, but copper in particular, because here we're not talking about like if you had tin and those special rare metals, that would be for like smaller electric infrastructure, like cell phones and shit, right? But when you're talking about building massive power centers, that's tons upon tons upon tons of, in particular, metal and likely aluminum as well. So if you, for example, Vaughn, one thing, like I'm not giving any investment advice, I'm just giving here's worth considering that there is going to be a higher demand on copper. So maybe you want to have a round with AI and some special investors and shit like that.
Oh, yeah,
consider maybe selling that Bitcoin, totally. Turn it to copper. Like so when people are buying Bitcoin, you gain the cash from having all that copper.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that totally. I mean, like one of the other things I've been looking at is like drone companies, but there's not really a lot there. I mean, the ones that are really good that are going to make money and already have the contracts, they're not public, so you can't buy them, but I mean, I'm sure if you could, be a congressman and insider trade, it'd probably be nice because you could get all the good drone. Because that's obviously another sector that's going to boom for the indefinite future.
No, they're going to be regulated.
No, I'm talking about military stuff.
Drones.
Just government.
All drones. They're a threat to the military.
Well, who do you think is going to regulate them? The guys with the nukes.
United States military.
Yeah, and the Russians and the Chinese. So they'll
and
all
the Russians and the
they'll
Chinese.
They'll have the civilian rules, and then they'll have the military drones, and they'll all. I mean, look at everybody's got, their own versions of certain types of drones, but then there's like the Chinese
Not
Global
for
Hawk,
long.
the Russian-looking Predator, and the American-looking Predator, the Turkish-looking Predator, the Iranian-looking Predator. I mean, there's designs that everybody's going to have drones.
The Board of Peace is going to shut that shit
you can
down.
invest in the drone companies. That's where there's probably going to be serious money.
They're
I mean,
gonna
like
be
right now,
regulated.
buying Raytheon's dumb because Raytheon makes missiles. They're already up because the orders are in. Their stock's like worth a few $100s, so it's probably not worth buying. But if you can find one of these drone companies that's still on the upswing,
They're
once
gonna
they
be
land a
shut
few
down.
contracts, you're going to be making fucking money off of them.
You can't have these drones flying around interfering with shit. They're going to shut. Xi and Putin and Trump are going to shut that shit down. It's terrorism. Those
I mean, I own a drone. I fly a drone. They're not going to shut anything down. They
have
can't
fun
shut
with
my
it while
drone
you can.
down. They can't
Have
shut my
fun with
drone
it.
down.
While you can, have a good time.
I mean, I will. I mean, they'll never shut them down. I mean, you're talking about. I mean, that's like saying you're going to ban guns in America. I mean, there's what 3
You'll
guns
see.
for every American. There's probably 1 drone for every American.
Trump's
I mean,
gonna use
especially if
his
you factor in all the cheap
discombobulator.
Temu drones and shit. There's probably a drone for every American, and then you start factoring in the good shit like DJIs and the American brands that are coming online, and then all the farm drones and I mean, shit. There's probably 5 drones for every motherfucker if you really think about it.
Trump's going to use his discombobulator.
And they're all building more drones, so there'll be even more drones.
Now you'll see. Trump's got a discombobulator. They got weapons you never imagined. The United States military, Trump has
We'll
weapons.
see. I mean, hopefully we never find out. But if the
you
fuck
will.
around and find out day comes, we'll find out if the laser guns are real and the gods from rods of God and
Rods of God.
does the stealth really work? Does it work? Is it gonna work? I
No,
mean,
it's gonna be
we'll
good.
find out. I mean, that's gonna be a big day for everybody. I mean, Wyatt will probably be busy, and
They're
we can probably
still
do 5
cleaning
different
out.
open mics.
They're still cleaning out all the evil banking, cabal stuff. All the people who financed Ukraine, started the Ukraine war, and are keeping it going. It's the EU and everybody who's anti-Trump. The whole British master of the waves media, the whole EU, the British Empire, they're all getting their money absolutely chopped out. And you're going to see, but it's a process, Vaughn. It doesn't happen overnight. It's going great, ahead of schedule and under budget, and you're just going to be amazed. So cheer up and enjoy yourself, because all this dooming and crash and all that crap, I mean, it's fun if you want to, but it's under control. Patriots are in control. It's going to be great.
Well, I hope you're right, but
Yeah, you want to do closing?
I think there's a lot of people making a lot of promises, but we haven't really get the payoff
You'll
yet.
see. Read the posts. Closing.
Anyway, we can get back to Ukraine for a few minutes too. I mean,
Okay.
we got.
Oh yeah.
We got some action southeast of Seversk. It looks like they've pushed out more. And then I think there's positional fighting around Ozerny. And once they've already cut that highway that ran into Seversk, and they're pushing. I think they're probably only 13 miles away from Sloviansk. Obviously that's a long way, but still it's not. And there's about, that's the outskirts. That's not like the middle. That's like the bare outskirts of Sloviansk. And I think they're about 12, 13 miles away from Lyman too, or not Lyman, Izium. But that's a ways off too. I mean, both of those are, I don't know, maybe they'll go between both of them, or maybe they'll go for one. Because, it seems like it's working out pretty well for them as far as pushing west and getting around the top of Sloviansk and Seversk, and then, getting up there above Lyman. and then taking Yampol, and then taking Lehman, and then keep going past. Now they're all the way down there, or what? I mean, they're at that railroad junction. Is the last place I saw them, which is where I marked them, about 13 miles from Sloviansk. And that would actually west and north of Sloviansk. So they're actually beyond Sloviansk if you went straight line north. So, I mean, they could start coming down from that side while they push in from the east. And then you got Konstantinivka. It looks like they've pushed in more around the south into town. And it looks like they got in pretty good on, like, the northeast side. They had a pretty decent penetration into there. But I think that and then you got Gule Pole. That's probably where the biggest action's been. I mean, they've expanded out there. It looks like Orkiv and around Zaporizhzhia is kind of stagnated. But I mean, I don't know what the weather is like now, but I would imagine after the last couple of weeks they had some pretty big days. They're probably refitting and resting. Maybe the weather's got them slowed down. Maybe they're waiting for a big freeze to come, but I would imagine, I don't know what the weather is like, but if the weather's the reason, then once the weather breaks, you'll see more action. Or if they're just refitting and taking a break, then once that's done, it'll start up again. But I mean, they're still working Gulola Pole, and they're still working Konstantinivka, and they're still working past Siversk. I mean, I think the stuff around Vochansk and around Sumi's just, pressure and pushing around where they can get away with it. Vochansk, obviously, they're trying to clear that area out and make more of a buffer. And then Kupiansk, I haven't heard shit about that, but I mean, it was going back the Russians' way, so I would assume, since it's been quiet, they're probably just consolidating whatever they got. Maybe there's a bad weather, so everybody's just hunkered down and resupplying while the drones are down. But I haven't heard a lot about the drones. I mean, you see them hitting stuff, but like if you watch that History Legends video, the Ukrainians were hitting a lot of robotic vehicles and stuff, but the point was that they were already empty. So they were like, well, they already dropped off the supplies, or the vehicles were already, empty when they got hit. So they already dropped off the rotation of troops. So I think the Russians are probably using whatever's going on there. Yeah, if that's the way, I don't know if it's snowing or foggy. I mean, the cold ain't going to stop the. Well, that's not true because, like I said, I do fly a drone and it's a DJI, and it's with a normal temperature, it's got about 35-minute flight time on a single battery. But it does advise me not to fly in cold temperatures because the battery will drain faster, and the max is 14 degrees. So if it's super cold in Ukraine, that could be another reason why the drones aren't up as much, because they do have to fly some of those probably more than a kilometer to get to the targets. And if it's that cold, which up there it would obviously be way colder, 0 or sub-zero, maybe they just can't afford to fly the drones because the batteries won't last long enough to get there. Because I've wanted to go out and fly mine once the snow started, but it's 3 degrees outside. I don't know how long it would last. And they tell you got to warm up the drone and warm up the batteries before you do that. And, if these guys are out in these trenches or villages, there's probably not a lot of opportunity to warm up the batteries if the weather's really cold. So that might be another reason why you haven't seen a lot of movement going on, because the drones aren't up attacking or supporting an attack. And all those drones take batteries. There's no gas-powered ones. The only drones that you've seen flying are what? The gas-powered Garans. Everything else that's battery-powered has been probably grounded for the most part, it seems like. But it could be, too, like I said, they're just refitting, so it's just slow action.
I haven't been paying much attention really, but how are the would you say there is a big qualitative difference between the drones that the Ukrainians are using and the ones the Russians are using, or is it more a matter of quantity?
I think it's just quantity at this point, because they both have access to some decent platforms and stuff. I mean, I think it just depends where you're at. Like, if you're facing maybe, better trained or better funded, maybe like the nationalist units and stuff, you probably get a better variety and quality of drones. But I mean, I would imagine no matter who you are on the Ukrainian side, the biggest problem is just quantity. Like there's probably areas. I mean, there are areas where the Ukrainians have concentrated. Like there was one, I can't remember where it was, but it was last week, and the guy was talking about how between the Russians and the Ukrainians, because he couldn't get out of his hole. He was a Russian guy. They were using about 500 drones estimated a day on each other. Between the two, so that's 250 a side, or maybe it's 50 on one side and 450 on the other side, or maybe it's 100 to 400 or something. But I mean, there's a lot of drones out there, but I would imagine overall the Russians have a numerical advantage in drones, and the Russians or the Ukrainians might have an area advantage at times on the Russians.
Okay, I'll just take you back to the memory lane here. Like that's a pretty big difference compared to the beginning of the war, where there would be like an occasional drone here and there, and that would be enough to keep them hunkered down. And now they're just like swarming over, just throwing like 500 at them, which is like, okay, maybe less artillery shells and more drones, so maybe you can do the budget in that regard. But I just recalled, didn't the Russians also roll out some remote control, like little, I don't know, infantry support tanks stuff? It wasn't particularly sizable, but it was still like,
yeah, they've got stuff like that. But I mean, and I don't know how effective it's ever been. Only time I ever see it is usually when a drone blows it up after they find it. But I have seen them. I mean, there's been videos of them on ranges, practicing, showing them off. But I don't know how much they've ever actually done in a real role in the SMO.
Have the Ukrainians considered something like that, or is
there's stories that they've had a couple vehicles like that did some shit. There's one video where they claim it took out a tank, but it's not. If it's a tank, but the 50 caliber machine gun didn't take it out. I don't know for sure what happened to it, but it was like a robotic track with a 50 caliber belt-fed machine gun on it. That's the only one I know of. And then there was other incidents where they had like robotic or automated machine guns, like around, I think there was one around Avdiivka on the south end around the reservoir that was hooked up to a laptop, and the guy could watch it from somewhere and, basically aim the gun and fire it, but remotely. But other than that, I haven't seen anything, a whole lot of that. That was like maybe 2 or 3 instances of that, and then the tracked 50 cal.
They can
I
control
would say that's safe to
drones
say
from
that they
Moscow.
aren't really employed much. Like they aren't really useful, as useful as they would like to be. But they will be interesting
No,
to know what
the only ones I
actually.
think they use a whole bunch are the ones they can carry supplies on or evacuate people on, because that's the only ones you see the most of. I mean,
Because I imagine that would be a very attractive thing to have, right? To have some drones that will be good enough for you to be, wearing the enemy in the first place, to send the first stormtroopers or something like that. Like that would be, for example, for anyone having a manpower issue, which would be both really, but more so the Ukrainians, I'd say. And if I'm not sure the MIT or something like that, if they're able to kind of make, if they are able to make something like that, which can also be mass produced, that would probably come in very well in handy for the Ukrainians. But I don't see anything like that anytime soon. I'm not really sure what is
there
the
are
limitation.
incidents where they try to coordinate and stuff like that. I saw a video. No, actually, yeah, it was a video I saw. Again, props to Wyatt's friend, History Legends. He knows good people. He was talking about an incident where there was enough FPV drones supporting this Russian assault that it was like the drones provided close air support. Like they had drones monitoring them as they advanced, and then they had FPV drones attacking the targets as they appeared, and they took over the position pretty quick.
But as for land-based drones, it makes sense to me that they would maybe have, like, maybe not an assault.
No, these are like FPVs. Like they were, like if a Ukrainian guy popped out, they'd hit him with an FPV.
But how do they transport them? Because they will use drones to transport the drones then, no?
Well, there's stories that they have drones that, like mothership drones. Like I've heard that to get around some of the EW, the Russians will fly a drone that carries a couple drones. It will land, and it's got a repeater built on it, and it'll fly beyond the electronic warfare and land or drop the 2 drones, and then those 2 drones will operate off that repeater, so they can get way, way back behind the lines without fiber optics. And there's reports that they've got fiber optic drones that can fly up to 70. Since I bought my drone, I get ads all the time for fiber optic spools for sale that this company will sell me ones up to 40 kilometers. and that's civilian. So you can, I mean, it's crazy what they can do with these drones. And they use these drones to, you know, to literally fly attack missions against targets on the ground, mixed in with the FPVs that are flowing without the wire. And then they've got larger drones or, you know, surveillance platforms that are up above that, guiding the guys onto the targets, telling them where to check. You know, it's pretty thorough with the way they do it when they have a chance to set it
But
up.
so everything you mentioned there, though, is aerial. Like if we go for terrestrial drones, barring the logistics, like it would make sense to me, for example, to have drones that could shoot down other drones, because it seems to be something that they're pretty okay at. You can have some sentinels that can easily pop down.
Well, they do that. Both sides have rigged up all kinds of stuff like that. And then they've developed actual high-speed drones that can be launched that look like little lawn darts that fly like 250 kilometers an hour that'll intercept, you know, a drone with just a kinetic hit. You know, just fly into it.
But can you accompany assault troops with it to give them drone cover, for example?
Oh yeah, I mean the one I'm talking about that I saw was the launcher. You slide it under like a pistol rail, and then you just hold it up and fire it. And it's like a AI guided, self-guided. You know, you launch it, it flies up and hits the drone. And this was from probably like a quarter mile, maybe not a quarter mile, but it was several hundred meters away. It was well outside any kind of damage you would take from shrapnel or the blast. And then there's other companies developing small pistols that are reloadable single shot nets that will take a drone down from maybe 50 yards away. And all you're doing is shooting out a net and strings and shit to tangle it up and crash it. I mean, it might still blow up, but 50 feet away is better than right in front of you, like, you know, throwing your AK at it and hitting it and blowing it up right in your face. And not everybody's going to be a badass and headbutt one and survive like that one guy. I mean, who knows where he's at now? But still, I mean, there's a lot of like man-portable self-defense stuff that's starting to come out with drones, which is interesting. You know, besides a shotgun, I still think the shotgun's the best. But you know, if you're out there running across the open field, one of these little net pistols, or, you know, if you have a couple guys with these drone pistols, I mean, it's kind of a lot to carry. You know, you got your rifle and all your shit. Now you got to carry at least a couple loads for this drone gun, but you're pretty much guaranteed a kill if you see it and shoot at it far enough away. I don't know how good they work at close range. That's where you want to use like the nets or the close-in self-defense.
Can I do my closing so I can take my cold and get off of this computer? I love having cold. Colds and flu are, they clean closets. They eliminate all the precancerous cells. So colds and flu viruses are really useful. Okay, but what I want to say for closing is that there are laws to war. And so far, not even History Legends is talking about why this is a special military operation and not a war. And the reason is there's rules, and the rule book is called the Law of War. And if you put in a search DOD Law of War, you can see this international handbook that there's rules. And that's why the number of weapons is limited, the number of people are limited, but mostly the territory on which they fight is limited. And that's the 4 regions that Putin annexed. And he could go into Sumy because they went into Kursk. Because they went into Kursk, he gets to go into Sumy to make a barrier, a buffer zone. But otherwise, they're not allowed to fight on Ukrainian territory. They have to stay in the Donbass. So the Russians need to entice all the Ukrainians onto those 4 territories. And if they took Kramatorsk, Kupiansk, Konstantinovka, if they took those towns, then they have to negotiate a new international treaty. That would mean the special military operation is completed. If they take the whole of those 4 regions, it's over. They have to renegotiate. So they need to keep pulling all the Ukrainians onto those 4 regions and fight them there. That's why they keep backing up and letting the Ukrainians advance, and then they kill some more of them, and then the Europeans send more Ukrainians to die. That's what the law of war is. It's not a declared war. If it was, Russia could win it in 1 week. So I'm just saying it's an important thing that nobody talks about. And so I said it, and now I'm going to take my cold and close my mic. And God bless you, young man. Thank you, Wyatt.
Thank you, Pam. Shall we all do closing then? So it's and we're 5.5
that's
hours.
fine. I'm good.
Okay, Vaughn, then go next.
Yeah, I was just gonna say again, as always, thanks to Wyatt for providing the platform, and everybody watching. Make sure you're subscribed. You know, if you like what Wyatt's doing, you can always go on the Patreon, or there's a whole bunch listed in any of his videos to support him. You know, one time, or join as a member, become a sergeant or an officer or whatever, or just super chat. I don't know. Just keep an eye on what's going on in the United States. I mean, the whole thing's fucked up. The optics are bad. The results of the protests and the crackdown on the illegals isn't really. I mean, it's like if you're going to have all this shit going on, at least have the deportation buses full and actually have the numbers to back it up. But it's like you're going to have all this extreme, bad optics, violence, outrage, and the numbers aren't, you're not going to be really deporting the people. I mean, yeah, they're trying to focus on the criminals and stuff, but we're not getting mass deportations like we want, like Trump was elected for. And there's ways to do it, and he talks a lot of shit about what he's going to do. He talks about the Insurrection Act. If it's an insurrection, then invoke the Insurrection Act. If it's not, then stop saying it because you look weak. And, probably stay out of Iran. Hopefully nothing happens there. But, I mean, the fucking carrier groups, I think there or nearby, I think I saw the other day it was at least in range to launch fighters if it wanted to. But, that shit's out there on the horizon. So hopefully something, maybe Trump will stay distracted with Greenland and then we can go after Cuba and, stay over here for a while. I mean, Iran's not going anywhere. Maybe the Gaza thing will, keep him from doing something. The Gaza Board of Peace, maybe that'll work out. But, for the time being, I mean, the first time Iran folded and it went down in a favorable way for the United States, I feel like this time if they go after the Iran and it's a really legit, their last stand, things are going to get out of hand pretty fast. And we may prevail in the end, but I don't think it'll be quick or clean if it does go to that route. And obviously I could be wrong and everything could work out great and the regime could collapse and everybody could be happy. And that would be great if it happens. But I do consider in the back of my mind that if they attack the regime, then they fail to take out the regime. Or if the regime feels like it's going down, I mean, if I'm going down, I'm going to take everybody with me and they're going to launch all their missiles and send out their boats and attack the ships and the tankers and, go down swinging, which would be bad. But I guess we'll see what happens there. With Ukraine, I mean, I would just assume that, like right now, it's slowed down because of either the weather, it's cold, and the Russians are probably refitting after this last. I mean, really, they've had a last couple good weeks. Probably overall, I would say several hundred kilometers, and all of it key for the most part, pickups, because a lot of it was small, but it was important where it happened, and it made it led into bigger pickups and changes on the map. So, but yeah, maybe they'll still keep pushing around Gulolopole. Maybe there'll be some more action around Konstanivka and Seversk, and obviously Vochansk, but I don't know if anything else will happen until, maybe another week after they refit. I mean, like I said, I just assume they're refitting right now and things will pick up once they're done. But like, subscribe, and share. I hope everybody has a good week. If you're out where it's snowing and cold, like me, be careful. Shoveling snow sucks. But y'all have a good week.
Thank you, Vaughn. Jay, closing, Jay.
Hey guys. Yeah, basically, what did we talk about? We talked about China. I love the China thing. I didn't get to say it, but I love it because this is classic old school China with the emperor deposing the other, I'm surprised nobody talked about it. This is China going back to its old civilizational state. Just as you get, just as you become a great strong power, somebody wants to take control and, come up. I love it. With the US, tumultuous times, man. Population, I think the numbers will come out in 2027 or something. That's when you'll see, I think, US population decline. I think they're estimating it's going to happen in like much sooner than expected. Like before it was like 2040s, 2050s. Now it's going to be like 2028 or something. So especially with the deportation, self-deportations, you're cutting the refugee intake, you're cutting the legal immigration. What is it, 75 countries and stuff? I never heard Reagan or Clinton or Bush ever do anything like that. I'm just saying. Board of Peace. I mean, yeah, Board of Peace, at least he's trying, right? But I mean, you need more countries in there. You need more than just Turkey and a couple of these European countries. Like, it's not if you want to be a global organization, right, you got to be a global organization. And China containment, I think they've given up on this already. Like, I don't know how you've already contained it quite a lot geographically. Like, how much do you want to contain China as it is? You can't contain. It's hard to contain a country of 1.4 billion people with like $20 trillion. Like, it's tough. You can work with the new reality, but that's what it is. And an interesting thing that is to be noted is the Ursula von der Leyen, our queen, is in India right now, and they're signing that free trade agreement. That's a pretty big development. So the EU wants to sell the cars into India, I guess, and stuff. And you'll have that's. Meanwhile, the South America, nobody wants European cars, right? But yeah, the South American trade deal got stuck. Wow, what a surprise! The EU trade deal that they're working on for 25 years is stuck for even longer. So yeah, a lot of things like that. And Russia, Ukraine, I'm just waiting until April, May. I mean, that's what I'm waiting for. I'm sure Wyatt has a lot of things to say about that, but yeah, that's all. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Jay. Yeah, finally it's a time zone that you can get on. Jay is in New Zealand, by the way, for you guys who do not know, right? And yeah, so Kobe closing.
Yes, thank you. Very cool to see Jay, or actually be on the same open mic. Too bad it's just for the closing, but let me see if I can touch on some of what you all said here. Vaughn said something about Iran, and then you said something about China, and I think both of them kind of are connected. So why would the US do something with Iran? Well, China gets quite a lot of discounted oil there. It's like a sanction discount. So if the United States get it under their sphere and into the market, right, then that's going to take a hit on the Chinese. Now you may ask, why would they want to be poking at the Chinese? Well, it's because the Chinese are subsidizing their industry, and that's gearing them in a disparaging way towards the US financial system. So think about prices rising because the dollar loses value, and then you have China on top of it trying to export deflation, because they're trying to export as cheap as possible in order to undermine everyone else's industry. So in order to prevent China, to kind of give the Chinese a kick in the leg, basically, if you cut them off from Venezuela and you cut them off from Iran, now if Trump then makes a deal with Putin, and all the massive amount of Russian sanction discount, right, the sanction discount that they have on that oil, now all of that is going to have a pretty profound effect on the Chinese industry. So they will, whether they like it or not, they're going to be forced closer to the dollar. So when the dollar inflates, then the Chinese will have to follow. So it's like, okay, they might have a commodity economy. You may say, fine, it is in a sense more tangible, but because it is more tangible, it's also that much more vulnerable. There are only so many places you can do certain type of materials and resources also. So yeah, it's I would say, and the thing with Iran, whether or not the Americans do anything or they suddenly back off, I think either way, it's probably going to be a bad look for the Americans. So just kind of have to just throw their chip and just suck it, basically, for those who don't like it. But if they choose to then go back, that's going to, of course, be a very bad look. I mean, here you come with a carrier, and pretty much any one of these carrier groups are strong enough to overpower any nation's national air force, right? So you don't just come and frivolously show up for no reason, right? And here you've been making clear threats and all that stuff. Yeah, if the U.S. backs out now, that's going to be looking quite weak, quite embarrassing, especially considering all the interest that they would have there. Like we were talking about earlier about the copper. So the copper has its limited availability, and yeah, maybe there are more reserves that you can open up. I glanced on the comments here. There were something about untapped gold reserves in Venezuela. Fine, that might be useful later, but that's not something you can do something with now. Like if it was a bunch of untapped copper in Venezuela, you cannot do something with that now. But what can you do with Iran? Iran has one of the biggest copper reserves and one of the biggest copper mines functioning. So if you get those parts as well, right? Then, which is also something that Chinese are getting, right, at a discount price, and copper is shooting up in value, right? So this is like it is in the United States geopolitical interests to get Iran in their sphere of influence in order to coerce the Chinese closer to, like, whether they want to or not, compelled by rules. The intent here is to force the Chinese industry to have more expenses to deal with. So then the next thing here will be not only material, but it will be Russia, I suspect. But of course, if the US now withdraws, then dispense absolutely everything I said, because then they might have found something better, or they don't know what the fuck they're doing. Like, it's hard to tell really at this point. The world is getting quite crazy. So, if you want to kind of try to figure out a little bit, you watching, you should consider joining us here. Like, we are probably a bunch of idiots just like you. And even those people who are like smart and have all the insight and all the power and all that kind of stuff, guess what? They are also in their little bubble. So how can you actually get out of your bubble? You get on the DPA Open Mic. And whether you get on the DPA Open Mic or not, what you can do, you can super chat and thus be a part of the conversation. You can like and you can subscribe with the bell notification blaring, and you can share it to a friend, or just actually have a phone in one hand and a knife in the other. Go out in the street and just pull with a knife up to the throat of one dude, show the phone, and this is the channel you're going to subscribe to. Like, if you're watching from like places where that is permissible and normal way to communicate, like, I don't know, Syria. It's like, anyways, yeah. Thank you so much, fellow guests, and especially Wyatt, for hosting. It's an unconventional time. I must admit, I don't like it. This is a coincidence that I could join here, but I am glad that you're hosted anyways. I hope you did not do it at the expense of your health. And seriously, I think you should consider taking a weekend off from the DPA Open Mic, but it is because you're taking a vacation. Take a travel to, a place. I don't know where you would like to go. No? Oh, yeah,
no money.
Jay is right there. He's in your neighborhood, and I know New Zealand. It looks like a nice place.
Come on, he's on the other side of the globe. Like, no, he's not. New Zealand is not near, dude. You can measure the distance. It's not near. It's nearer for me to go to Japan. It's easier for me to go to Japan, go to India, than go to New Zealand. New Zealand is freaking far away. They're in the middle of nowhere.
So how far, if you were to take the distance from, let's say, from Singapore to New Zealand, and if you would just take that distance and flip it westwards, how far would you get?
Let me open my Google Maps. So,
Middle East for sure.
So let me share screen.
Oman, I don't know.
Yeah,
what's your guess?
I've never been to Far East Asia. Like, I've only seen it like on a map, and I just know there's a lot of ocean, a lot of island, a lot of space.
So to Wellington is 8,500 kilometers. So 8,500 kilometers. Let me see where I can go. Japan is only 5,700. I can go to Alaska, can I? Yeah, it's nearer to go to Alaska.
What?
Wow.
What?
Are you serious? That's
yeah,
really
okay.
Huh?
Yeah, I mean, can I go to San Francisco? San Francisco is a bit too far. So I can go to Alaska though, no. Alaska
Are
is
you
like
joking?
sorry. Alaska is 10,000. Sorry, I see wrong. Alaska is further.
But still,
So
damn. So you get.
So let's say go to westward. 6,000, 8,005. I can go to Ukraine though. I can go to Ukraine. Yeah, I can go to the front lines.
Not yet.
So I say, New Zealand is deceptively near. It's not near at all. It's a fucking far place,
Damn. I thought like you were maybe like at the same distance as from maybe Oslo or Amsterdam to Ghana.
It's literally nearer to go to Moscow. It's nearer to go to Moscow than to go to Wellington.
Because if I travel from Oslo from Amsterdam to Ghana, it's about 6-hour flight, and with that one, I think I can reach somewhere in Iraq maybe, and I think that's a pretty far. Like it's not the furthest, like it's further to go to the United States, but damn, from Singapore to New Zealand,
it's nearer to go to Israel and Gaza than to go to New Zealand.
Okay. Now you have to test New Zealand southwards. Is it closer to Norway if you go just cross the South Pole?
Huh? Go to where?
Oh no, fuck.
From New Zealand?
Sorry.
How can it be? How can it be? That don't make sense at all.
No, I completely messed up. I was just thinking.
That don't make sense.
No, because in my mind, since you were so close to Australia, right? If you just flipped it, then you would maybe get back to North. But that would, of course, be just like a lot further down. I just, I just got boggled that it was so it's so far out, like New Zealand. Because it's like looking.
I forgot to show you guys. Oh my god! I just now I could have shown you guys. So let me go back to Singapore. Okay.
Yeah,
so,
prove you're not trolling us.
Yeah. I just put in the center of Singapore. Then I go to New Zealand. I thought I shared my screen. Oh my god, I'm sorry. So let's say I go to Wellington. It's 8,500 kilometers.
Jeez.
8,500 kilometers. So if I go the other direction, Japan is 5,300. So I can go to Alaska. It's a bit too far. It's 9,008. So I can go to Moscow though. So if I go to Moscow, Moscow is still nearer. It's 8,004. So and I can go to Israel or Gaza. I can go to Gaza. Yeah, Gaza is nearer than New Zealand.
Libya.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
And I can also go to Ukraine. I can go to Kharkiv. It's still nearer. It's nearer to go to Ukraine, go to the front line in Ukraine than to go to New Zealand.
What?
So New Zealand is deceptively near, but it's not near at all. It's yeah.
I am mind boggled. I can't believe that I kind of pretty much know most countries around the globe, but like I would recognize pretty much shapes of countries and shit like that. And here I find out for the first time, well into my 4th decade of being alive and coping, and now I find out that New Zealand is further away from Singapore than what was it, Moscow?
To Moscow, Ukraine front lines, to Israel.
Wow. Okay, I got a completely new view on this. It's a small world, like the Saints.
Yeah, so New Zealand is really a middle of nowhere. Like New Zealand is really in the middle of nowhere. It's like really secluded. So yeah, if that's where you go when World War III happens.
If we want to fly, we go to Singapore, and then we go wherever we want. We go to Ukraine.
Now I understand why there's so many having like this idea of like world apocalypse shelters in New Zealand, like be it the climate change or nuclear war or whatever. Like, yeah, New Zealand is like the least likely place unless they get nukes or something like that, of course.
Why do you think the Kiwis give up flying? The Kiwis are like, fuck flying, man. It's too far.
Exactly. What are you gonna do? You gonna fly to Australia?
Yeah.
Exactly. But you're not missing much out anyway, Wyatt. Like, what are you gonna do in Wellington? Nothing. You're gonna drink coffee.
I can visit. I can go and visit Hobbiton in the north. No, I can go.
No. It's only an hour away. It's only an hour away from where I am. So.
Yeah. New Zealand got beautiful scenery. Like beautiful terrain, beautiful mountains, forge. Like, yeah. But it's so expensive. No, I'm making worse money than McDonald's, workers right now on YouTube. So
in Singapore.
How is the?
Yeah, in Singapore.
But I was thinking like because I sometimes get the impression that you upload a few videos pretty close to each other. Like, do you notice if that still has an effect on the algorithm, or is it like with it like if they're not spaced out enough, it will cannibalize each other news?
I think it still does, but the thing is, I don't care anymore. I already given up. Like I largely given up. So if you see nowadays I post videos, sometimes I just don't care. I just spam, like one Ukraine, then suddenly one United States, and then I don't care anymore. Like there is zero control over the algo. Like there's no way you can be a good boy and then do well. Like there's no be a good boy to YouTube and do well. There's no more such things. So it's just like fuck it, I just do whatever. So nowadays I'm busy with I'm learning the app this AI thingy called Replit. So it helps you do apps and websites without coding. So I have a lot of ideas. And then I finally able to do it because of AI. So I'm now in the process of doing it and doing some of these apps, these ideas that I have been dreaming for like almost a decade. And I'm trying to do and see how far I can do. I haven't launched anything yet, so I'm still in the process of building the things. So if this can build can build out, the apps works, if I can gain extra revenue or gain revenue from it, yeah, then maybe DPA will be more sustainable. Like I will have some DPA apps that you guys can use to track geopolitics, to track the war. Maybe a map app, like like this kind of thing I can be able to do. So AI is a great thing. It's a great revolution, able to make things come true.
I think that's a good idea, because one thing you can do is have that app be hooked up to like a center, so you can gather information. So if people want to find out about what has been gathered of reports, because I've been thinking about that too, maybe making an AI agent, so like I can just have it search up reports that it finds, or scroll through the Telegram or something like that to find a
that's
video.
Grok. What you are looking for is just Grok. Grok can do all those right now.
Can they, for example, put it on the Google Maps? Because as far as I understood it, like it's possible to get it to it's a bit of a tricky part, but you can make it maybe not Grok, but it was you can make an agent that takes the inputs, and if it has like coordinate, because it can kind of surmise where the location would be. If it is not given exact, then at least you have a rough estimate. And for the intents and purposes of like maybe not necessarily the Ukraine war and frontline reporting, because there you have to have a higher resolution. But as for news and shit like that, I mean, I imagine that will be a lot easier for you to do DPA news and geopolitical analysis. And for that matter, it will probably be even easier for us here to just occasionally just gather together and like, okay, let's see what we have gathered so far with Pamela had some focus on this, and then others had that one.
Yeah, so my worry is noise. I'm not sure if the AIs can cut through the noise. So a lot of testing is needed. So there are some app ideas I had for years now, which I thought that I would be able to do, because based on the trajectory, I thought that I would get 100,000 subs by the end of 2022. Then I will have the sufficient revenue. I can invest back into DPA to create the app and whatnot. I have so many ideas, and then everything just went to shit. After 3 months of the war, is like the channel got suppressed, and then everything just went to shit. So thankfully there's AI. I'm doing some ideas. Some simpler ones I will launch as a website first to see how the whole process works, and then because the DPA ones are all very complicated. So there is there's quite a lot of ideas I wanted to do. So I'm not sure which one will go first, but they are all rather difficult as an app to do. So I will see how it goes, and because I cannot just, I have been trying really hard on YouTube like for the past 3 years. Like I really tried very hard. I keep changing the formats, ideas, how to do certain the things, and in the end, what I realized is it's nothing. Doesn't matter at all. Like it's the way how the algo works. It doesn't matter at all anymore. Like no matter how I change, it's stuck. So
well, there's a thing in sales, where you do direct sales, and that will be kind of like with sharing. And I figure like for you that probably the main issue, as it is for I would say anyone on YouTube, is being able to convey the information, right? So if you can have the AI to, for example, like whatever task, because it doesn't really matter which task you set yourself on. Once you have it ready, right? And then you can, for example, have the visualization of charts and proportions and things like that, which are maybe not that easily accessible elsewhere, but it could be something that you can illustrate using with the data you're gathering.
So I can share, for example, how the algo is worse is that it's always a clickbait thing. So it's always about clickbaiting. So it doesn't matter what is in the video. The first point is that you must get people to click. Anything that below 10%, the video start to die, like start to go towards death. So it must reach a 10% click-through rate. That means every 10 times the video is shared or shown to users by YouTube, every 10 you must have more than 1% clicking on it. Once it go below 10% click-through rate, the video will start to die. So the only videos that have been doing super well was the Cambodian-Thai conflict war footages. Because it's war porn. So a lot of people clicked it, a lot of subs. It's good money then. So if as long as you don't get the 10%, above 10% for a sustained period of time, YouTube will kill the video. So and when I do geopolitical news, a lot of people are not interested in, like, because DPA's demographic is across the world. So some people are interested in the American news, but a lot of people not interested. So only a small portion of the people will click on the news. Then it's always going to be below 10% because of the way how our demographic is spread out. It's always going to be below 10% regardless of what issue I talk about. Then it just dies. The video is very hard to go past 24 hours. Like it was flatline often. At most it will flatline after 2 days. But then the second day will be like quite pointless. It's like, it's going to be like 1,000 views. And yeah.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, because you will be competing with anyone else who have an audience that are geopolitical nerds like us that would be, for the sake of just interested, right?
I'm quite sure they also struggle to grow.
And for breaking the other bottleneck, let's say it is, because one of them here is like, even if you were to be able to make videos every single day, you will have a hard uploading limit, and you will need to cater to what audience? The one in the United States or the one in the Europe or Middle East, right? And so how do you break that one? That will be, of course, making more channels, but how do you manage that, right? And like, how do you actually make those channels grow again? And so like,
it's not worth it. Because I have DPA news, right? So I created DPA news to escape the Ukraine war crowd, so that it will be focused on people who are interested in the geopolitics. It also cannot grow. It also cannot. It's also very difficult. You have to be very consistent to talk about one specific topic, extended period of time, and people like what you say, then you can grow. So then you can keep getting the same crowd back. Like Dennis Davidoff, very straightforward. Dennis Davidoff nowadays try to did some non-Ukraine war stuff, and then I think his views start to die. So it's not just me. It's the way how the algo works is now broken. Like, it's really not healthy. The way how because in the past is they will help the video find viewers. So depending on your video information type of things, they'll test out, and then maybe this guy like it, so I will share more towards the people who like this user, and then they'll try to find audience for your videos. Now and then your subscribers will all see your videos. Now is that even you are subscribed to me and often that if it's not the topic that you often watch, it will not show you as well. And then it becomes a problem for breaking. Yeah, and so it becomes a problem for breaking or unique stuff. That means things that have never ever happened before, very hard to trend. Unless the mainstream media talks about it, then everybody reports about it, then it start to grow in that sense. If not, then it's just very difficult. A lot of different YouTubers are complaining about the algo nowadays. So it's not just me. For me, I have been trying for so long, since the algo changed in around 2023 June, or April to June, they changed the algo. Since then, I have been struggling. So I've been trying my best for a long time. So now I basically has given up. Like I give up. I just do to get the minimum revenue I can get. And of course, it's because it's a commitment matter. Like I've committed to the Ukraine war reporting. I try my best. I'll continue. But then now I on my free time, as long as my design business don't have anything to do, I was like, now I'm dabbling on this coding thing. I want to like push out something that can find a different business. Yeah, if not, then I cannot keep doing the same thing and get a different result. And it's not possible because the Ukraine war on its own, the topic is dying. Like it's a dying topic. So maybe 2 years ago, I can still sustain, even if they suppress me, I can still, get certain level of revenue. Now it's much harder. It's getting harder and harder. So I'm not going to like just stay here and die. I bought a very expensive house, so I need to pay for it. I need to try my best.
Wyatt, can the Streamyard says you can share the guest screen? Is that true?
Yes, you can share your screen.
How do I do that? You got to see this.
Yeah, you can just press share screen, and then it will show me your a new window on my side.
It's the
I can see
button
that
to the
you're
right of your camera. The sort of one to the next to the, so you have the mic button.
Oh, it
right?
says present
Yeah.
image file.
You can, so it's
Share
the last one,
screen.
share screen. Yeah, the last
Okay,
one.
are you ready?
Yeah, you can just share. You will not appear on the screen. I have to approve it, so don't worry. You can just press.
Oh, okay.
It will not just appear. Yeah, I will have to approve it.
Okay, let me try.
So that we not,
Do you see this?
people cannot ambush us.
Oh, do you see this? Whoops.
You haven't shared it yet.
Oh. Well, see, I can't. I have do I have to choose the file? Oh, I'm screwing it up.
No, when you press share screen, it will show. It will
okay,
choose.
Ready?
Okay.
Do you see it?
Pretty and good. Is it the pretty and good thing?
Oh my god. What?
I don't understand.
How do you think ICE is doing in Minnesota? Answer.
Pretty good.
Pretty good. That's the guy they shot yesterday, and there's the lesbian dead girl.
So her name is good?
Her name is
we are
Renee
not
Good.
encouraging violence right here. No, just to tell you.
Why would
just
you
in case.
share that out of everything?
No,
Isn't that great?
No, don't worry. It's very difficult to actually go through the DPA Open Mic. Like for like a human reviewer, they'll go insane, going through 6-7 hours of video footage. See,
Well, when the Q post started, the AI, the algorithm, couldn't tell. We could exchange photos by just cropping corners or changing a few things. They couldn't track it. So when the Q post started in 2017, the technology still hadn't caught up, but they got it now. And so it's all getting better, Wyatt. And so just hang in there. All right.
No worries.
I just thought you were gonna send something serious, and then you just send a.
That
you just send a
is
meme.
how the guy they shot yesterday's name is Pretty, and the girl's name is Good. How there's got to be some synchronicity to the universe to have that happen. That's bizarre.
So I can share. So my strategy is I will create an app. Hopefully I can create an app that is so useful that the app will go viral or being used by a lot of people. Like maybe like a bit like Ground News. Ground News have an interesting app, right? Concept, and hopefully it will go viral and a lot of people use it, and then eventually force DPA's YouTube channel to do better, or create a community that will be more well informed in that sense. That's the idea, because there's no way I can push it through YouTube anymore. Like, and Twitter is broken. So Twitter is now very broken in that sense that the way how they how it works. And I'm not sure. And the monetization on X, people who heard about monetization on Twitter, you can forget about it. It's waste of time now. Like I got barely in just over enough to eat 2 McDonald's meals for half a year of work. So and I pay subscription. I pay subscription to X. So I'm totally lost making on Twitter. So yeah, don't think about that.
I don't think maybe like Twitter for making money sounds like I can get you there, but to me it's kind of like
because
it doesn't
Elon
seem
Musk
like
was
something.
basically pushing it.
Yeah, because the thing I'm thinking about, like Twitter isn't where you put it's where you get people to get to here, for example, like to your YouTube channels. Like that's how I kind of view Twitter, because if you look at that and Instagram and
let me know if you want my 2 cents on what you can do.
Yeah, because the other social medias are not very conducive for it, so for this type of content. So it will be marketing at most. But yeah, John.
Yeah. So that's exactly what I use Twitter for, just to share videos and then and troll on people.
No, I was going to say, if you look at the war channels that are successful, have high numbers, like Military Summary and stuff like that, they have a very strict no-nonsense policy of just the facts, nothing but the facts, like not necessarily any real commentary, like no personality is brought into it. So you can do that. Or you could, develop a personality in which people, I'm not saying that you don't have this, but I'm just saying like a personality in which people want to hear like your jokes and, your that type of stuff. I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, there's people who are into that, but my point is that if you really want to just go hardcore and just report the news without any fluff, then your subscriber count would go up. Like one of the reasons, I mean, I watch both of you, but one of the reasons I prefer Military Summary as opposed to your channel when it comes to just getting the facts is because that, it's kind of like the old Dragnet line, just the facts, nothing but the facts. So that's what people want. They just want this quick summary, 10 minutes or whatever it is, just the facts. That's it. Here's the line changes, not all this extemporaneous, off the cuff kind of dialogue that you engage in sometimes. So
I watch Wyatt for his charming, sparkling personality.
Yeah, well, I watch him because he's a very handsome man,
That too.
Yes, I mean he's extremely handsome. Could you zoom in on Wyatt's face there? I mean, he's a very, very attractive man. And then yes, exactly. So I mean that's why. But I mean, other than that, I would just say like that would be my 2 cents, Wyatt, is if you would get your viewers up by just doing that, like have a very concise, detailed, no fluff type of sit reps.
John,
you know what I mean?
John, do you think that Wyatt lacks views because his accent is difficult to understand, that it's kind of work to listen to him in America? You don't think so, Jay, huh?
No, I don't think that. I mean, there may be like a very small percentage of people like that, but if you look at the other people that are covering the war, they have all sorts of accents from all over the world. So
yeah, but Chinese is difficult, and it's not Chinese. He does a Singapore dialect. He can speak proper cowboy English, but he doesn't. He speaks like a Singaporean because that's his main audience.
Well, I mean, this is just my 2 cents. I'm not going to argue with anybody. My 2 cents is no.
Oh,
that's not true.
I have a cold. I'm in the mood to argue.
So okay, it's a weird stuff, right? Like I did try to take away my face. I stopped using my face, right? No, there are periods of time I just like, okay, I have no more faces. Then people complain in the comments, like, no, the people just. So that was like, I don't know what to do. Like, no, okay.
Well, I think
because in the beginning, DPA started off without my face because my plan was never to build it around me. But plan was always just to be just news and facts, because I wanted to build a team and newsroom and whatnot. This was a dream, right? And then people wanted to see my face more, then I just show my face more. It doesn't matter. If I don't show my face, it's easy, right? I just turn it off I can don't wear my shirt, nobody will know, and I just talk into the mic, which was what I used to do. I just don't care. This couple is a hot place,
But I get what John is saying there, but just to kind of
John is muted.
Because Pamela also, I think she's right, because in this age of AI slop, if you become a faceless channel and you be just crispy in your talk all the time, then we'll be like, yeah, okay, what would change from this one to this other? Like, I could ask ChatGPT to get the same information, for example.
Yeah,
like,
but see, the difference is, what I would say to that is like, as long as you're talking and what you're saying is in reference to the visual representation you have on there. So if you're saying this is what happened in Zaporizhia, and then like you zoom in on Zaporizhia and you talk about the Russians advance here, the Ukrainians fell back there. That will hold people's attention. That's the difference between AI slop, is they just will play like a reel in the backgrounds of, you know what I'm talking about. Those B reels that they just kind of play.
Yep.
So, and as soon as you watch that for like about 10 seconds and you just click off because like, oh, okay, this is just bullshit.
So that is actually a philosophical difference, because, for example, when I do sit rep, I force myself to talk about everything. Like every single front line, you then know like all the reports. So if you actually do follow all the reports on a daily basis, you can actually feel the difference when something change. When let's say I only focus, like a lot of people keep telling me, no, your video is too long, you should cut it short, only the highlights on the major things that happen. Yes, I can do that, but what happens is that there will be things that happens that you think that it's a surprising thing, but it was never a surprising thing. It has been like brewing for some time. So I did the frontline changes report. So it's a separate thing. So it's like, yeah, then if people want that snappy version of only what it matters, which is the frontline change, then you have that. Though, for example, like some offensive has been brewing for some time. So if people who have watched the sit rep, they actually were not surprised that it happens, because I've been talking about it for some time. I will immediately just say that this report is unusual. Like, usually they don't talk about this thing, like, or the concentration of things. I'll talk about it. Then when it really happens, the next report will say, yeah, you see, exactly. Oh, John.
I was just gonna say, Wyatt, like when people tune into videos about the war, they don't want to necessarily have listened to your previous 2, 3, or 4 sit reps. They just want to be able to get it now. Like it's kind of like think of it as like a weather report. It's like, if a weather report, you want it to be accurate. It's like whether or not you saw the weather report, from the day before or the day after, you don't care. So that's look, this is just my advice. I mean, take it or leave it. That's all I would say to you. I mean, I really like it.
So the difference is, I would say now there's a hurricane, but versus there's a hurricane. We have seen the hurricane brewing for the past 1 week. We have seen it coming. So that's the difference. I can either be just, there's a hurricane, or there's no hurricane. Or I can say that, we have been seeing the brewing. Like maybe 2 days before the hurricane, we say, we are now seeing this depression that happened in this area. And then and it looks like the hurricane is going to hit this certain place in the next few days. Maybe it will, maybe it will not happen. That's actually my philosophy. But the thing is, you can actually just there's no hurricane. There's no hurricane. So then hurricane suddenly happened. Hurricane happened. It's just right. Like I say, this is the philosophical difference.
Well, the reason I would say that is you have to understand that a lot of people who are getting their information about the conflict, they're not just following you. They're following many other people.
Yeah, I know. So that's why I don't follow them, right? That will be just another.
That's my point. Is like you don't have to tell them like there's a hurricane brewing, because odds are they already know about that, right? Because they've already watched these other channels. So you just want to talk about when the hurricane hits, because no one cares about when there's like a winter storm warning or a winter storm watch in this country. And then we have a winter storm warning. And then we actually have the storm. And it's not until the storm hits that people give a shit. I mean, that's all I'm saying. Like I'm not saying
I know.
Bad. I'm talking about clicks. Like if you want engagements, this is what to do.
May I give a take on it? Because I actually get what you're saying there. It's sort of like the sit-rep is the weather reporting, though, in a sense. And I guess what you're saying is like you should actually make a like, because I think that what I like the most, like the citrus, for example, I don't like. I occasionally catch up just to see how things are developed, but I cannot find the time to just watch them every day. And I like to watch the other things. So like I'm one of those in the audience that like the geopolitics. Now there you could perhaps get further with just making it like John says, but think about the news thing in the predictive sense. So rather than going into detail to substantiate absolutely everything, because that's the thing with the sitrep, it's like a hyper resolution weather reporting where you substantiate absolutely every single indication to that this is going to be a storm brewing. But instead what you do is, like, for example, at geopolitics, right? You take the more simplified approach that John takes, and you say, like, by the way, in case you guys haven't noticed, like, so this to me is an indication of something. We'll be watching that later and see how that develops, right? Like you keep it like short on the predictive thing, like there's possibly something going here, but we'll take it later, right? Meanwhile, and then you go at it, like, so because I think that will be bringing in the comprehensive, like introducing to the comprehensive without being lengthy and tedious, right? So it's more accessible for new
I guess
viewers.
that's what the frontline changes is, no?
What? Speak up.
That's what the frontline changes is, right? Like, I guess sort of more of like that. And military summary, I mean, even I, like, when I watched his videos, sometimes he will put his own, you know, sort of opinion on it as well. He'll be like, oh, maybe there'll be an offensive in this direction, or this is preparing this for potentially this as well. So
military summary gets scared a lot. He buys into fake news, and Willie OAM is entertaining because he's so wrong. But you know, Wyatt's the only one who always gets it right. He's the only one who didn't fall for Keith Kellogg. Keith Kellogg was a Judas goat, sent over there to keep them fighting, because as long as the Ukrainians keep fighting, Russia can eventually take Odessa. And Trump wants Putin to have Odessa to get rid of NATO and the Brits out of the Black Sea.
The open mic is over. We're close. We're talking about Wyatt's channel here, not the going in on the Ukrainian thing right now.
What?
No, because
Odessa?
the open mic has closed, in case you have forgotten. You were supposed to leave. You
about
started the
Wyatt.
closing. Pamela, you started the closing. The open mic, we're not going to Ukraine. We're talking about Wyatt's channel.
going.
Wyatt's channel and Wyatt's channel only. Okay? You were the one who started closing because you had to go because of cold and whatever. Okay, so don't start restarting the open mic with Ukraine, please.
It doesn't matter how Wyatt changes things. It's the algorithm he can't beat. He can't beat it.
Okay, but that's already been asserted. Okay.
I can show you guys example of. I just explain some examples. It's not the content that matters. I have done what I think is very important reports, and there's low views, because the title is not ridiculous enough. Then I have a totally boring report. I just say massive collapse, and then the fucking video got a lot of views. And that was like a terrible video to me. By my own standard, it's like a terrible video. It's it's purely click-through rate, and I resisted to always clickbait. So like the title is always relevant to what I was saying. Just that I try to be more vague so that it's becoming more clickbaitish. But sometimes really nothing. There's really nothing very serious happen, but important information is inside. There's nothing I can do about it. Then, I mean, I can always use the same. Okay, I ever tell history legends this. I was like, what should I do an experiment that every single title is the same, like for the next, like every day is the same title.
Oh, Wyatt, there's actually this Russian reporting channel. There's this channel on Ukraine, Russia, and it's like Ruslan something, and every video title is like Russians are capturing Odessa. So that's what I think you got to do that.
Yeah, do it
for 1 week.
Do it.
But, so hold on one moment here. So the thing is that
John, your mic is behind you. We cannot hear you. Your mic is behind you.
So I want to say something about what you said about it, because like the Ukraine war will end, or it's going to lose in like, it's very time consuming. It's going to be running its course at some point. And like, I'm thinking more like when you are doing your reporting, like your news, that's when you have the avenue for getting a new audience, because there's new things happening. It's hot. People go on, they want new information, right? Now you have your way of going about it, which is that's what people stay here for. Like the clickbait, I get it. That has to be worked on, right? But that's like inevitably like a thing. But I think like you doing like the news coverage, because for example, take Iran, like you covered a lot more details, like let's say the Kurdish separatists, for example, and the Baluchis. That sounds like I had to go over to like people are really just focusing on just Iran. Then I could get like those kind of information, right? So for people who are just watching and trying to get like, okay, what's going on in the world, and also just a little bit depth without killing me with details, right? Then that one, for example, with Iran, and then you covered Venezuela, like that one was really good in my opinion. So, but they, you know, I'm not sure how much time and effort it goes into it, but if you
a lot.
Yeah, I can imagine.
The summary videos is a pain because if there is the viewership, that means I will have no worries. That means I can safely one day transit from Ukraine war to the summary videos where I cover the geopolitics, you know, all around the world. I follow various storylines because there's a lot of sagas happening around the world, right? To me, I find it fun. The problem is the viewership is atrocious. The viewership cannot justify the time I spent on the summary. It takes tremendous amount of time to keep track of all the different things that's happening around the world, because I read a lot, right? I just go through Twitter, I read a lot, then sometimes I research and I see something weird, then I just research whether to fact check whether is it real or not. I get a lot of information. I look at the news aggregators, and the problem is it takes a lot of time to build the map to do the report. Like I've seen all the things, but no, to build the map, I need to map all the things into the map. Then I can do the report.
That's why I keep saying, like, if you can get an AI to just do, because the news don't have to have the same resolution as your Citra.
But the problem is the problem is whether the filtering, whether he can get it without fluff. No, that's a problem as well. And then I can get more views doing just, I would say, like slop videos where I just talk about one tweet. I just take up one tweet and I just talk about it. I get more views. And it's like this one I take 15 minutes to prepare. The other one I take like 2 hours to prepare. Like, you know, it's ridiculous.
But you're thinking about using AI, so I would say go for that. You want to do it, and you have all those ideas. You're going to get training with that, and then keep in the back of your mind, like if you want to keep doing geopolitics, if you can get that AI to simplify the process. Because I get what you're saying. It's so much easier to just go and gather info than to actually get it on the map, and then you're going to record and then convey it, right? But if you have it like straight on the map, and you can just, because here's the thing too, I know another reason why it's atrocious, because it's all over the world. Like that's going to be for a specific audience, right?
The YouTube have no idea how to share this because they don't understand who to share to, because it's covering everything. So that is a problem. And the thing is, I look at the analytics, I can see that people are engaged with the video because they watch for a long time. Like the view duration is very long, but it's almost never a clickbaitish thing. So as a result, and people see the length of the video, like half an hour, 40 minutes video, they don't want to watch. Then, so it kills the click through. Then YouTube stop to share, and I feel like maybe you just have to take a long time for me to build this following. Or no, I have to find some other ways. Sorry, John.
Yeah, sorry. I just wanted to say that some of the things that were popping into my mind when I was flashing back of the videos of yours I watched was you used to have like 2 map overlays. You had the Institute for the Study of War and the other one. One, I hated that because it was like really confusing to me because I couldn't. So one, I would just say, I would suggest you make your own map, like Military Summary does, or just choose one of the other popular maps and use that to make your arguments from about what you're thinking, because this double overlay thing it's a mess and it just confuses people.
But you see, there's the contradiction, right? Just now you say it's facts matters, so that's the facts. The facts is that there's 2 perspectives. There's a Russian perspective,
right? Exactly. But people already have their own biases, so you can use one as an overlay. You're not saying this is gospel. To use
so that's where.
Quiet, please. Let me explain my argument. So I'm just saying you could say that this is like ISW's argument, and you could say why you think it's true or why you think it's false, but just have that one visual as opposed to 2 overlays where it's just like a mess, because then you'll say, well, they said this and this said this, and then the 2 maps are like overlaying each other, and then it gets confusing. People don't want to see that. People are simple, okay? And for good reason.
I agree with you. People, the thing doing DPA taught me one important thing. Most people really is very low information viewers. Like they don't really care. Like, which is why Denis Davidoff like can blow up so big. Even just talking nonsense. I'm not sure if he talks nonsense. I don't watch his videos, by the way. So but because when I do DPA, the concept even before YouTube was always like information, right? It's very factual and try to put a perspective that is like more right than wrong kind of thing, and like the Ukraine war mapping is very technical, and as a result, most people actually don't appreciate it. And because it's over too much.
Well, it's
too much for the brain.
It's too much, but it's also how it's presented. So it's not like these people are necessarily stupid, but one of the reasons people tune into channels is because they're expecting people like yourself who spend all this time to make things concise so they can digest it easily because they have the rest of their lives to worry about. So they want like a 10-minute video to watch to so now I know what's going on in the Russia-Ukraine war. They're not trying to, analyze your analysis, right? Because then that's a fucking full-time job. So they just want you give your quick analysis and you say, this is my take, right? And you can make your argument why. But I mean, when you're saying, well, it could be this, it could be that, it could be this, it could be well, then, hey, motherfucker, then what's the difference between me? All the respect, they're saying well, I could watch Military Summary or Weeb Union or all the other different mappers on there. So what you have to do is make yourself saying, this is my argument, this is why I think this is going to be, and and have a little bit of conviction about it, and and things that you don't know, you say, well, I don't know, but you don't have to ramble on about why you don't know. You can say, I don't know, this is still a wild card, but you want to be quick, concise. That's what people will appreciate.
But that's why DPA is an anti mainstream media, because that's what mainstream media push out. It's simplified version of the news. That's the whole point of DPA.
It's not simplified. It's
it's very watered down. For example, if you look at ISW's
you can
mapping,
have all the detail you want, but you have to have conviction about it. The people are tuning in for your analysis of it, right? So that's
exactly what I mean. It's the conviction part. The mainstream media's conviction is very, they're very strong. The Russian collusion. They speak things as if they know it's the truth. That's the thing. I don't.
All know that. You don't have to do that. You could just say, this is my belief, but you don't have to justify.
But that's what I already said. But that's what I always say, right? That's exactly what I always say.
You're fighting against yourself. I'm just saying, you make this argument and you say, this is what I think is going to happen. And you don't have to say, well, this could happen and that could happen, and the sun could explode tomorrow. Now you can say, this is what I believe is going to happen. And then say, I could be wrong. I could be wrong. Everybody knows you could be wrong. Of course, you're a fucking human being, as far as I know. Maybe you're a bot. But my point is, you don't have to keep qualifying every assumption you make. You say this is, and you're not doing it out of a political agenda. People will decide that for themselves. A lot of people have already decided that for themselves. A lot of people have decided you're pro-Russian or pro-Ukrainian or neutral, or you don't know what the fuck. So all I'm saying is just make your arguments, and then that's it. And don't make excuses for why you've made your arguments. Just make the argument.
If I can rephrase what John was saying, basically, don't try to cater to everyone. Cater for those who are interested, and also because I get where one thing where you're getting is trying to get the numbers as well, but everyone is clicking for attention. Like John was saying, there's plenty of people doing everything, right? So maybe the strategy, I have seen been talked about by when I go about on YouTube, is actually aiming for a smaller audience. A dedicated audience. So, for example, consider this: you cover geopolitical news, and if it has accuracy, who is going to be interested in that and also be having money? It's going to be investors, right? Or it's going to be other political analysts or whatever, so stuff like that. Heck, be brazen, do those kind of things, and then you start hooking up and start getting in maybe even interviews with various think tanks, so you can gather with them what they're doing. And you don't have to be arguing with them or anything like that, but you can just be hooking a little bit up with them, and then you can reconvey, okay, this is what they have, but when I was over here, I came across this, so maybe this is interesting. But you could, because then you have the same with engagement, like we have with other YouTubers. There's not going to be YouTube drama. You are going after think tanks, the thing that people talk about all the time in YouTube dramas, right? But you're just going to them. You get what I'm saying?
The I originally have plans to talk to think tanks, work with think tanks, or interview them or whatnot, or talk to experts. But all these are shelved because all these things cost money. it takes resources, and it's just not possible to do it until I have certain viewership, certain revenues. So these are actually things, and also to provide information as a think tank to like funds and organizations. These are actually original also part of the plans, but I just unable to develop anything because there's no money to develop the apps and to create that
Fair
kind
enough.
of information product.
Fair enough, but like, what if you did like? I mean, this is just an experiment you could do. You could take a video that someone else did, like ISW did a video, like or whoever did a video, and then you could critique that video, and like not on the cuff, like on the fly, not extemporaneously, like you planned out what they said you thought was correct, what they said you thought was wrong, and why, and then back it up, and just like make one video, like spend an afternoon like just doing that, and see how that plays out. Because I'm guessing that would be really good. Like if you picked apart, like for example, some other YouTuber, let's say hypothetically, made a video and you said, God, these guys are so wrong, but they have this huge following, and you could say why you think they're wrong, and then
Have you seen my Austrian one? I react to the Austrian.
I don't know, but I'm just saying that.
Actually, I did that before. So there's this Austrian.
Maybe it was more the delivery.
It's a immediate reaction because I know my stuff like instantly. So like as I listen, I would like shake my head or something. I agree. I react immediately. But no, the thing is, it comes back to the same point. I can spend later 4 or 5 hours to edit the video, and then I will still get the same amount of views. It's like I'm saying, it's not the content sometimes, it's the click-through. So unless I have a consistent, let's say every video is edited, like History Legends, then it's a different thing. If I can sustain the kind of every video is edited, then of course the edited video matters because everybody is expecting certain type of videos. But DPA is very diverse. Like we have like suddenly geopolitics, suddenly US politics, suddenly Ukraine war. Then it appeals to different audiences. So that's why I said no. It's a bit difficult because if let's say if you only go pure one topic and always present it in the same way, it's straightforward. Like Dennis Davidoff is now suffering from viewership because he started to cover non-Ukraine war stuff, and then like his viewership just plummet. But I understand what you mean, but it's just that I already given up on YouTube. But I put it that way. I'm just doing because of commitment. Like I'm committed to this, so I'm just doing it. I still get paid, right? So I
am, and everybody that participates in the open mic and people who listen are very grateful for that. I was just giving you my 2 cents, and like you said, take it or throw it out. That's just
Yeah, all these things you said, I did consider. It's just sometimes it's practicality that is a bit hard to do. I can show you example of Dennis Davidoff. Like I'm not even joking. So this Dennis, right? So he used to get like 300,000 views at least, in recent times because of the falling viewership, right? So he had 356, like suddenly he covers some like Trump's Golden Fleet got 86,000. Like when he started cover all these things, right? Now his average viewership is struggling to reach 300,000. It kills his channel.
But also part of that is because my guess is part of that is because Ukraine's losing. Like a lot of people that were tuning into him, it was copium, right? So they were feeding into it, and it was easy to believe. But now, because the way the war has been going on for years, and Ukraine is not marching on Moscow, people just don't believe his BS anymore because his channel is so extremely one-sided. So, well, all right.
But if you look at 2-3 months ago, this is just 3 months ago, he's getting 300,000 views, 200,000 views. Like on average, I would say 300,000 on average. Like it's just 2-3 months ago. It's only in recent times. You see, it's all Ukraine war. 380,000, 220,000. He started to cover other news. Then his channel is starting to like no drop in viewership.
Right, but I mean, how many people were watching the durations of these videos? I mean, when everybody was looking at the front lines and they were seeing that, you know, the Ukrainians were controlling less and less territory and the Russians were controlling more and more, and people were like, people who were on his side of the political spectrum, they don't want to see that because people want to see. I mean, it's like a football team or whatever the hell you chinks play where you are, Wyatt. People don't want to watch videos talking about how their team is losing. I mean, that's just human nature, right? So, and obviously he has an extreme bias, pro-Ukrainian. So people are
so partly I think because when he covered other stuff, I think that splits his fan base. That's the same thing happened to me when I talk about Israel and Palestine. You know, it splits my fan base.
Well,
because
it doesn't
suddenly they
necessarily have to
realize I have a
split
totally
your fan
different
base. I mean, you'd have people that would tune in because there are people that are sincerely interested in the Israel-Gaza conflict, and there are also people.
But yeah, people don't tune in because they don't like my views. So there are people who probably watch his report on other stuff, and they don't like his point of view about United States, for example, and then they don't tune in anymore ever again. You have to understand at his peak, he's getting 900,000 views a video.
Right, we got that.
So the viewership in terms of lack of interest and people giving up on Ukraine is already in this number where he lost 2/3 of his viewership.
Okay, so your
given
argument is basically the reason people have dropped off and stopped watching him isn't because Ukraine is losing the war. It's because
It's
he's
not.
talking about different.
I mean,
that's
the losing the war part already lost him 2/3 of the video. I'm saying that nowadays he should still get around 300,000 views, but he's not getting. Where are these viewers? They are now in reporting from Ukraine, RFU. If I go to reporting from Ukraine, you can see that their viewership is like 400,000. Like everybody just went over there.
But have you considered?
I wonder how many views you would get. I wonder how many views you would get if you reacted to Dennis Davido.
Wait! I want to get this across. Like, what is a very common thing to be done on the YouTube? A common thing is reaction. So you could maybe you could make it easier where you actually go after someone, like, because you have one limitation, a handicap you put on yourself, namely not watching other YouTubers. But if you do that, you can actually just piggy off their content, and then you can see like, okay, they're wrong, and then you just do a reaction. And like John said, you're just going to put the facts out there, like, no, this is not what I found, this is a contrary and whatever. And then the bigger they are, the better, because that's just more, you know, right? So like that's how the dynamic has often been on YouTube. And considering, like, you see how social media generally is like super tight and super like no attention span whatsoever, right? So this is what YouTube is veering towards. But one thing YouTube has always been is like this reaction pattern. So maybe if you just kind of remove one of your handicaps there, it might be more enjoyable. You might actually have fun clowning clowns, right?
Yeah, maybe. So I have tried out some reaction videos, right? So the main thing is now I'm not going to double down more on YouTube. That's the thing. Like I've tried quite a bit previously. This year my aim is to just build something else. So because the thing is you can never finish doing YouTube. You can always do more. There's always more you can do. I can do 10 reports a day. I can do edited videos. I can do reactions to every single shit. The problem is if I keep doubling down, I may not get the results because ultimately every video dies within 24 hours. Then, unfortunately, except for the war footages seems to survive longer. So it could be a case where I will do more war footages, which is one of the plans I want to do, but I haven't found the time yet. So I will probably do more war porn.
That again is more the quantity
What are you
part,
talking?
right?
Why don't you just start a Pornhub account at this point? I mean, you're
But hold on, Wyatt, what you're saying there, that's another thing about the quantity part, right? Like if you're chasing for, because I see many channels that are actually doing quite well. If the thing for them is that they do it regularly. If you have it once a week or twice a month or something like that, that scheduling part has a lot to do. So, and I get it. Like if you were to do reaction videos and stuff like that, it's still like you have to commit those hours, which especially if you have in your mind, like I get the motivation, right? If you have other things that you think are better to do and you got to do, right? Then that's going to be like, oh shit, I really want to put another drain, like, and then you're going to lack on your motivation. But if you have like, lower it, you have like just once a week maybe or something like that, have a set week. And if you think that, okay, this is going so well and this is so easy, I got the hang of it, like I got a roll on it, I got so many views on it too, like, okay, maybe I'll do 2, right? And then meanwhile, you do focus on the other thing, like the AI stuff, because I think that's probably going to put you ahead. Like if you give it time.
because the main problem is we have to weigh between getting viewerships and also the principle of what DPA is about, right? Because the whole point is I want to inform. And I love the summary because I can inform like all the things all happening at the same time. The problem is viewership is not there. And if I go to just purely reaction videos or this is a totally different content. That means I'm going totally different in a totally different direction. It may not be DPA anymore. Like it could be like just another reaction YouTuber. It could be that kind of problem. So in the end, it's like now I'm not going to think too much about the content thing for now. If I'm going to do anything more, it will be war porn. I will just do more war footages, videos, and then I know those are probably going to do much better than my reporting videos because war porn is easy to watch and it's cross language. Nobody need to listen to me talk. So that's one thing. But it's not going to be everything.
One thing on the reaction thing, you don't have to do a one-on-one and commit like a thorough on the time there. What you could do is like, okay, there are several of these that I also follow, right? Maybe, but you find those that you think are good, and then because then they would already have found much of the information. You just simply need to check and corroborate that they're legit, and then you can add your flair to it and build on it. And that way, it's kind of like a criticism. It's also a little bit of a co-op in a sense, like an implicit, because they have gathered this, and now you're working on that, and now you're just going to take it. Like if there are others who are actually focusing specifically on that reporting part, then that might actually be an easier, just so you don't leave YouTube completely, but you have like for that once a week, you have like those who have gathered up reporting. Okay, there's been a lot going on this week. I'm going to give you guys my take, right? And then you just do it. But make it enjoyable too. Like it has to be stuff you want to do and also like things you're interested in.
Like so I love your summary videos. Like I personally love your summary videos, and if it takes you 2 hours, maybe with AI help, you can maybe tell AI to like list sources of things and give a neutral report on what is going on and stuff, and maybe it can cut it down from 2 hours to maybe 1.5 hours, maybe 1 hour, and then you can still make the same content but save time,
And the summaries, they can be shared to motivated groups too. You see, so if you talk, for example, Iran, I was trying to be conversing with people that are pro Iran to get like a more accurate information what's going on there, right? And so I shared like when you reported on that, I shared to them because they were, for example, not talking about the Kurds all that much because they have recognized that it was not that significant as it may seem. Like they are there, right? But they're not necessarily acting. Because there will be enemies of the uprising as well. Their territorial integrity is like absolutely vital in this uprising as well. So, like, just one example. Like, if any place I go, if I want to try to find information, I go to those who are from it, or they're conversing with that. Like, they've been in it for a long time. They've already been going in for, be it Iran or be it Israel, Palestine, or be it Ukraine. They've already been on that for such a long time. It's more that okay. Now I can juxtapose that to what you have, for example, and there were many. I got good response. I'm not sure if that gave you many views, but that is like something that anyone can do in any grouping. So anyone having their biases, rather than trying to fight them and convince them or anything like that, it's like no, you have your biases. You can take it back to your little cave or whatever, and then you can flesh it out and come back. And if you have a strong enough opinion, if you think I'm too wrong, go to the DPA Open Mic.
Yeah, so anyway, just now I want to show this because for those that do not know, this channel is the biggest competitor to Denis Davidov, reporting from Ukraine, and he is now getting more views than Denis. You can see the 240, then he got 150. Then after that, he got 391,000, 400,000, 381,000. Like this, on average, this guy is getting more views than Denis. Like, so no, I've been tracking their competition for some time already. So just to let you know, like there's still the viewership there, but Denis is losing the viewership because he's dabbled outside of Ukraine war. So like you start to make enemies that you never who was your fans, which is like I have a lot of these guys. Like they used to be very friendly with me. Suddenly they know about my position about Israel Palestine. It's like they just like started to attack me for no reasons. So the problem right now is okay. You imagine my schedule, everyday schedule, right? I need to do frontline changes report and sit rep. So sometimes I don't even do sit rep because I was like I wanted to do other things. So like frontline changes sit rep, that would be like at quickest that would take me 2.5 hours for the 2 videos, quickest. Because to reset the map that takes maybe half an hour. I do the mapping, maybe that. Let's say I go very fast. There's no weird reportings that I need to go through. Maybe that take another half an hour to 1 hour. That's 1.5 hours. I do the recording for 2 videos each. That will be like 2 hours, 2.5 hours, and then that's 2.5 hours gone from my day, from my day. And then let's say I have a 12. I work for 12 hours a day, minus food, bathing, sleeping. I have 12 hours. That's like I left with like 8-9 hours, and that is like if I work 12 hours a day. And if let's say I have a thing I need to go out, like go and pick up my family member or send people, 3 hours gone. That's 3 hours gone from that, like 10 hours. I left 5-6 hours. Like time goes very fast. And then if I go through Twitter, when I start to look at Twitter, sometimes I forget my time. I will be on Twitter for 2 hours reading all the different news, and that's 2 hours gone. And then if I need to do the mapping on the map, that will like take 2 hours to map, like all the different information, because it's all manual. Like yeah. So the same thing when I do the war footages is the same. When I do the war footages, the production of war footages take 2 hours. Like from searching on, like sometimes it's not searching. Sometimes because I go through Twitter, right, I just retweet. I use it as an archive. Then I have to go through my feed and download all the video footages. Then I put it into the video editor and then put in the captions and everything. This at quickest still take 2 hours. Not including the researching, the reading of the Twitter. It's just downloading the footages and put it into the editor. That is 2 hours. So if I use the Twitter, read the news, that will be like 2-3 hours. Like you can see my day is gone. My day is quickly gone. So to say I will need to do another reaction video and whatnot, I cannot do that many things. I have to like weigh how to do. So my bare minimum is I must do a frontline changes report. That's my bare minimum. And then if I have time, I have the mood, I'll do the sit rep. I try to do a sit rep because it's like it's at least I do 2 videos a day. Then nowadays I do some very quick videos like the late breaking news, because it's just a 15-minute thing. I just pull out the news, I talk about it, and I just record and just upload. So like that would take maybe 45 minutes because the video could be like 50 minutes. But you see the hours just gone very quickly, and that's not including including time I originally wanted to spend to download the clips for Open Mic, clipping out the Open Mic videos to upload. This is the reason why I never managed to do clipping, because there's no time to do clipping. And it's quite crazy how time flies. And honestly, like if you look at all these situations, I'd rather do a summary video. Like I cover all the news in one shot, and then I'm happy with it. I can upload and.
But I think consistency, like I would say, just because I've also said this for a while, like you need to wean yourself off the situation report. So like now that the viewership are going down, like you said, frontline changes, and then you have sit rep. Like which one of them do you get the most of, right? And then you start maybe just simplifying it and just be a little bit more general, because I'm pretty sure like there are, I don't know how many people want to hear the exact same nitty details over and over again, right? So
now I only do macro, right? I only do macro, so it's already watered down. Like I don't even go into the details of the sources and everything. It's all very macro, big arrows. Just to explain. For example, anyone can just come back after a few months to watch the sit rep, and you get the latest situation on Ukraine right now. What's happening right now across all the different front lines. That's the whole point of the sit rep right now. Like it's very macro. I don't talk much about tactical situation. I don't zoom in at all. Usually it's always pretty zoom out, usually, and that's what I'm doing right now. And it's very watered down already. Like I can prepare the fighting reports within half an hour. Like I just go through the fighting reports. I use AI to merge the reports, and then I just go through, and then I just turn on and off the colors of the fighting. There's no source anymore in the mapping, because it's a waste of time. Nobody cares. So I just turn it on and off, and then I just do the sit rep. Sit rep is actually faster to prepare than the frontline changes report sometimes. So 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 I really watered down a lot so that I've make time to do other stuff. So yeah, that's the situation. Is yeah, but I appreciate all the advice and all the it's just difficult to explain, like just
No, no,
why I
I
cannot do open mic on a fixed timing because of like all this insane stuff.
But it is insane that you have been able to do. Like, I mean, I'm pretty sure I'm not the only one who've said it. Like, the reason I joke about you being an AI and a robot is precisely because of that. Like, I don't like. It's hard to believe that you're even sleeping, but especially considering like the open mics, they kind of illustrate that because you have a tendency of a hosting when you're waking up or when you're sleeping. It's something you do midday or something. As far as I got the impression of, at least. So that indicates also your sleeping rhythm, which is why I say it's fake, because people don't sleep like that. It's not normal, right?
Yeah,
it's probably not healthy.
No one sleeps like me. Yeah, you're 100% correct. My sleeping timing is nobody knows. Like not even my wife understand. Like no, so it's totally random. So I just sleep whenever I feel I'm totally burned out and I just sleep. So sometimes I'm just actually burned out and I will sleep 12 hours or 10 hours, and then I'll wake up. Then I'm like fresh. So you can literally see from my videos when I'm very chirpy, I'm very happy. That's when I just woke up. Then sometimes you see like I know I'm very moody. So sometimes I just literally say I'm just freaking tired right now. Actually, those videos that I say I'm very tired.
Hit by a train sometimes, like you're like so droopy. And I was like, dude, go to sleep, man. What the fuck are you doing?
Yeah, I was like my eyes is almost closing when I was like going through the front lines. I was like, I want to. My eyes are gonna close because for real I was almost falling asleep. I was like, I'm very tired, but you see, if I don't do the sit rep, that is like some revenue loss, like and it's not much money, like it's really not much money. So I rather do something, at least I pay for my dinner just now or something. Then I can go and sleep in peace. So sometimes that's the thought.
But where would you put, because if it's already like it's not all that much, it's sort of like just to have a little bit of a supplement, right? Like, so where have you kind of put the stop loss, so to speak, for the use of for doing the frontline changes altogether? Because you have already DPA War. You can just simply do like you did with the old DPA Open Mic and archive it, or just let it be there, right? Like.
There won't be views. The archive have the archive don't earn much money, like for real. Like the viewership is very low because of how YouTube works now. YouTube is
I don't mean necessarily archive. I mean that you when you wean yourself off from doing the sit reps altogether, right? Because you're saying like it's already going down, and you have to measure up against yourself, like how much do you get for the hour, right? And what could you otherwise do? And you actually enjoy it, because unless you actually.
So I can share a bit of this personal the planning. Mm-hmm. So this is the personal planning. So right now I work 2 jobs, or 2 business, DPA and my design business. So the design business has been the one that is holding up the fort for the past 3 years. Originally in the first year in 2022, the YouTube was started off very well and it was growing exponentially, and I expected that it will allow me to stop doing the design business and focusing on DPA. That did not happen. So but what helps is that I get 2 business, so I get 2 jobs, so I get 2 full-time salaries. That helps me to buy this house and feed my car and pay my bills. But the thing is, YouTube has become like very unpredictable and unreliable as a revenue source. So. And I did mention many times, if the viewership reach a certain point, then I have to relegate it into a part-time thing. Right now, I'm treating it as a full-time thing. So I have 2 full-time jobs. So which is why I work 12 hours, 14 hours a day. The moment I wake up is I work until I sleep. So unless I have other things to do, so that's my life. And if I have now no design business to do, I will be like spending 12, 14 hours on DPA. That's when you will see I have like a lot of videos in a single day, because I was like, I have a lot of time. So if the YouTube doesn't work out, then I would relegate it to the part-time. Then that's why I hope that Ukraine war will end, so that I have more flexibility, because now I have no flexibility. I have to do the frontline changes every day. So when I have flexibility, I can either do edited video like history legend, or I can just do random news report as per I happy. I saw this interesting, I just do a video and just post. I don't care. How much money I earn, it doesn't matter. It's a part-time thing. Then, which is why now I'm focusing on building some apps that I have always been dreaming of, I'm working on multiple apps at the same time because it's AI agent. They can just do. I just tell them what to do. They just do. I'm gonna focus on something else. I'm doing multiple things at the same time, and hopefully it brings in a third revenue source, and then that will relieve the stress on the lack of the DPAs, the suppressed revenue that I have from YouTube, because YouTube now is hard work. It's now getting a bit hard work. So I'm doing more videos to compensate on the lower viewership, because if you remember, once upon a time, there's always one video a day only. There's only one sit rep and that's it. I don't do more. And when I do more, it's something else, unrelated. And now it's like I have to do more videos because, if people don't click, I have a terrible clickbait title, then it's gone. The video is dead. It doesn't matter how good the video is. So, So I used to encourage people to do YouTube. Now I will not. I say don't become a YouTuber. Now it's not good anymore. In the beginning it was. When I started, it was not too bad. But now I think it is not that good. So I'm now thinking how do I build the community further? Because if YouTube don't push, then our community is going to be stale. It's going to be stuck. And as we can feel it, right? On DPA Open Mic, it's always the same people for some time already. So because the channel is not growing, DPA is not growing, DPA Open Mic will not grow as well. So everything is stuck. So I wish I can do more. I wish I can do more, but
at least you've slimmed it down a bit. It seems like with the sit reps and stuff, you've made it more efficient, so you don't spend as much time making these videos.
I used to spend 5 hours on mapping. That was for 2-3 years has been 5 hours every single day, purely mapping and maybe recording one sit rep. That have been what I've been doing for 2-3 years. So from there I dropped to now 2 hours. You can see how much I've watered away. I've make the process even simpler and simpler and simpler to the point where I cannot go any lower right now. So any lower I'm just talking nonsense. I'm just I don't know what I'm talking about. I almost felt like I don't know what I'm talking about nowadays. Because it's so macro. Now I'm talking about everything is so macro. I don't even zoom in much.
Summary? Do you think you can slim down the summaries more, save more time making them?
Yes, because because too many things happening. Purely US politics alone, that day I just do only US politics. The freaking the US politics alone take 45 minutes to finish talking all the things that happened in one day. That's just 1 day of information. That's information overload, which is why everybody is their brain is going to explode when they look at the US politics, because they cannot keep up with all the things that's happening. There's so many things happening, and that's not even talking about all the other things happening around the world. So it's either I have to maybe not talk about certain things. Maybe that's the only way to keep up. And the thing is, because I need to do Ukraine war reports, and nowadays I think psychologically I'm tired. So every time I finish mapping, even though it takes so much lesser time, I just turn off. My brain is just I'm just tired. Sometimes I don't even feel like doing recording, but I cannot don't do. It's not, if not, it's a waste of my time. So I have to do the recording. But so psychologically I'm drained out, and then then I have to go and do the mapping for summary. That's another 3 hours of work probably. So 2 hours, 3 hours. That's basically people's full-time job, because 8 hours work, people actually work 5 hours only. So that's like a full-time job. So and if I'm gonna do this every single day, then if the summary continues to only get a sub 5K, lower than 5K views every video, then it's not gonna be a sensible thing to do. I'd rather spend 5 hours talking to AI to build my app. Maybe there's the exponential growth out there somewhere, That's unfortunately the things I'm facing. I wish things is different. Because a lot of the DPA thing is not really for me. I really wanted to do for people, but holy shit, why is it so hard, And I originally thought that maybe after 100K YouTube will treat me differently. It's the same. 100K sub doesn't make any difference. They just give me a plug and that's it. It's still the same thing. So
I think maybe you should, the thing with the AI, because you kind of already have you can use the AI. You basically want to use the AI to set up a business. Well, then this is your marketing platform. If you want to use the AI,
Yep.
also the agent for geopolitics, you can tailor it to because you have to eventually wean off the situation report, right? But what can you otherwise have that it would be, for example, evergreen? That would be, for example, looking at where the oil market is going to be going, for example, based on geopolitics, or where the coppers or whatever, all the things that we talk about here, right? And then you can actually have more use of the DPA Open Mic in that regard too, because we don't talk much about the situation report, the thing you spend the most time on, right? We talk about the thing that, if anything, it will be the summary, right? So, I mean, and we are just happen to be motivated by interest, but you can also motivate others by, coupling interests. And so,
Yeah.
So
which is why I hope that the Ukraine war will end soon, so then I can do summary, just do summary alone. Then I build, super chat, any membership content for YouTube member. Right now don't have, because I just described my daily schedules is insane. That's the reason why, exclusive content is a bit hard right now. So what I was saying, what was I saying?
You said the Ukraine war, you wanted to end.
Oh yeah, I want it to end because then I can focus on summary, right? Then I can consistently just build on one content type and then build the audience. The problem is everything that we talk, all these ideas, for example, like what Koping said, talk about the oil, how it's going to maybe affected by the geopolitics. All these very specialized things, you need to build over time the audience. Like I did the trade war sit rep. Like, it really covers everything that's happening around relating the trade war situation. It's very hard to build, hard to do, because again, it takes hours of work to build that sit rep, to update on the website, and then I do the video on it, and then nobody want to watch. Like, I mean, not saying nobody, like a few thousand, like 2,000-3,000. It's like I cannot cover the cost, man. That's just one McDonald's meal, the earnings.
But
I cannot be spending 2-3 hours to do one McDonald's meal. I'm earning lesser than a McDonald's worker. So,
but if you want the Ukraine, you can also make the sit rep, and can you not? I mean, how many are watching the sit rep that are not interested in anything else that you're doing? Right, I would assume like a fair amount of those watching the sit rep are in any case interested in the the audience already have, shall we put it, on the summary. Like the gap, is it that big between that and the frontline changes and situation report? Because if it isn't, then it's not you having to wait for the Ukraine war to end. You can just end the frontline reporting.
No, so the frontline reporting is the one that is earning more, because there's more viewership than the sit rep actually. So
right,
anyway, Dual Helix on Rumble say, keep building everywhere. Thanks for the support.
Yeah.
So I've pondered a lot, really, really just stop the sit rep. Like, it's just a commitment thing, I committed to this. I'm hoping to continue and to the end of it. This is why they should end the war. People can stop dying, and I don't want to profit from tragedy, but it's just a commitment right now. That I've been doing it since day one. The only channel that started from day one of the conflict. So I'm just trying to continue. But it's psychological. It's actually it's not financially meaningful. I'm just doing it because of commitment.
I don't know, but maybe it get worse. That's the thing. You might it might just drag on over and over though. So.
Yeah. So the thing is ultimately Ukraine war is still the one that brings in the most views, because DPA right now is a Ukraine war channel, unfortunately. Because of the subscriber base is just Ukraine war interest enthusiasts, put it that way. But most of them also already sick of it, they have left, because if you see Dennis, he lost 2/3 of his viewership. So you can think of DPA when I was getting 30, 40k, 2/3 is gone. That is 10k plus. That's exactly what the kind of viewership that I'm getting right now. It hits everybody across the board the same way, So everybody's lost 2/3, be it algo change or be it interest level, everybody's hit the same way. You look at military summary, he's getting the same problem right now. He also lost 2/3 of his viewership. It's not just me, everybody. China's smaller than me, they're all dying or dead already. and I'm like just at the borderline. I'm just barely surviving. Like everyone smaller than DPA is dead, which is why I don't post on DPA War anymore, because DPA War cannot get even a survivable viewership. There is a numbers game right now, so yeah. So I don't want to bore you guys of this kind of like personal problems, but I'm just sharing. Sometimes it's hard to explain because people don't understand. Like it's not so straightforward. I wish they so straightforward. I'm just a normal guy. I'm just like you guys.
But I absolutely get you, because you have put a lot of commitment to it as well, right? And but I'm kind of, I don't want you to kind of put yourself where the sunk cost fallacy is holding you back, right? Like everything you're mentioning now, like the real question is really like, when are you actually gonna jump ship? Why not now? Like, right? Because it might be getting a dip on your revenue, but look, think about your mental health as well, right? Like, where's your life, right? Just to take your maybe get used to actually chilling down a little bit, so you can just think about and go through information. Because right now, I'm pretty damn sure when you go through information, you can't get it off your mind that you look for information that you're also going to be posting, right? But if you're just actually just take a vacation, man, take a break, and then like think of like, how do you really want to go about it?
I don't dare to take a vacation. So the I can tell you for very easily, very practically, if I really want to go for pure revenue, I will stop all my reporting and I just do war footages. I just upload war footages and that's it. I can do the Ukraine war mapping, but it's only behind paywall. And if I go to do a SIP rep, maybe that's the problem. If I do the mapping, I don't do the report. It's stupid. It's a waste of my time. If I do the mapping, I should do the report as well. So that's the problem I face. It's this kind of like a self-fulfilling cycle of self pain, self-inflicted pain. But if I really like want to purely content wise, if I really just want to focus pure on views and revenue and that's it, I just do war porn. A lot of war happening around the world. I just do war porn. And it doesn't even have to be long, I can speed up, like 6 minutes, 8 minutes. People will watch. I can tell you 100% people will watch. So, and that could be the strategy I'm going to go after. It's just that, a lot of crazy big things happening in geopolitics, which is why I stopped the war porn. I did the reports, the summaries, and because I feel like this is so important to inform. But then, the viewership is not there. It's like, am I talking to myself? I know. Then I'm so glad that some of the people do watch it, and people watch it for a long time. I see the viewership is really long, but it's just that it's not sustainable yet. So I need to do something, and I hope. Yeah, so I probably do war porn again, but again it takes time. So, and I have only so much time.
Reaction videos,
which is why open mic is a very very painful thing to do. Actually, DPA Open Mic is a very painful thing to do, because once I do a DPA Open Mic, it's 7 hours. Like for now, it's 7 hours.
Yeah.
7 hours is a whole full-time job, and which is like Pamela is like doing a full-time job right now, talking to us from the beginning.
Leaving right now. Sorry, you have to.
But you see, then after that, I will be drained out. After I drain out, then when I sleep, it's going to be a long sleep. So it's many hours of like commitment to the open mic. So sometimes it's been painful. But then this is like the most meaningful thing. Open mic is the most meaningful thing to me, because people they can engage. We talk about stuff. We make friends. Like this is the most meaningful thing. The war reporting, people watch and forget. But here we make friends. So I think, and we exchange ideas, and we understand each other's culture and point of view. I think this is way more meaningful. But again, this doesn't grow because the YouTube is broken right now. Like it doesn't grow. So
yeah, it's sort of like, because it is the thing with the situation report, it anchored on the but you have also noticed with the DPA Open Mic, and I kind of get it, like it's growing slowly, but I also do kind of see that like there is a growing kind of affinity for it. Like you might have been just a little bit too early, shall we say, with the DPA Open Mic, but you might actually be on something that's because I can tell there's a lot of content out there that like if I see like that topic once, and I know that like most of the people that are going to be reporting the same, like it's probably not going to be worth my time even for that little difference, right? But when I for example the DPA Open Mic and this other place I found occasionally, which they're not as good as this place. Like this place is the best precisely because it is so out of the echo chamber, and like we are suffering with an echo chamber here, but it is still like it's still like a, because the open mic is not inherently motivated, but it's just motivated to have a place and let's talk geopolitics, and we disagree, whatever, taking advice. But that's kind of the live nature of it, having people on, as opposed to like I have a curated video for just for you, or like here's a faceless channel or whatever, right? Like those kind of, like, if you want to do the reporting part, I would say like aim for the things where people would put money for it, because like entertaining geeks, the platform is not really friendly towards it. That's the fact of the matter. Like it's only like going to be like specially interested people, and yeah, in that sense, YouTube is kind of like a better place for long form content, I would say. Yeah, like I absolutely get you, man. Like but this thing here, the DPA Open Mic, I get also what you're saying. You're not gonna get much with it in and of by itself. You gotta have, like, if you do some like you did with the sit rep, or if you do with ordinary news, whatever, like it's something simple that we can talk about, because that's really it. It's just like a spark on it, and also, yeah.
Open mic growth is stuck because of me. It's actually my fault, because I didn't manage to do better in my main channel. Like, for real, it's really my fault. So which is why sometimes I also feel a bit guilty that, I unable to do more to grow the community, because the people come to open mic is because they support me, right? Then they support me, then they discover open mic. So if I didn't do well on my main channel, the open mic channel cannot grow. So I always think it's my fault, which is why I also try to work very hard to try to build something that can be sustainable. But tentatively, it's like, I'm trapped in this no man's land. Like, I'm encircled. I'm the encircled troops in Minyohrat. I don't know what to do. Like, whichever direction is death. For now.
So have you thought about what happens if you take, like, if you make you say it in one of those videos you upload, right? And then you have like let's say the last video that you upload on your main channel, that will be actually, like, there's going to be a DPA Open Mic here. We can chat, we can talk with the other peeps like you, and then I'm going to take a week off. No sit up, no nothing, because I've been going nonstop for like 4 years or something like that, right? Like, if someone in your audience can't understand it, they won't be back. Like, think about it like this: the people who are watching, they probably have notification bell on. They're probably going to be waiting for you for a week, and then if they don't,
but the problem is they don't even watch that video. The video that I say that
what the fuck, man? Then what the fuck?
That's the problem. That's why I'm saying the problem is not what is happening in the video. The problem is for them to open the video is the problem, because I can say, I can set up this trap that, I'm not going to be around for 1 week, but then they never even know that I'm not going to be around for 1 week, because they never even saw the video. That is the problem.
Then how do you know that they don't get in a week? Maybe they just watch like once a week, or maybe like that.
Yeah. So the thing is, they might miss. So that's why in the end, like, a lot of people have been saying for a long time, maybe sit rep should be once a week, like only once a week sit rep. I have considered that as well, but it's just that there is no context to a 1 week sit rep. Like, literally, there's zero context. When I did like I missed for 3 days or 4 days, right? When I do the report, that is like such a numb report. It's very numb, because it's just everywhere is fighting. Okay, that's it. But there's no nuance anymore. It's just everywhere is fighting. The arrows is just everywhere, and then there is no context. So like, then what's the waste of time? I might as well just say Ukraine war is fighting. That's it. No, the front line everywhere is fighting. So because once you have like over 1 week, everywhere there's arrows. Like, everywhere is fighting, because one day they'll raid this place, one day the next day they'll raid the other place. Like, so.
Yeah, and people want the YouTube putting the arrows on the tactical level as well. Like, when you draw that, and also with the
So that's why I have to also rethink about the Ukraine war, right? Reporting, like, maybe focus on tactical, which is like, once upon a time I also thought about it. Like, keep revisiting and going round and round the same ideas. Like, so it's a bit like it's quite painful to like keep going through this cycle. I'm just re-vomiting the same ideas over and over again. So it's better. It's like, that's why I say I just give up. I just do the minimum. I just focus on doing something else first for now, until I have the brain power to really conceptualize what I should do. So
I don't care how much fire I get from everyone else and my fellow peeps, but I'm gonna say it again. I think you should take a week off. Just make it like you don't even like just upload a video, short one, and say like I need to take a week off. I'll see you in a week. Put the notification bell on blaring, and that's it. If they don't pop out when you start watching like uploading again, like you may notice that if it doesn't have a difference, then you know you can actually just make once a week. You can just take a catch up because you don't have to. Like you don't have to do like detail on tacticals on every fight that has happened. Like you said, you take like 1 or 3 days, right? But then you skip the arrow part for the first and the second day. You say like they started off here, and then generally speaking, like just only go for the more interesting one. For those that you do not report, they don't know about, and they probably don't even care. Right? They only care about what you report ultimately. So
yeah, so that will probably happen when I decided that DPA YouTubing it will be a part-time thing. That will happen, like for sure, because once it become part-time, it means I have to focus full-time attention on something else. Then I will have to do very minimum on the YouTube because it's just no time to do all these things. So that may happen because now, and it looks like that's the trajectory for now. Like because if this viewership continue to be so low, then it's just not doable. It's just impossible. But before that happens, I must find a new source of income, which is why I'm focusing on doing the apps and hopefully I can build something meaningful. Yeah, but it's gonna be scary though. It's totally new thing. so I'm not sure.
I have a lot of confidence in you, man. I think the thing with the AI is that like, cause if you're pretty technical and you're pretty thorough and you're pretty damn good at gathering a large swath of information. So I'm pretty sure you're going to be like, if the thing is that you need to be giving it time and focus. Like that's why I'm saying, take yourself a vacation off. Like say tomorrow you just do nothing else but hang around with your wife or whatever, right? And then you just, because then you are not going to be able to stop thinking. Okay, just think as soon as you stop working, you're going to be thinking. Your mind is going to pace like fuck. You're going to
I actually have my break already in December. I was away for a few days. Although in the few days I did one video, so 1 or 2 videos. So I already had my break. Like it was a shorter one. For now, I think it's just not the right time to take a break. That's what I think. Although it was never the right time for 4 years already. So so it's like, yeah. Like for example, this finish, I will immediately go into frontline changes report. I have to do frontline changes report like immediately. So
I'm going to just say I'm not going to hold you up because time is precious. But take a week off. I say it. Take a week off and just focus only on the AI thing and get your ideas and get to the motions. Because even if when you get back then to what you were doing, you already have a clear picture of what you want to do. And that's much better, because think about one of the reasons you are in that loop you're in now is because you don't lose that commitment thing, right? You don't want to lose on the money part or whatever, but you're not aiming for something. And that has a lot to do psychologically, right? But you want to go for the AI. So I would say, look, don't let yourself be held back. If it doesn't work, you can make it work later, but you need to find a new way to do about it. You want to do the AI thing, take the time off and do that. You find something that makes you want to do it, because you can come back on YouTube in any other case anyways. And again, like if your audience have stuck with you this far, they're probably going to stick with you after a week or whatever. And for those who don't stick with you, they're losers. Who give a fuck? They're probably just trolling in the comments most of the time anyways.
So which is why I do now, like if I just do purely Ukraine war reporting, I'm doing like the small commitment, 2 hours, 2 hour plus. I think I can commit to that. Like then I will spend everything else on my other projects. So now it's like I need to do that before my design business starting to get busy again. So so it's like a rush for time as well. So it's not really like a break. I have to really do stuff. Yeah, because once my design business start to come, got work to do, then I'll be so busy. Like I'll be like no time to do anything else. That's design business, then Ukraine war report. That's the reason also why sometimes I can only do Ukraine war report and nothing else, because I'm busy with my design work. So yeah, so let's not dwell on this for now, because we'll go round and round, because this is what I think about every day. I'm thinking about like this is the same thought that I just go around every day, like just keep turning around and around.
No, but I get it. It's I'm kind of happy that you woke me up at this time of the day, so to speak, dude. I thank you again for hosting the open mic, and consider
I'll see you guys
taking a
soon.
week off. Take a week off. Work on the AI. I'm telling you, that's like, dude, work on the thing you want to go towards, and then you can come back. Maybe you figured out something with the AI that makes the situation report so much easier, and that you can actually maybe even do it better. You know, like
That's the plan. That's the plan. That's the plan. The plan is to build something that can help with my reporting as well to make it better. Like, you know what Militia Summary has done? He created his own map platform. So I could be doing the same thing as well. So but for now, let's see. You know, I do a smaller project first, because definitely the map platform is very big. Like, it's very complicated. Actually, I did try a bit. It was like, okay, this is way more complicated than I thought. So it's like, okay, so that will take some time. Yeah, hopefully that will help. But anyway, we shall end it. I think Pamela is very drained right now. It's on her face now. She's dying. She's like,
and thank all of those of you who are still watching. Okay.
Yeah.
Bye bye.
Pamela have a full serving today, like from the start to the end. Hopefully you're okay. You should rest more.
I'm your biggest fan, Wyatt.
Thank you
Good
so
night,
much.
Sugar Pie.
Thank you. I'll put you the backstage. So thank you everyone for watching the DPA Open Mic episode 158, where we have a post-closing, very, very long chit chat about very, I would say personal, but it's also not so personal, because DPA belongs to you and me, right? No, it belongs to the community. Like, there is no DPA without a community. Like, it's not like I'm selling Coca-Cola or whatnot, no. Like that, where no, I have millions and millions. Like, it's your support that DPA continue to exist. So just to share about the difficulties, I mean, it's not new. Like, if you watch other big YouTube channels, many, like not even little, like many YouTube channels, particularly the OGs, the channel that is already in the millions and has been a long time, everybody have been talking about the algorithm. So it's not new. So it's just that I'm in this very unusual conundrum where I have this commitment to the Ukraine war, and then that my entire life is built around Ukraine war reporting. Like, really, no joke. The moment I wake up, the first thing I think about is Frontline Changes report. I need to chunk that out first before I can do anything else in my life. Like, before I can eat breakfast, before I can eat lunch or go out or do anything, Frontline Changes report must go out first. So that is, then the rest of the life then continue on to build around or after the Frontline Changes report. Like, literally, that's my everyday life. So yeah, just like, you know, I said, after this open mic, I will be doing Frontline Changes report. Like, for real, I'm not joking. Like, so that is the circumstances that DPA is in. Is no one's fault. Like, no, everybody get tired of Ukraine war. Like, I myself is tired of Ukraine war. I don't even watch Ukraine war videos. Like, not even, sometimes nowadays I don't even watch like History Legends video on Ukraine war, because I just don't want to watch it. But I just don't want to. I'm just sick of it. I'm more interested in geopolitics. No, I read more about the geopolitical developments. Yeah, so I will. The summary probably will come back someday in the future, when I know how to manage my time around that, because that's the only way to track all the things that are happening. But no, things are moving so fast nowadays that every day is so much things happening. Yeah, even the freaking summary I expected was like a 10 minutes, 15 minutes video. Now, end up I was doing like half an hour, 40 minutes, 15 minutes videos. It's like, that's also so draining for me. So, yeah, I shall see how. It shouldn't be your problem. It's my problem. I will try to solve it. The key point is that, no, DPA Open Mic's health and future is tied to the main channel's health. So if main channel is not doing well, Open Mic channel is very hard to gain viewers. So that's why I say it's my fault. But I will do what I can. But yeah, so anyway, thank you for you guys' support. I know everyone that watches the DPA Open Mic, almost everyone is hardcore fans of DPA. So no, I'm very appreciate your support. And yeah, my hardcore fans just not big enough. Unfortunately, like, you know, like History Legend created a second channel, and the second channel did super well. Like, because his hardcore fans is like way bigger, so it's my fault again. I never do better. So I shall see how it goes. So anyway, that's it. Thank you everyone for watching. I'll drop the outro and see you guys in the Frontline Changes report. Don't be sad for me. I would, and I want to say I will never kill myself in case of what weird shit happened. Like after this, then some actors decided that it's a good time to kill me off. I will never kill myself. So anyway, that's it. I'll see you guys in the next update. Bye guys.
Share your voice, share your opinion. Swallow your ego, expand your mind. DPA Open Mic, free speech zone. DPA Open Mic, we are live. DPA Open Mic, we are live. Don't hold back, 'cause here we go. Let's go, let's go. We are live. Fuck your satisfaction. Let's go, we are live. DPA Open Mic, DPA, we are live. We are live. We are live.
We're all here from far and wide, voices bright like morning tide. In this world of news and change, together we rearrange. Conversations sparking light from the dark. We'll take flight, different lands and views combined. In our words, new worlds we'll find. Rise up, speak out, together in the open mic. DPA echoes through the night, guiding the world to what is right. United not by where we stand, but by heart and open hand. Every voice a vital thread, we weave the truth in what is said. Rise up, speak out, together in the open mic. DPA echoes through the night, guiding the world to what is right. When the world seems out of sync, it's our words that make us think. From random thought to crazy speech, here we are to build that bridge. Rise up, speak out, together in the